GMGP, good morning, good people. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world, but y'all decided to wake up with us. You're sick. You're sick in the head. There's a lot of fantasy football shows out there, but I promise y'all, they not like us. Brock Bowers, you looked a little quicker than fast. What does that even mean? Redraft, Dynasty, best ball, high stakes, we got you covered. And that's MVS and Justin Watson with some of the dopest tools designed to help you cancel out the noise and dominate your leagues. If there's a white wide receiver named Antoine, sign me up. Maybe it's cultural. I don't know. In season or off season, rain, sleet, hail, and snow, comma, semicolon, period, next sentence, to bring you the most actionable and entertaining content on YouTube. You don't go buy the dip on the Titanic.
Quarterback that you love, D-Bro. One of the best values in fantasy football.
Prop bets with my man Jay Rich.
Is that yes! Let's go!
So wipe the crust out of your eye, get you a cup of coffee. It's time to wake y'all asses up. We're Ray
and Jay
in the morning.
My God.
How good is
Dude,
he? How good is he?
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft.
Let's go. Run that shit up. Call your mama, call your daddy.
Brock Bowers sounds like a porn name.
I'm gonna ask Jay Rich this.
When I laid down for that Guyton pick, I was down there. I was like, if I don't get up, I might not get up.
Look at him. He can't even contain himself.
I did see the comment, Jay Rich, too much horn, but I don't think there's ever too much
horn. And Ray, people want your volume
Let's
up.
go.
They want your gain up a little bit.
Fuck! That came from Jordan.
It came from Jordan.
Ladarius.
You Keenan
McConkey.
Yes.
Let's go! Hey, let's go! We in the building, baby. We in the building, baby. We in the building, Jay. 2025 NFL Draft, baby. Let's go. Let's go, man.
There we go. There we go.
Man.
Can never have too much horn.
Let's go.
Can never have too much horn.
Horns, baby. Let's get it. G-E-G-P. Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good people. It is Thursday, April 24, 2025, and y'all know what it is, man. Round one, NFL Draft. We in the damn building, and I know my people in the building, Jay. I know the Wake Up crew is here. Oh, dog. Come on, man. Come on. Dynasty Daddy, you right. Jeremy, we made it. Jeremy, the daddy. We made it, man. Y'all better go to dynasty-daddy.com. Best fantasy football website out there. Help to get you ready for your leagues. Tools is off the chain. Mock draft shit is off the chain. But we're in the building. NFL draft starting in a couple of minutes right now. Jimbo in the building. Turn the music up, Jay. Turn the music up.
You want the music back on? All right.
Yes. I'm not done vibing. Turn it up. Fizzle did a good job with this. Shout out Fizzle Dollars, man. Shout out Fizzle. We got Garrison, Ty DeClaire in the building, Shake and Chip Barbecue, Doak Walker, Ant 10, GEGP, man. I'm excited. And y'all know, if you watch every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, like you should be doing, the show doesn't start to who's in the building, Jay. It doesn't start to who's
Jorge
in the building.
from Rhode Island,
Jorge,
baby.
He's in the
Let's
building.
go.
It doesn't start until Jorge from Rhode Island pops in, and he's in the building, and he's excited for your squad, man. Let's get ready for our T-Rex armed monster. He's talking about Will Campbell. Allen Davis is in the building. Big Steve-O, Nigel. And for anybody that's new, man, there's going to be a lot of draft streams. A lot of stuff happening this weekend, but I promise y'all, we just talking ball. We're vibing. We ain't above y'all. We ain't below y'all. We all in this shit together, just talking ball, having a good time. There's no better place to be. Make sure you are locked in. Jay Rich and I are live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Wake up with me and Jay Rich. And we got some guests joining the show. We got some guests. They have already been pumping content on the Fantasy Football channel, DDFFB. If you're not there, subscribe. We are trying to get to 5K so the boys can get a bonus. I told them if we get to 5K before the draft, they get a bonus. I don't know how much time is left, Jay. I don't know.
That's above my pay grade, my friend.
I think they're about like 50 subs short, 60 subs short. We got 5 minutes for them to get that bonus. So y'all better go over there and subscribe.
Help the boys out.
All bets are off. All bets are off. They ain't getting nothing, baby. We're going to have a good time, but that's what we do. We're going to talk ball. Trophy Chase in the building. Young Doolin in the building. Ray said I'm smoked out. I bet people were probably like, is Ray gonna have a hat? Is he gonna go with the baldy tonight? Is it the cow? There probably should have been odds on what the headgear was gonna look like. But I'm fresh. I'm fresh shaved tonight, Jay Rich. I'm feeling good.
That's all right.
Hey,
the helmet's still back there, Ray. There's still time.
Bro.
You got hats back there, helmets back there. We good.
I don't encourage.
Damn.
I don't encourage illicit use of things. With Jay, we got 5 minutes to the draft starts. Honestly, before we get going, man, anything you want to say to people, man? I just want to say thank y'all for tapping into the content, shorts, mock draft stuff, waking up with us every day during the week. Just thank y'all for the love, for the support. Hit that subscribe button. Continue to show that support. I don't try to push shit down y'all throat. I don't try to sell you this. If you want to join the community, it's one of the best out there. Join. There's ways to do that. But just show love. Hit the thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel. We're going to run this thing up tonight. Jay, anything you want to say to people before we get going, man?
No, Ray, just thank you to everyone, right? This is our Super Bowl. This is what all of the work that we put in from January to today means to us, and the support that you guys give us each and every year. Can only hope, Ray, this is the biggest show yet. Last year was a massive stream, massive show, tons of exciting moments, and I really do think this could be the best one, because when you talk about unpredictability, trades, big moves being made, this could be the show, the draft, and it all starts with round 1. We'll be tapped in all 3 days, round 1, day 2, and day 3. And don't forget, for everyone who's here right now, we will be doing a post-show talking about a recap, mostly for fantasy football purposes, on DDFFB. What time does that start? That's a great question. But we will be there until the very end. But thank you to everyone for tuning in. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and I hope this is the highlight of not just your night, not just of your month, but of the entire year. It's going to be a great show, Ray. I'm very, very, very excited for it.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. Anything we're hearing that we need to discuss before we get the other fellas in the building? So we're going to have Scott Connor. Y'all know he is Charles Hill FFB on X. Mr. Dynasty Strategy himself. He's going to join. The other half of him and the Mannequin Chill crew, Shane Manila, is going to jump on. We got Dynasty Theories, Mitch Thorne. I'm really excited. Mitch is I think Mitch is a closet, like, NFL kind of guy, masquerading as a fantasy football dude, because he's put some draft takes out there that I'm like, all right, Mitch might know what he's talking about. So I'm excited to get Mitch Sorensen in the building, talk some ball with him. JB is all Dynasty Theory, Dynasty Strategy. He and Scott just clicking away through the draft, updating damn tiers and spreadsheets. We're going to have people in the building. We're going to have a good time tonight. Tomorrow, we're going to do it again. Rounds 2 and 3 right here on this channel, Ray Garvin, on YouTube. And then on Saturday, it's going to be an entire different vibe. It's going to be past content creators, some of our patrons inside our Discord on DDFFB. Me and Jay Rich will be there as well. But it's all fantasy football on the DDFFB channel. So we're about to go live. We'll bring those guys in a second, Jay. But I'm going through the chat right now. Just, is there anything we missed that we got to cover, man? Anything we missed? Any trades? Anything like that?
It's really just the big rumor of if Jacksonville potentially could. Yes, definitely.
Wife in the building. She said she's gonna stay up with me tonight, but that's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie, man.
I'll believe it when I see it, but I hope to see it. That'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, the biggest thing right now is, Ray, I don't know if you saw it, Pete Carroll potentially leaking picks back on the old X machine. And so if you go to Pete Carroll's timeline right now, you'll see some little hints as to who the Raiders may be picking.
Who
which
is
is very
it?
interesting.
Just tell me.
Calvin Banks.
Damn, I put Membu in the
well, we talked about it on the show, right?
Yeah,
and then we talked about it on the show this morning. I had Membu there as well. It's looking like it's going to be Banks. That's where the odds are shifting, going towards Banks. But the biggest potential trade, talking about just the draft right now, is if the Jaguars are indeed going to go from 2 or from 5 up to 2 to draft Travis Hunter, Ray. Yeah.
It's crazy because, you know,
James Gladstone trying to make big moves.
I remember when we started doing these mocks, like, earlier, before the end of the NFL season, and Jacksonville was looking like they were going to be that number 2 pick. It seemed like an easy fit for Travis Hunter. Remember we talking about Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas paired up together, how dope that would be. Offense, defense, all of that stuff. Quick thing that I heard, I'm listening to College Game Day, right? And the College Game Day crew's talking about these college players. So Nick Saban's on there. You've got James Franklin on there pumping up Abdul Carter, pumping up Travis Warren. But what's interesting when they had the conversation about Travis Hunter, and Nick Saban flat out said, he said, a guy that can score me touchdowns in today's game is more valuable than any player on the defensive side of the ball. I don't know about, I don't want to I don't want to.
That's Nick Saban, though. That's Nick Saban.
Disrespect some defensive guys, but it's interesting to hear, the GOAT coach in college football talk about Travis Hunter and the offensive side of the ball that way. But Jay, draft timer. Here it is. The NFL draft is, I believe, about to kick off. It's about to kick off. So can we get the other boys in the building? Dylan is asking where the boys at. We wanted to give them some time to get some water, to use the restroom. They just streamed an hour before this, so we want to give them a little time. We told them that we bring them in at 7 o'clock. Jay, give the fellas some music, man. Hit the intro music for the fellas. We get the fellas in. We get the fellas in the building. We got Scott Connor at Charles Chill FFB. We got Shane is the worst, Mr. Shane Manila. We got Mitch Sorensen. Hey, we got John Bauer in the building. And in the background, I got to give some love to my man Brandon. He is here on the stream. May not touch the actual visual camera, but he is helping us out in the back end. Shout out to the BG-C in the building. Let's bring the boys in. The fantasy crew going to talk some ball with us. What up, gents? How y'all doing, baby? Air horns for the crew. Shane in the building. Scott down in my bottom left. JB right underneath me. I don't know how I feel about that.
Pause. Hey, yo.
On the right. And then we got Jay Ridge right next to me. How y'all doing, man?
Doing good. It's finally here, boys.
Fucking talk.
Time to rock and roll.
Great hosting job, Ray. You didn't throw it to anybody. You just left it wide open for four different people.
In and start talking. Mitch, how are you? You got the black shirt on like me. How you doing, baby?
Doing fantastic. It's about time this draft happened. I'm sick of the draft talk. Yeah. I'm sick of, hey, everyone hates Shedeur Sanders, and all of a sudden, I love Jackson Dart, but Jackson Dart's the second best quarterback. Let's just get this show on the road. Let's see what the NFL actually thinks, then we can break it down from there.
Jay Rich, they say you're loud. They say you're very loud, Jay Rich, in the chat. They said you're loud AF. I'm not going to cuss anytime tonight. Anytime I cuss, it's not going to be good, okay?
Why?
Money in the jar.
Are you putting money in the jar this year?
We'll see. I'm with you though, Mitch. I'm sitting there listening, y'all, to the talk today. When and where? How did the consensus Jackson Dart jump? Like this has happened over the matter of like 48 hours. He just jumped up over Shedeur. I don't know, man. I don't know.
How does it make you feel, Ray? You are the Shedeur truther here in this chat.
Absolutely. And you know what? Right now, 10 toes down, he's still my quarterback one. But I've also said in fantasy football, how many times have I said I'd take Baker Mayfield over him in a heartbeat? How many times have I said that? From the beginning. I think he could be a really good NFL quarterback and not score you a whole bunch of points in fantasy. I don't feel any different. I still think he's my top-rated quarterback. For fantasy, I still feel the exact same way. I don't think he's somebody that's going to throw 40 touchdown passes in a season, so he just kind of falls into that, just a quarterback, right? So we'll see where he goes. We'll see how much of this shit was smoke and how much of it was real, man.
Yeah, no, for sure. But it is crazy, right? Now it's heavy favorite, Dart going to be QB2, Shedeur,
sure.
Pittsburgh or bust.
Yeah.
JB, where are you at? How are you feeling for the draft?
I'm excited. I said it on the pre-show. I said it in the Discord. We're going to see 11 fantasy relevant players go tonight. And that's not a prediction. Shane, as Paul Heyman would say, it's a spoiler, baby. It's a spoiler.
Kurt, let me see. When Ray Ray means business when he doesn't have his hat on. Yes, it's all business tonight. It's going to be a fun night, man. It's going to be a fun night. Scott, speak up, baby. What's up? Shit. Wake up. If y'all ain't gonna wake up, you gotta go. You gotta go. Wake up. How we feeling, baby?
I'm just letting everybody else get their words in. This is my third year on the stream, but it's really my first year just because, and I'll give a shout out to Ray. He dove into the NFL draft content this offseason. And now that we got this crazy draft contest, if you didn't enter, you don't have a great chance because I did 5 entries and it was hard as hell. It was hard as hell to pick most of these picks. And I'll just say, a lot of the picks I'm sitting here going, where the hell am I going to put in this receiver? Or this Mason Taylor into the first round? Where the hell is Mason Taylor going to go in the first round? Like, there's probably 50 to 60 players that people have said, well, that guy could go in the first. But when it came down to the brass tacks, it's like, JB, I think we're optimistic with 11 skill players going in the first round. It could be 9. and 2 of them could be places that we're not excited about. So we talked about that on the pre-show, but I'm just curious. There's going to be some moments we don't expect, but it's very interesting how tonight is going to impact Dynasty, because I don't know if it's going to have a massive impact relative to what people are expecting. There's going to be some picks. There's obviously going to be a running back or 2 that goes, which is going to excite people. But, I mean, Ray already shit on the quarterbacks, like where it's just, okay, yeah, Baker Mayfield or any quarterback in this class. And you could argue it's not any quarterback in this class. I mean, Shane, where is the strength? Like, why should people be excited about this draft tonight if you're tuning in from the fantasy side? I'm more interested in the NFL side, tackles.
Yeah,
but I'm looking at everybody else, and I'm going, man, hopefully the tight ends don't go to the Colts, and the running backs don't fall into round 2 and get Zach Charbonnet, and the quarterbacks actually go in round 1, because otherwise you're sitting there looking at your 108 rookie pick and going, what the hell do I do?
Here's the thing, man. This is what I get. I get it from when you're thinking the fantasy angle, the guys that you're going to plug in your lineup and score, but everything is fantasy, right? Like what the teams do on the offensive side of the ball,
correct,
and what they do on the defensive side of the ball impacts the things that we're chasing. So every pick matters. Every pick is relevant. Every pick you're not going to draft in your work league to plug in your lineup. But if the Bengals don't take anything on offense, or Dallas does not draft a running back, which what I'm hearing down here, they may not touch one for a very long time. Like all of that stuff is impactful for what you overall are going to get from the players that are on that team. Like every single pick matters, whether it's offense or defense. It's got some impact on the thing that we're chasing, man.
It's pay attention to what the team is telling you. You've said that for years, but I think in today's Dynasty game where everybody, and we've talked about this on shows, everybody has all of this information. There's nobody that's going to get drafted in this draft almost that most Dynasty managers go, oh, I haven't heard somebody talk about that guy's profile, or talk that that guy could go round 5 into this spot and he could be this type of player. But what does the NFL team do in terms of how they're building their roster? What direction are they going? I'll give Mitch a shout out. He talked about this on the pre-show about how certain teams are going back towards building their offense around the running game. We sit here and look at these teams that don't have great receivers, don't have a good tight end, maybe have an average quarterback, and we go, guess what they need to do tonight? Draft all of those things, where they may be going, nah, we're good with the quarterback we have, the average QB we have, that average wide receiver 2, that committee of tight ends. We're just going to do something completely opposite of what everybody out there thinks we're going to do. So it's not as easy as, hey, Jay, they don't have a running back, so they're going to take 2. So it is very interesting, the team building aspect of this. And it's the first year I've really been able to dive into that as much as I want to. So I'm pumped.
What's up, Jag in the building? What's going on, Jag? What's going on, Jag? People are saying no spoilers. Look, man,
it's impossible.
I can't control with somebody and how fast somebody's is going to set. Normally, I think Scott's got a fast TV. Jay Rich has got a
I'm purposely behind, Ray. I'm going to be surprised with you.
Okay. All right. So Scott's typically, that Ohio internet is faster than Texas. In the Canadian, Jay Rich, those electricity is still flowing and pumping fast out there. So don't spoil it for the chat, man. Don't spoil it for the chat.
No, never do.
Don't spoil it for the chat.
I'm a veteran here.
Draft wise. Look, we've got all night to dive into the nuance and the minutia of the positions. Just what are you excited to see, John Bauer? What are you excited to see? A narrative that you've heard throughout the process. Either you believed it a lot or you called bullshit from the beginning, but what are you excited to see tonight?
I'm mostly excited to see how far some of these guys drop, honestly. And you see the narratives around Shedeur Sanders. You see the narrative around Ted McMillan. He doesn't love the game of football. Well, how much of an impact are these reports? And a lot of these reports coming from anonymous executives. So it's easy to say these things when you are anonymous. But I'm interested to see what happens there, because it's going to have a direct impact on our dynasty rookie drafts. And you look at the way the running back position is. Can we get that third running back to squeak in to the first round? Mainly Travion Henderson. We'll see if he can make an appearance tonight. But yeah, I'm very interested to see the way the NFL reacts to some of these guys, because if all these reports are coming out and they're negative, but they still get the prerequisite draft capital, it's not going to change where I had them pre-draft. Because if the NFL's sticking by them, I'm going to as well.
Yep.
Shane's eyes will leak the picks. So
we should just leave this up here.
We're probably pretty good. The first, do we think we're going to see anything? Tennessee is on the clock too. So Tennessee is currently on the clock. Are we going to see any kind of any surprises first 3 picks, Jay? Or do you think this is going to be chalk? Is it going to be Ward, Hunter, Sanders? Can we run some polls? Can we run some polls on YouTube? I think we can run some polls in the chat. Let's get the Pats pick up, Jay Rich. Let's get the Pats pick up. And
the Pats pick up. Okay.
Let's get the Pats pick poll. Let's get a poll, or hell, that means you got to plug in multiple answers, right?
How many answers you got, Ray?
I kind of just, do they take Will Campbell? Yes or no? Do you think it's going to be? I think that's going to where the draft is going to start. Absent a trade. Shane, we ain't heard from you, man. Your Eagles.
He wants to know if he's muted.
No, we got to give him some love, man. Shane had a roller coaster of a season with his Eagles. Shane, your Eagles won the chip. Y'all don't pick till late unless, which it seems like it always happens, Howie Roseman works magic. Who do you want? Who do you want your Eagles to draft? There have been defensive guys, safeties. What's the tea leaf speaking about your squad? You're on mute. Oh, I think I've muted him. I think I muted him. It says you muted the guest. There you go. Now you can talk, Shane. Sorry.
So that makes sense. I just thought I was being ignored as usual. No big deal. I don't care because we won the world championship. They could draft whatever they want. No, I hope what they do is they trade out because they don't have a dying need. Sure, they could use an end. They could use a defensive tackle. What I really don't want to happen, which probably will happen, is they're going to draft some offensive lineman. I'm going to lose my shit, my stuff. Try not to curse. Sorry. I'm going to lose my mind because I'll be like, what are we doing? Just trust in Howie. Right? That's the right answer. Whatever Howie does is correct. It does not matter what I think. What I really want, I want them to draft a tight end, trade Goddard, get some future draft capital, so that at least another tight end sneaks into the first round and my fantasy draft's even better. But also, they will need a tight end. It's nice to have a dynamic tight end.
Jay Glazer,
Goddard.
Mark just says,
go ahead. You
I
got
don't know
real
how
news.
real this is. Jay Glazer stating the Jags are possibly moving up to 2. I know it's been talked about, but the draft is starting.
Mary Kay Cabot said this. Mary Kay Cabot says the same thing.
Coming out of
when
Cleveland.
She says it about the Browns, it's pretty much gospel. You know what I'd like to see, honestly? Can we get Dallas Goedert traded to the Colts so he sacrifices that spot and it's not a rookie tight end? That would be the best of both worlds.
Come on, man.
Goddard to the Rams.
You do not want a tight end in Indy, do you?
I mean, who? We talked about this on the pre-show. There's going to be 2 first-round tight ends. Now, we were in voice chat earlier. If you haven't joined, if you're interested, DDFFB or DDFantasyFootball.com. All right. Real quick.
I wonder who it could be. And real quick, I'm not tipping picks. I don't even have my television on. I'm learning the draft while watching with you guys.
Perfect.
Like that's how I'm learning. So I'm not tipping anything. I don't even have X up.
Yeah, I don't have X up right now either. I do have this scene for us though. That way, like once we get some more picks in, and I'm sure conversation throughout the night is going to go all over the place, but we'll be able to pull up the board and look at it. Let me show you how it looks. Let me show everybody. So we got the board pulled up. We could talk through some stuff as we go. So we got some different scenes for us all. Scott, your Bengals. Who y'all taking? Who you want them to take? What are the tea leaves saying? What are the tea leaves saying about Cincinnati? Pick is in too. Pick is in for the Titans. Anytime pick is in, I'm gonna just interrupt whoever the hell is talking. Okay. We all think it's gonna be Cam Ward, but go ahead, Scott. Who's Cincy taking?
Now, I mean, I think that everyone says they should go defense. I'm not even sure what defensive player because there's literally like 10 that they could pick from, and it wouldn't shock me because there's so many edge rushers, a couple defensive tackles. They could go with one of these swing tackles because they need guards, but if a tackle fell, you know,
the Browns are trading the number 2 pick to the Jaguars.
Oh,
confirmed.
This is
confirmed.
This is confirmed. JB, we
if you're
confirmed
tipping
that?
picks, it is
Jordan
it is
Schultz,
Rappaport
yes.
just
Hold
tweeted
on.
it.
Rappaport, Jordan Schultz.
We're gonna pre-in-show production switch. Let's see how this looks. Look at that. Damn it, it worked. Okay.
Oh, that is beautiful.
So number one pick is happening on my TV. It's Cam Ward. All right. So what has happened now? I'm on X. We got the crew here. Who's
A
in?
2 and
Who's
5
been-
swap, Ray. Browns traded back to 5 with the Jaguars at 2. I haven't seen what else, but they said a major haul, according to
That's gotta
Rap
be a
Sheet. So
first.
maybe
All
this is.
So
there we go.
it's 536,
Yeah.
126.
Look at it.
and
Here
the
it is on the
26th
screen.
first. There you go.
So they're trading. So here we go. The Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick, and getting back Jacksonville's 5th, their 36th, a 4th, and a 2026 first round pick. Wow.
That is
And right now
That's a
they have
haul.
2
Wow.
picks. The Browns have 2 picks in the top 5 of the second, and they have the ammo. If they wanted a QB, can move
Tyler
back
Shuck.
in. You know what I mean? And this is
Okay.
this is backfilling a lot of the stuff they lost with the Watson deal, right? I mean, this is going the other way.
yes.
Wow. One more time. The Browns are currently sitting at 2. They have moved out of 2. Jacksonville is picking number 2 overall, and they swap their first round picks. Cleveland moves back a couple of picks. They get a 36th overall pick, a 4th round pick, and next year's first round pick from the Jags.
Wow. To move up 3 spots.
No,
That's
not to move up 3
bananas.
spots, Shane, to draft Travis Hunter. I mean,
Well, yeah.
I mean that's really what it is, right, Mitch?
Yeah, yeah.
They're
You're right,
doing
you're
this for Travis Hunter, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is he worth it, Mitch?
Yes. Yes, he is. Without a doubt. I mean, I think it's a really smart move. And I think this also makes it really good. Shedeur Sanders at the 5th overall pick sounds a lot more plausible now. Now, all that pre-talk that we had before could very easily change. And now Shedeur Sanders, smash at pick 5. I mean, it could be fantastic.
We're going to do...
Right, we need to grind. How does Liam Cohen view Travis Hunter?
okay.
Do we have,
That's the
do we
question,
have anything
right?
out there about him
That's the
saying how he
question.
wants to use them?
Shit.
Ray,
Okay.
Ray, if you recall, remember, when we talked about Travis Hunter landing spots, Jacksonville was number 1 because we said he could easily play offense and defense. There is nobody outside of BTJ, obviously, on that team. So now I want to hear from you, my friend. You said you'd take him at 103 if he was drafted to the Cleveland Browns just this morning. Now, every indication is that he is going to be a Jacksonville Jaguar. Will he play offense? Will he play defense? Will he split?
Okay.
How do you see this shaking out for Travis Hunter?
For everybody watching, I'm going to say 2 things. Football-wise, I think this is fantastic. And if you had to ask me right now, football-wise, I think this puts him more in corner range than it does receiver range.
Oh, man.
I have not allowed myself to believe that the Jags would jump up to 2, okay? So Andrew Berry had continuously talked about we view him as the primary receiver. I don't recall what Cohen has said, but I know that they don't have anything on the back end beside Tyson Campbell, and Tyson Campbell is awesome. They paid him like a top-flight cornerback, but other than that, there ain't much back there. Like in my
And they brought in
right
Bland,
now, I'm
right?
like,
What's the other guy they brought him?
who was it?
Who they bring in from Dallas?
They brought
Jordan
in
Lewis, but he's a slot
He's
corner.
slot corner. Best slot, one of the better slot corners in the league. If he's a receiver with Trevor Lawrence, this is just stock up for T-Law. I feel like this is like he's on the defensive side of the ball. JB, Scott, y'all, come on, where's your head at now? Because we hadn't talked about this in weeks.
Right. I've been very vocal the last couple days. We did a show on Wednesday in the Discord talking about, I get Travis Hunter, man. Everybody that watches film says he could be the best receiver in the class. Like he's bar none the best. But he's also a pretty bad bet where people were talking about taking him in drafts. It started early in the rookie draft season, 107, 108, 109. I'll take the gamble. Now you got people going, yeah, screw it. I'll throw that 103, 104. And that's an expensive pick for really anything with risk. And historically, we're not great at saying who is the best receiver of a class. You know what we're pretty good at saying, guys? That who are the good receivers, right? They typically get draft capital. They typically have profiles. We're terrible at going, that's going to be Brian Thomas. That's going to be Justin Jefferson. You know what I mean? We've whiffed on a lot of guys that have become good. We take them too high. And then the great receiver of the class is the one that falls. And now you have this extra risk of, you know, Mike Florio was talking about it the other day. How are the Jags going to list Travis Hunter? If they list him as a corner, the franchise tag, the 5th-year option, that is $30 million less they owe projected if he's listed as a corner. Doesn't mean he can't demand to be paid as, you know, the highest paid corner and receiver if he can do both. But I think we're going to see the Jags even say, you know what, we kind of view him as a corner because positionally that's how we're going to put him. And then you're blowing a 103 or 104 rookie pick. I get it. It's a weak class, but man, it's risky. That's my take. I'll let JB go.
It's not a death sentence by any means, but it's not a win if you're a Travis Hunter supporter for fantasy football. He is going from a situation everybody presumed he was going to go number 2 to the Browns, and we had all the talk, well, he's a wide receiver. We're going to play him as a wide receiver. Well, now he goes to a situation where you have a legitimate number 1 receiver there in Brian Thomas. Talked about the defensive side of the ball. He's probably going to play both sides, but how much to an extent? That is a lot of risk to invest. People, you talked about taking him 103, 104. People were talking about taking him 102. You go back, look on the DDFFB channel, look at all the mocks that were done. Pretty much every single mock said he's going too late in this. Well, now he goes from that situation in Cleveland to Jacksonville. Are you willing to stick with your priors because you watch the film? He's that great of a wide receiver. I don't think a lot of people are going to do so. And it's a win for Trevor Lawrence.
Just real quick. I know everyone's going crazy about that Browns landing spot. If he goes to the Browns, they don't even have a quarterback now. They had Judy. They have Njoku. I don't think that landing spot is that great. He's going to a team now who could actually throw the ball in December.
But it more so talked about, but it had more to do with the speak from the GM.
But he still didn't. But to Mitch's point, they didn't have a quarterback. It was going to be Tyler Shuck in the second if you're lucky.
But we knew what side of the ball he was going to play on.
We knew he was going to be featured as wide receiver as well. But Barry never said he wasn't also going to play cornerback. You know, he said yes, we view him as wide receiver. I understand from this perspective of BTJ's there, so he can't be a wide receiver 1 in fantasy, right? He probably cannot be a fantasy wide receiver 1 with BTJ there. That doesn't mean that he can't still be highly productive. But also, we can wait because no one's drafting literally this moment. We can wait and see what they have to say at the press conference, right? We can try to pull some knowledge out of that. Hopefully when they pick him right now, they're going to announce him as something, but they probably won't because
that's what I'm waiting for. What they announce him as. I'm just very curious if they just say Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back. They say Travis Hunter, defensive back, receiver. Travis Hunter, athlete. Yeah. Here we go. In the NFL, shame on them for dragging this shit out. Like, get on the clock and make the pick, dude. You know, they drop it to 10 minutes to make you think like it's sped up, but there's 4 minutes of stuff before they even make the pick. Make the pick, man.
So we talked about Trevor Lawrence getting a bump now. So what's he? Is he a top 8 quarterback to you?
He's
smiling.
What
do you move from top 15 to top 12?
He still stays in that range, but I think the community is going to prefer him a little more now because he has this other weapon. I mean, that's how those quarterbacks in that range are going to move up and down based on what their teams do tonight.
Wide receiver, defensive back is what they said.
Wide receiver first.
Solomon Thomas, who announced it, said Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back. But the TV screen says corner wide receiver.
Well, so here's I want to ask you this, right? Because
good for Travis Hunter, man. Good. Real quick, man. I've been rooting for this kid since high school at Jackson State. Good for Travis Hunter, man. Good for Travis. For somebody to have that type of hype in football as a high school prospect and then carry it through to get drafted high, Does not happen often. Good for Travis Hunter, man.
Regarding Travis Hunter, the receiver, right? Because we're all kind of figuring out where that line is going to be. What pick can I live with wasting if it doesn't turn out that he's used the way that I want, right? But I think what's interesting, and I want to get Ray's thoughts on this first, but then everyone else can chime in. If you look at Travis Hunter, the profile as a receiver, forget about his snap share, forget about the stuff about, well, he wasn't in the receiver meeting rooms and all of those things, right? Everything you would look at Travis Hunter, the receiver, right, from like an analytical standpoint, he's average.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying that's everything, but this is a receiver that the Dynasty community in 2025 is anointing the wide receiver one of a class strictly based on somebody going, I like this tape. I like this film. That is it. We have not seen that in this space in a decade. Meaning a guy, and it's a lot of it where we're excusing all of the other stuff because, well, he didn't play full-time receiver, but we're not looking at things. We're looking at things like target share. We're looking at things like yards per route run and targets per route run. Those are things that are based on how much you play. They're not based on, well, he played more or less, so it matters more or less. But from just a football standpoint, how much potential does he really have as like can he really be Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase? That's what people are saying. But the profile absolutely does not back it up.
I get that.
It is a better bet than him over Tet or Buka or Burden.
Let me tell you though. Let me tell you what trumps all of that though, man. He's a ridiculous athlete. He's done something that we never saw happen in college football. He won the goddamn Bolitnikoff and should have won the defensive back award. He's got elite ball skills, and he's going to an offense that is just absolutely made millionaires out of third-round picks in Jalen McMillan. He had Chris Godwin playing like a top 3 receiver. I'm seeing a lot of people say they said that Jacksonville said he's going to be a receiver and play defensive back. With Liam Cohen, I think he would be that Godwin-Evans role. Yes.
100%.
No, he's not polished.
Godwin.
Joey Galloway talked about him today. He's not polished route runner. He's not. I don't care what anybody's chart says. He's not a polished route runner yet, and I don't care. He's got the talent to get there. He's got the capital to get there. He's got the offense. He's got the quarterback, and he's going to have the opportunity to succeed. He is. If he's a receiver, I'm very much in on this, Mitch. JB, Shane, Jay Rich. If he's a receiver, to y'all's point, we were ready to blow the 103 on him in Cleveland, and now you're a little bit nervous in Jacksonville with a significantly better quarterback, with what we think is going to be a dope offensive coordinator. What are we talking about?
No, I think the situation is just completely better in Jacksonville than it was in Cleveland. I like this spot a lot more than I like the Cleveland spot. I know Cleveland said, hey, we're going to use him as a wide receiver, but that's what everyone says a lot of things pre-draft. I do know Jacksonville needs another wide receiver. I know they have a better quarterback. I know they have the better offensive mind there. Like, I'm not a huge defensive guy anymore. So for me, I really, really like it. Probably 104-ish in dynasty drafts for me, but I like the spot.
Right now, he's at 105 for me. That hasn't changed based on the Browns versus the Jaguar situation. It hasn't changed.
And then there's still room for him to move up if the running backs don't get the capital that you want, don't get the landing spot that you want. A Marion Hampton doesn't end up in Denver, Kansas City, Dallas, wherever. You know what I mean? There's still room for him to move up.
Yeah, absolutely.
To 103. 102 is probably a hard sell, but 103 he could absolutely get up to. And I've talked about it over the last 2 weeks when I've come to this realization. I'm reconciling it, and I'm becoming okay with taking him at 104. If I can take him at 104, I certainly could take him at 3.
Pick 3 is in.
So
can we
what's the
quit?
line, though?
What'd you say, Scott?
I was like, what's the line? We're talking
let's not do that right now. That's too.
Fine.
Let's just have fun talking. Let's not do that right now. We got time. I really want to quickly touch on Cleveland. They didn't take Hunter. Is this good for Jerry Jeudy? Jerry Judy's still there. They gave him a 3-year deal. Nobody else. Jerry Jeudy, David Njoku, right? Cedric Tillman. I'm saying there's another side of this. Clearly, to have Travis Hunter in their sights, that draft haul was much more important to them for their current build than drafting him and doing God knows what. The Giants are on the clock, though, man. With the third pick, it's probably a quick There's probably a quick Abdul Carter, but I don't.
Let's go, Jackson. Let's make it happen,
Jackson
Mitch.
Dart, let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Abdul Carter. Abdul Carter's the pick. Abdul Carter's the pick.
It was always the pick.
Abdul Carter is the pick. Jay Rich, you say he's always the pick. Touch on Abdul real quick. The football side of this. Dexter Lawrence, Kevon Thibodeau, Ryan Burns, Tyler Nubin, Andrew Phillips in the secondary. Still need to figure out the linebacking core, but this doesn't feel like a move that saves Shane and Daval, but it sounds like a move that the next head coach and GM are absolutely going to love, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Cliff Kingsbury potentially and some of the other coaches that may come about this cycle, are you going to bank on a team where you have draft capital and you're going to be okay in that regard, but now you have Bill Carter? And then so, Ray, the cascading move that we may see is, do they now trade Kayvon Thibodeau? Because there was rumors that potentially he was a guy who was being shopped throughout the day, trying to find ways to move him, because obviously the incumbent Abdul Carter would fill that spot potentially. But this defensive line is great. The secondary should hopefully be improved. They added some players in the secondary throughout the offseason, and obviously you're going to build into year two. But that's the number one question is, now what do? Are they trading back into second for Tyler Shuck, Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders, if available? Abdul Carter was always the pick for me because that defense is just going to be phenomenal, especially on the D-line. But as you said, it's probably going to come with someone else, and it's going to determine what do they do at QB to potentially try and save their jobs heading into next year.
Giants really needed to trade this pick. I thought they should have too, but you know what? This feels like a move that is good for the New York Giants franchise moving forward. And I wonder, Shane, does this impact what Philly does, right? Fuck, another pass rusher. Like, not saying that they're making moves to counter, but does this great Zabel to Dallas thing have more legs? Because this front four is going to be nasty. I don't care how you slice it. Malik Neighbors, Russell Wilson so far, looks like it's going to be that right now, unless we get a trade, which I feel like tonight we're just getting started. Like, I feel like there's going to be a lot of chaos later on. But can anybody speak about Judy real quick? Let's go back to the Browns. There's nothing else to talk about with Abdul Carter. He's awesome, and him and Brian Burns are going to wreak havoc on tackles. But Jerry Jeudy, thoughts?
It's a big win for Judy. It's a big win for Judy. It's a big win for Njoku. Yeah, there's question marks about the quarterback situation. We'll see if that gets resolved a little bit later. But it also doesn't stop the Browns from pulling the trigger in the second round, on the earlier side of the second to shore up their wide receiver room. But then there is the trickle-down effect of that move when it comes to Jacksonville. Travis Etienne, he lives to see another day. Maybe. So I think they're could they take somebody else? Sure. But you avoided one of the biggest landmines in Ashton Genty, and there's still going to be opportunity there. So I think there are other, impacts there. We'll see what the Browns do at the running back position, because as much as I love them, I don't think they're going to rely on Jerome Ford for too long there.
Almost 6,000 people watching.
Let's go.
Go ahead, Scott.
Diana Rossini is reporting that the Browns are trying to trade back again for a similar type of haul that they just got they're not going to get the same haul, but a similar type of deal that might help them.
What are they doing? What are they doing?
They don't want Genty, right?
They just traded out of a pick where there were potentially two elite non-quarterbacks, and they just gave one up for a future first. And there's probably a couple teams that either want to move up for a tackle or for Genty if they want. I mean, I've seen all day, man, the Bears want Genty, but he's not going to fall to 10. They have to trade up ahead of the Raiders. I mean, we don't know, but I was going to speak on Judy real quick. I'm looking to see, one thing that stuck out to me, whether you like Shedeur Sanders or not, the more I looked at him, not him for fantasy, but the one thing that stuck out to me, I was huge on the quarterback efficiency driving offenses this year. Wherever Shedeur, let's say the Browns trade back again, and then maybe they move back up and take Shedeur in the first. Like, Shedeur is an weapon elevator for everybody else. Maybe not for himself, but he feels like one of these guys that if, let's say the Browns came back and got him, Judy is a double winner. You know what I mean? They didn't draft Hunter, and then they get a quarterback that hopefully is, efficient.
Better than what they got.
But yeah. It'll be interesting to see if the Browns move back, because they're almost playing the dynasty game, like trade back,
Why
back,
not?
accumulate more. I mean,
if Cleveland was always set on a QB And if you really think about what they've done, wouldn't Joe Flacco just be an awesome mentor for a quarterback to just be in the room with Joe Flacco? Let's say they always wanted Dart or Sanders, and
Lamar
they know,
Jackson would disagree.
right, but
I'm just saying.
let me just
Anthony
say,
Richardson would disagree.
if they know they could keep trading back and get him at 15
Yes.
and pick up, and let's just say they shit the bed next year. I don't think any of us think that they're going to win the AFC North, but then they've got 2 top 5 picks in 2026, right? You're building, you're playing fantasy, man. You're stacking assets.
That's what we think. Remember when the Texans traded up for Will Anderson? We said, oh man, the Cardinals are going to have 2 top 10 picks next year. And it ended up being.
That's very true.
Yep.
But
That's very true.
how do we know Andrew Berry wasn't told, unless you get some of that draft capital back that we wasted on Watson, you're not keeping this job. And that is what you need to do in this draft. And we'll see if they do it again. I'm very curious.
Didn't the owner
trade back?
But the owner took the hit on that. And he was driving that. But I get that. But yeah, I mean, if the Browns really wanted to, they could get Shador, Sanders, Dart, Milrow, any of them later, much
all
later
3
than
of them.
now, right? Yeah, all 3 of them. Just take them all. Just shotgun approach. But you could draft one of them, and you could still move back into the first and get another wide receiver if you really wanted to. I'm not saying they will. I think. Because to me, it seems like they're making the smart moves of going, we're going to be terrible next year probably anyway. Let's just get the picks together. Now, if this was me and you in fantasy, I'm like, well, what else could I do with those first? Could I combine those 2 and go get me a quarterback? But it doesn't really work like that in the NFL. So I think for their sake that they're just stacking picks, man. They know they're not going to be good next year, and they're okay with that. They're fine with being mediocre at best. Just get a bunch of picks and have at it next year.
Some breaking news, too, out of the association. Evan Mobley named Defensive Player of the Year.
Wow.
Let's go, Evan Mobley.
Does anybody care?
Basketball?
Is
that still on? Is that still on?
I've never heard of him before in my life.
Yeah, the orange thing that bounces, Shane.
Remember, 2 years ago, Shane.
Cleveland.
Dude, Shane was I remember Shane in the Discord he was a huge Sixers fan 2 years
I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. I've stopped watching basketball, all right?
Woof.
Huge Sixers fan.
Oh,
You still trusting that process over there, Shane?
The process is dead. Hey, I'm a big Caitlin Clark fan. There we go.
Me too. Hey,
There you go.
Shador to the Steelers, Arch to Cleveland in 26. Shank and Shig. I don't think Arch is leaving the great city of Austin after the fall. I'm just, we'll see, but I don't believe he's all right. Stiley says who gives a damn about Evan Mobley. Sorry. Gene is a degenerate. Gene is like he was the betting favorite. Let's go.
Gene is bashing.
Yeah. Betting favorite. Thunder up. Jeff Bates in the building. What's happening with you, Jeff? Jeff asked, was anybody drinking on anything tonight? I got nothing but water right now. It's a long night.
Yeah,
I've got just water. H2O.
Coffee and water.
Far.
All right, Pats.
So
Jay
far.
Rich.
Okay,
your
Ray,
Pats are
Pat
up.
selection.
Your Pats are up. Your Pats are up. Finally, somebody gets one right from a mock draft. Finally. There we go. How bad did that second pick in everyone's mock hurt? How bad did that just crush folks? Because everyone had Travis Hunter, right?
Oh, damn it. That's right. So it doesn't follow him. We picked it by the team.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I didn't realize that, to be honest with you.
If you thought
No, just
Jacksonville was
thought it
going to trade
through.
up, you should have put Travis Hunter 5th on the thing to Jacksonville. You would have got
Are
a
we
block.
sure we clarified the rules on this?
No, it was by team, man. It was by team.
It was by
It
team.
was by team. Now,
It wasn't by team. He's
It was
just
by
fucking-
team.
It wasn't. There's a reason that the phrasing said currently
Oh,
this
God.
team has the
Oh,
pick.
here comes the
That
rule
doesn't-
book.
Oh, God. Is it the pick? Well,
that's
that would
true.
help if it's the pick.
'Cause I'll tell you
Yes.
what, I'm 4 for 4 and 4 of my
most
5.
people
Well,
are
I'm
so
4
let's
for
go.
4 then, too.
Everyone's
I'm
4
4
for 4
then, too. Shit.
Yeah.
everyone in
You ain't
America is
going
4
4
for 4. This is
Ray,
where
I'll
the
let you
fun-
know in
Hey,
about
remember last
5.
year
I'll
we
let
used
you
to
know
do
in about,
matching the players and teams. What up?
Yeah, I'll let you know in about 10 picks how we want the rules to be. And then we'll
Nah,
reassess.
hell no. Get out of here, man. Will Campbell to the Pats. I for a long time deaded the Ted McMillan stuff. You don't take Ted McMillan at 4. Like, you don't take Ted at 4. I thought Genty could be a shock move by New England. I think I mocked him in one of them. I put Genty to the Pats in one of my mocks, just shock thing. But they do the smart thing, and right now, their wide receiver room isn't like decrepit. I mean, it may not be great. It may not be
Diggs, Bourne, Pop Douglas.
Diggs, Bourne,
not
Pop
terrible.
Douglas, and Hunter Henry.
I'm sorry, not terrible. I mean, Diggs is
Not
fine.
terrible.
Pop Douglas and Jalen Polk's
Bourne's
still
good
there.
though.
Bourne's fine.
Yeah. Bourne's good in his
Well, you
like
know what?
3-4
Yeah, so
role.
it's
his
As a
role, yeah.
2, he's
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
He's not a 2.
That's-
He's not a one. He's not a one. He was out there
Well,
parading
yeah, he-
around as a one for a
Yeah,
little
that's
bit.
true.
That
He
probably
was.
ain't him.
Yeah.
But you put him,
Mhm.
and Pop had to parade around as a 1-2. It's all situational. Yes, when you got him out there as the only guy, it probably doesn't look very good. But when you got Stephon Diggs, when you've got a better offense, when you can hold up and your quarterback's got time to throw the ball, I bet you some players can get open. Will Campbell makes Drake May
100%.
better. Will Campbell makes Drake May better. And everybody that watched the New England Patriots last year knows that that offensive line was not good. This was a solid pick from a team that picks again the top of the second round. I think this is fine. This is a good pick.
Where do they go, Ray? Do you think they go because we've seen double downs on O-line?
I don't know.
Right?
Right now, the draft has been chalk. It's as far as the players where we thought they
top
would
4
go.
is top 4.
Top 4 is the top 4. I don't know yet. In multiple mocks, I had New England double tapping O-line.
Yeah. I mean, so 5 here is where we're going to see this has been the pivot pick for a lot of
And they're
people.
making
Now,
the
no
pick.
one saw that trade, right?
They're making the pick.
Genty.
They're making the pick.
Genty?
It's gonna be Genty.
Shane. That'd
They're
be spicy.
making the pick.
That'd be spicy.
I'm just looking for chaos.
Predictions.
What does
Don't
Cleveland
believe
take
anything.
here?
Don't do it. Predictions. Who they take? Shane.
Tet. They pissed away all that goodwill we just gave them because they're the Browns.
I think it's going to be Mason Graham.
J. Rich, Mason Graham.
I already
fear it's
saw
gonna
who
be
the
Mason
pick
Graham.
was, so I'm not going to say anything here.
Okay,
JB.
JB.
I'm
on.
going Sanders.
Scott.
Gotta hide the chat.
I'm not.
JB,
I'm not
don't
look-
look.
I'm not in
JB,
the
don't
chat.
look at me. Don't look at me. I don't
I'm
even
not
want to
in
see
the
you.
chat.
I can't
I'm
even
not-
look at you.
I'm not in the chat.
The shame is all over your face.
Oh, mine? I haven't seen it.
No, JB.
It might be Armand Membu. They need a lineman. I could see Banks or Membu being the pick here. I could see Banks or Membu being the pick. I don't know, but the pick is in. Mitch, have you seen it?
I just read the
Pick
chat.
is in.
Yeah.
Good
I
God.
don't
Y'all
like
are
it.
awful.
These newbies, man.
I don't see
Just
it.
switch to guest
Hit
chat.
that
You're
little
good.
Y'all are,
chat box and close it during the
Before
pick.
I read
Yeah.
the stat,
You know what I do?
I did say Sanders.
I'm always scrolled up. Like, I'm not at the bottom. I'm always like up and scroll down. But y'all are worse than my damn wife, man. Like y'all are
I
worse
saw
than
the
her.
pick 5 minutes ago, but I kept
We'll be
quiet.
watching the show, and she'll just start Googling the damn show. What happened at the end? Like, watch it. Like, what do we?
No, the worst is when you're watching it and then you end an episode and then it's like you take a little break to go get some popcorn or whatever. And I had to just Google what's gonna happen because it ended on that cliffhanger. I read ahead 5 episodes.
Yeah.
Like
I just
we don't
had
need
to
to
I
watch
mean-
it anymore. I'm like, really?
Dude, I thought the
I
pick was
kind of
in.
wish I would have known that
It's
about
in
The
now.
Last of Us before I watched it. I wish I would have known what was going to happen, and I did not, and it was heartbreaking. So did they clock run out on the Browns?
They're not trading back. Let's put it that
The
way.
pick
They're
is
not
in.
getting
The
it.
pick is in.
They're not getting another one.
They're
of those
getting a new
trade back
stadium,
deals
right?
where they-
Aren't the
Yes.
Browns
Yep.
getting a new stadium?
It
I
looks
believe
really
it's been
nice.
approved. Yeah,
Huh? Been approved? Commanders
I
too,
believe
I
so.
believe.
and it's
I think
supposed to have a
Commanders
roof too, isn't it?
Oh
'Cause
yeah,
they're building
Yeah.
a stadium like Minnesota's. It's like it's
It's
the
got
same as
one of those
Minnesota's
glass
stadium.
Somebody
stadiums.
said it's not Cleveland.
Yeah.
They don't like it. Or Kelsey was saying that. All right, here we go. Pick is in. What we got? It's got to be like Armand Membu. Mason Graham.
Mason Graham.
Graham.
That's boring, but okay.
Yeah.
It's good for Myles
Oh,
Garrett. Good for
Oh,
Myles
yeah.
Garrett.
Crazy that Mason Graham still went 5. Right?
I had him going
Like,
down.
all the
Everyone's
reports.
going.
They're not taking him. This guy's not taking him. They're going this way. Mason Graham, 5th overall for the Browns. Like that's
You know what that means?
crazy. Him and
Like,
Garrett's gonna be
those were your blue chip
gross.
players. Those were your
And
those were
all
your-
their DTs were old, expiring contracts. Like they needed a young, extremely talented
JB,
DT.
what are you doing this
and
for?
and this is a
JB,
great.
you can't make those noises and not
he's
speak.
making the faces.
I
He's
didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
But I'm asking, Val, are you ahead?
I mean, I'm looking at my phone.
Put the
I
phone
can't
down.
wait.
Put the phone
John
down.
cannot
Wait.
help himself. He will
Get
know what's
NFL
going on in
draft
like the
live out of our
20th
chat,
pick, and we'll be on the 15th.
Get NFL live draft out of our chat. I don't even.
I
This
did.
thing is.
Oh, I know.
this
I
thing
already
thinks
got all that. I
we're-
already got all that. You're good.
Oh, okay. This thing thinks we're a damn Stream East over here. Come on.
We will be streaming. Holla at us.
I put my phone away.
Mason Graham
He's
to Cleveland. I wonder how Browns. I want to scroll down because I really want to talk to Browns fans, but I don't want to see anything in the chat. So we'll talk about it later. I think this is again good for Myles Garrett. You get somebody that could disrupt other stuff on the offensive front and let him hopefully get some better situations on the edge. Good for him. They didn't get Abdul Carter like a lot of people thought. They didn't get Travis Hunter. I didn't think Hunter there would be the number one corner with Ward there in the first place. So good for them getting a position of need. Jay Rich, you said they were old as dust at the tackle spot, so good move for them.
Yep. Yeah. They had a lot of old players at DT. So this is big because they didn't really address it in free agency. I remember we were talking about them during like the recap shows, and it was always, what are they going to do in that spot? But yeah, they needed tackles. But now 6. Raiders on the clock.
Genty, right?
Ashton Genty's available.
It's got to be Genty, right?
Yes.
It's got to be Genty, right?
Absolutely.
Probably.
I'm going to keep saying Genty until he actually gets
How
drafted.
many of those
everything
told
us
those
Genty.
mocks that we believed he was going to the just blown picks? Listening to the experts at the end. Oh,
yeah, the top 6. If it's Genty, it's the top 6 of like the last 3 days up until yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I was
when
gonna
all of a
say.
sudden Jacksonville was taking him.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, man. Mason Graham is a good pick.
I really like Graham to Cleveland. That's a good pick, man. He feels like a good Brown. He feels like a good Brown player.
So do we have a round of Genties here at 6?
Do we have a round of Genties? Yeah, I'm going Genty. Who else is going Genty at 6?
I think it's
Everybody?
probably Genty.
It's got to be, right? It's got to be.
I want it to be.
I put a tackle there in most of my projections.
I put a tackle there too.
I tackle there too. Genty wasn't supposed to still be there.
Yeah, y'all had me believing Genty was going to the Jags.
Nah, you sold me that dream, Ray. You sold me Genty to the Jags.
Get the I didn't sell you anything, dude. I didn't sell you a damn thing.
Oh my god, man. But Cleveland, though, extra draft capital.
Terrell said
there's a lot of Bears fans
next year. That Mason Graham pick solidified them pick because he's probably not adding.
Myles
many wins
Garrett's
got
to be ecstatic right now.
Yeah,
ecstatic.
He add many wins
with that
to your
plan
team.
that they got.
Yeah, they're going 101 next year. They're tanking for that Garrett Nussmeier.
That Alar.
Oh, that
Wait a minute.
Alar. Oh,
That Drew Alar.
think about that Alar next year.
Oh wait, it's the Raiders. They're going Membo.
I hope they go Mimbu or Banks. I have both of them. I have no Genty to the Raiders. I've got no Genty to the Raiders.
Yeah, I changed it. It's Membo. And then it'll be.
Did you change that with new information or?
Absolutely no. I have no information. As
Put that Raiders hat on real quick.
Yeah.
Wait, where's the boys hat?
Huh?
Where's the boys hat at? Need that for later.
I will not put it on. No helmet. No Cowboys helmet. No Cowboys hat. Nothing. No Cowboys. Nothing.
What pick would have you putting on the helmet? That's what I need to know. Ted would do it. Ted would do it.
No.
You say it's golden, but Ted would do it.
Ashton Genty is the pick. It is Ashton.
Man,
just crazy.
Genty.
Oh, that's awesome.
You all listen to those lying draft. Todd McShay.
Doesn't know shit.
Todd McShay. In the Raiders land, Ashton Genty, number 6 overall. This team, I believe they were dead last in rushing last year, one of the worst rushing offenses last year. A lot of people from the Raider fan base say this team was not an Ashton Genty away. This team is not ready for Ashton Genty, but Pete Carroll, Chip Bayless, Chip Kelly, they're gonna run the damn ball. With Geno Smith, they're going to run the damn ball. That's what they're gonna do. So Ashton Genty here. I know we got excited about Jacksonville for like 72 hours, but back to reality. Las Vegas, JB, how we feeling? Same way you felt the entire process?
I love the spot. I see the comment, the question, who's the 101 in Superflex rookie drafts, has not changed. Have not strayed at all. Ashton Genty. You could look at this situation and say, well, it's not a great landing spot, but it's going to be a situation where there's going to be far more efficiency than we saw last year. Geno Smith coming in. Is he a world beater by any means? No, but we saw the problems he was able to alleviate when he was in Seattle, with the offensive line problems. Now you're starting to get this offense shaping up a little bit. You have Geno, Genty, Brock, Jacoby. It's not a bad group of skill players, not a bad group at all. So I like the move, even though they may not be an Ashton Genty away.
Right.
You look at him, he's going to hit 70% of the rushing market share, the running back opportunities. Barring injury, I think he's going to have a fantastic season and obviously going to be somebody that I'm happy to invest in, whether it's a startup, whether it's rookie drafts. I like the pick with Ashton Genty.
So Marshawn Lynch had 22 opportunities a game under Pete Carroll back in 2011 through 2014. Genty's going to get absolutely every last inch of the ball that he can take.
Man.
What?
Every inch of the ball. Wow. Shane. All
yeah.
right.
Every inch of
That's
the ball.
deep.
But,
It's deep.
but you guys got to get your mind
That's
out of the
deep.
gutter. Jesus. He's going to touch the ball
Ray
a lot.
stoically responds
he's
and then
gonna
just
touch the
adds
ball a lot.
fuel to the fire with the that's
Touch-
deep.
He's going to touch up NFL Draft Live back in here. Dude, Genty is going to touch the ball as much as we want to, dude. It's not even close. He was the 101 no matter where he landed, but he's even the 101 harder now. Maybe you could maybe moving the 101, you could get the deal that the Browns just got for the 102 when they moved it to the Jags. Try to make that deal in real life to move the 101.
I'm going to say this, man. I know people are saying they don't like the spot, right? And my wife said, likes looking funny, run him up. My wife said it, not me. Wifey in the building. We sat on the stream last year, and people said the same thing about Brock Bowers. Absolutely hated it. Oh, my God. Awful spot. Yada, yada, yada. I'm not worried about it, man. Like, Chip Kelly, Pete Carroll, they draft this kid 6th overall. He's been the RB1 throughout the process. I feel nothing. He's 101, JB, for me, man.
And look at the guys that have gone top 10, top 12. Bijan Robinson, Saquon Barkley, Ezekiel Elliott, Jahmyr Gibbs was floating around right after the top 10. Like, these guys are going to get opportunities. And, I don't think it's unreasonable to think in PPR formats, 18-ish points with the ceiling to go higher. So, Scott, I have a question for you because we talked about this in the Discord a little bit. 101 or let's say 104 in a random 26 first, 12-team super flex tight end premium, typical start 10.
I mean, with what we know right now, because we only have
what we know right now,
7 picks off the board. I mean, you're trading away a volatile asset and a future flexibility of a pick for, a first-round startup pick. Whether somebody wants to take him at the back half or the front half of a startup, that's your decision. But he's comfortably, top 10, top 15, no matter how much people value quarterbacks and receivers. So, yeah, and I think you can build your team around him. That's the thing, is you can build your team around Genty. I mean, we looked at, there's not a safer bet than a running back that goes where he just went. In terms of, you're not going to bust. Unless he gets injured, has some catastrophic injury, you're not going to bust. Now, we're pretty terrible at just saying to guys, you mentioned 18 points per game, maybe higher. We're not great at saying what running backs are going to break the league. You know what I mean? But we're good at saying this is going to be a top 12 running back. So just be careful. But yeah, I mean, he's RB 2 or 3 in Dynasty? You can argue him over Gibbs, to be honest. Easily. You could.
Easily is a strong
I saw a
word.
pick. No, I'm shaking my head because I saw a damn pick, man.
Oh.
God dog it.
Come on, Ray.
I know.
What the heck?
Expect better.
Shame. I was just trying to find some. Yeah, I know.
Top 3 in touches year
we have
one.
to kick Ray for we're kick Ray from the stream for Tippin's picks.
That's
Scott.
weak sauce by me. Absolute weak sauce. All right.
Scott, going back a couple years ago, right? We were on the your team ain't ready for Bijan, don't draft Bijan train, right? Like, I think we were like the conductors of it. And I think both of us have kind of changed our tune over the last, I don't know, was that 2 years? Is there a reason other than we just realized, look, is it more that the Dynasty game's more short term? So we're really not that concerned?
I mean, let's be honest, Shane. If your team sucks and you're holding the 101, someone offers you the 104 and a future first, that's a tough deal to turn around or turn down if that's where your team is. You know what I mean? That's probably the best deal you're going to get unless you have a plan, unless you go, you know what, I'm not going to accept that. I'm going to draft Genty, and then I'm going to wait it out a little bit to see if there's an even better deal that comes up. But you have to do the analysis of, is there going to be a better deal that comes up? Because from a process standpoint, like, Mitch, is anyone offering you more than the 104 and a 26 first? Ever?
In this class, maybe. Because he was the 104 right now. So that's kind of the problem. Are you going to... I was saying Travis Hunter's, early in my 104. Am I willing to move that pick and my 26 first, thinking how much Genty is going to make my team more competitive in Dynasty? I mean, even best ball, I'm looking at him as a first-round draft pick now. And so for me, I'm all about building around really young running backs in Dynasty, in fantasy, and everything. I believe in the hero RB approach. I think it works extremely well. And so going back to last year, I built around Gibbs. Hall didn't work out great, but have a lot of Hall on my teams, and Genty's right there for me. I don't care if you like Bijan more, Gibbs more, doesn't matter to me at all. But as far as who I want to build my Dynasty teams around, it's those young running backs, because no matter what, I can always trade them.
Jets pick is in, y'all. Jets go trenches.
Let's
trenches
go
for the Jets.
Armand Membu. Okay.
That's awesome for Justin Fields.
Membu to the Jets. Last year, I believe they took Olu Fashanu, the tackle out of Penn State, in round 1. So now you've got Fashanu. Remember, if you guys missed it, Tyron Smith is no longer in New York. Tyron Smith was in New York last year, came over from Dallas, no longer there. So they went Olu Fashanu last year. Now they take Armand Membu, who looks in profiles like a right tackle, Fashanu a left tackle. I don't know if they're going to move him, from guard, tackle, whatever it is. But Justin Fields, they're protecting their investment. And I like this, right? Yes, I wanted Tyler Warren there. I thought they could upgrade the tight end position, but this tight end class is deep. You got Arroyo that you can grab in the second. Maybe Mason Taylor will be there when they're picking, I believe, 41st or 42nd overall in the second round. This is good for Justin Fields, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's better than them drafting a running back and then trying to move some sort of Breece Hall trade or something like that. But, I mean, I think anything they did here was probably going to be good for Justin Fields. But
outside of drafting another running back.
Or moving back and taking a quarterback or something like that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ray. This is one of those where, you already know if you have Fields, you're probably looking at a year of mercenary production. He's hard to trade because I don't think really anybody has belief that, he's going to be the guy past next year, and next year probably looks volatile in terms of he only signed a 2-year deal. There's not much committed to him next year. So I think people are looking at it like, what did Shane say a couple months ago? He's the running back of quarterbacks, where like he's just a 1-year bet. You'll pay the price. You're fine flushing that price down the toilet, and this certainly helps that this year's projection for Fields for sure.
Good for Fields.
I love it for Breece. Yeah, love it for Breece. Absolutely.
Talk about that with Breece. Talk about that with Breece, man.
Breece, I've been trying to scoop up cheaply, right? Because just the bitter taste people had towards Breece has just been insane since the end of the season. Oh, okay. Let's go. Stop tipping picks. Anyway,
I looked in the chat too.
Stop tipping picks.
1.2K on YouTube right now, and we are approaching 8,000 across all streaming platforms. 1,500 on YouTube. Shout out to all of y'all.
Hit the like button, guys. Come on,
button, man. Come on, run that joint up. Hit that up. Appreciate y'all being in the building, pulling up with us. And we are what's 100 minus 12? 82? 88?
88. Yeah, 88.
Definitely not 82. 88.
Right, mathing like me over there.
We are 88 subscribers away from 5K on DDFFB. So if you're here, these guys that you see around the screen, I know you know the Triple Down King, Jay Rich himself. from our Wake Up with Ray and Jay show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But the two gentlemen at the bottom, right underneath me and to the bottom right, JB, Mitch, and they're missing one of their other co-hosts. They are the Dynasty Theory crew. You can find their content on DDFFB, Dynasty Theory on X. Scott Connor in the orange Bengals jersey. Who you got on? Is that Burrow? Burrow or Chase?
Jay Shiesty. It's no, it's Jamar.
Oh, it's Jamar. Jamar Chase. Scott Connor, bottom left. Y'all know he is Charles Chill FFB. And then Shane Manila. Shane is the worst. They are all our main content creators on DDFFB along with Ty DeClaire. We got Brandon in the background keeping us up to date. Just show them some love. Follow them. Their socials are in the comments or in the video description. But make sure you subscribe to DDFFB immediately following this draft stream tonight. This crew will be leading the fantasy football charge. All things fantasy. We ain't talking about no damn Mimbu and Mason Graham over there. It's straight rookie players. And what are we doing from a fantasy football perspective? That will be live tonight. We're doing shows. JB, tomorrow, are we doing anything during the day on DDFFB?
Yeah, we got 2 shows. We got Manic and Chill at noon, 12 o'clock Eastern. Dynasty Theory, 3 o'clock Eastern. We got live content coming at you Saturday and Sunday on the DDFFB YouTube channel.
There it is. There it is. So Mimbu 7th overall, and I'm going to just assume y'all saw who Carolina takes at 8. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to know. I want to be surprised. I want to be surprised.
Pick us in.
It's gonna get you.
They've been dragging this thing on, man. The pick is in. They say it's 10-minute timer, but it still feels like 15, like the old days. Still feels like 15 minutes. Still does.
Crazy.
Mimbu to the Jets. No Kelvin Banks. See what I'm saying? The closer you get to the draft, here are the things that you were hearing from the experts that were etched in stone. Kelvin Banks, tackle 1 to the Raiders. Ashton Genty, locked and loaded number. Every pick other than the consensus stuff has been wrong. All the McShay stuff that got thrown out there at the end has been flat ass wrong so far, right? All of it.
Yeah,
all of it.
I'm gonna unsubscribe to his podcast now.
I'm not telling you to do that.
I thought I was getting some.
I'm not telling you to do that. But I'm just. It just goes to show the variance of how little we all know. You know, we probably know a lot about the play style of these guys, but where they land and what teams are going to do on these boards. Oh, this is the consensus board and the damn consensus board. Every team, all 32 teams got their own consensus board. You know, just that's the beauty of this process. And that's why I just want to enjoy being surprised with the picks.
And Ray, I'm going to give you props. I just want to say this. I'll definitely learn this year. I'm going to give you props for stepping into the NFL draft world and trying to project that along with all these other people that have been doing it for years and years and years. And the funny thing, I like McShay. This isn't a specific on him, but he's an entertainer. His podcast is talking about stuff that he's hearing. Yet I just read a thing. Andrew Berry came out and said that Jags deal has been going on for over 2 weeks. We didn't hear a damn word about it until 10 minutes before the draft, right? So do you really think people are out there? I mean, yeah, there's people that talk and, you know, you get in the bar, restaurant, and you're shooting the shit with somebody, but like, you really think people are leaking to guys like Todd McShay that they're working on that deal between the Jags and the Browns? Like, there's a lot of entertainment that goes into this, and then when it comes down to it, teams often go.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be damned.
Baby. I'll get off my soapbox and go with this.
No.
We'll
get back on
relevant.
No. The soapbox stays, but the pick is in, and I'll be damned. Jay Rich.
I love it.
Who's the pick?
Tedero McMillan, wide receiver out of Arizona, pick number 8 to the Carolina Panthers.
Rip up all your fucking mock draft ADP.
Right.
Ted Flying at Baltimore at 27. The player who was mocked to Carolina in January. The player that was mocked to Carolina in February. It all shifted after the combine. He falls out of favor. Can't take him top 10, right? I didn't mock him there anymore. There wasn't a single mock after the combine where I had Ted to Carolina. And what did the Panthers do? They the hell with Jalen Walker, Michael Williams, Ted McMillan at 8. I am shocked.
Do you like it though?
I'm shocked and ashamed. I'm ashamed because we all know they needed another goddamn receiver. I'm ashamed because that had been the common pick for so long. And I'm also ashamed that in the mock draft challenge, and not one time that I mocked Ted to Carolina. How we feeling? This got to be great for Bryce, right?
Great for
But is it
Bryce.
great for him?
rookie.
It's great.
No, I was just going to ask.
Absolutely great for him.
I was going to ask Mitch first.
Um,
Mitch is not a fan of necessarily Ted McMillan, but is it Ted or Travis Hunter now?
Oh, it's Travis Hunter for me.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not even
just real quick, because you guys are super dismissive. Both are top 10 picks, right? One of them wouldn't have been a top 10 pick if he didn't also play cornerback. And one of those is no doubt about it, wide receiver 1 stepping onto the field tomorrow. Probably not tomorrow. Since
it's if you think he's the wide receiver 1, but I
Jalen
again, he's got
to keep him off
Hey,
the
they
field.
just drafted him in the top 10. Similar capital to his most.
Plenty of players can be drafted, but plenty of players can get drafted high, be put in the spot, and not be able to live up to that role in the NFL. Like, just because you think he's an X, because he's 6'4", an ideal size, doesn't mean that he's going to be the player that you think he can be.
He's the one. He said he's the one, not that he's
not
the
for me. It's like
said he is the best option on the team, bar none, and I can't argue. And he has top 10 capital.
Does he out target Adam Thielen?
Absolutely.
I would say absolutely not. Absolutely not. If healthy,
I will bet you.
Absolutely not.
I'll bet you
if
something.
healthy.
Absolutely
If healthy.
not.
I will bet you fruit strips.
No, you can't do the if healthy thing. You can't do the if healthy thing because what comes with Adam Thielen is his age and the injury risk. So, I cannot gloss over the fact that this was the pick for months, and I have not mocked Tet to Carolina since the stuff after the combine, right? Oh, he doesn't run, wasn't that fast, and then everybody said he's falling out. Not New England at 4, didn't go that high, but Carolina at 8. I think this is, now that it has happened, this is, I think Tet comes in and he's right there with Thielen. Whether he out-targets Thielen or not, I think he's a more viable option than Coker and Xavier Legette. Both of them.
Xavier Legette. You should have been moving Xavier Legette as soon as the season ended last year for anything if people were willing to pay to you for him. The thing about Tet, right? So let's just say 3 months ago you fell into a coma, right? Ate too many fruit snacks, had a sugar diabetes coma, and you woke up today and he was drafted top 8. Nothing's changed for you. Literally,
you wouldn't bat an eye.
Like, yeah, you're not surprised at all. You're like, yeah, that makes 100% sense. What are you talking about? Of course he's a top 10 pick because that's what he was when I went into my coma. Why wouldn't he be when I woke up from my coma? Because you didn't hear all the bullshit stuff in the middle of it. You know what I mean? You didn't hear all that. And that's kind of what.
Why it was.
Well, to your point when you were talking earlier, this is all disinformation campaign. You know what I mean? What we hear on these podcasts is a disinformation campaign because they are putting things out there. League people, they're putting stuff out there they want people to hear. You know, to your point, you're not going to put stuff out there you don't want people to hear. You're putting stuff out there that you want to put, you know, thoughts in people's brains that you're not going one way when you are.
ADV check. Saints pick is in, but what I'm going to do moving forward is I'm going to go to NFL.com, click on like the pick of the player, and I just want to see what people are saying about the pick. And a lot of things is great. Dude's going to kill it. Great pick by Carolina. Bryce is going to win 5 Super Bowls. I mean, I think that's a little, outlandish, but how do you feel about this? Who's going to throw the ball? Could have had Sanders. Huge mistake. Good pick with Xavier. Could be nasty. Seems like the sentiment, let's effing go. McMillan, baby. Seems pretty, people are excited about this pick from Carolina. Saints pick is in. 9th pick. Come on, Jackson Dart from my mock. Oh God. Wrong.
Nope.
Wrong.
Nope.
Wrong. Kelvin Banks, tackle out of Texas.
Good pick, man.
Oh, We are going to get some intrigue, fellas. Kelvin Banks goes to the New Orleans Saints. Big Kelvin Banks, tackle out of Texas. Saints, I believe, Jay Rich, going into didn't they lose like 2-3 starting offensive linemen going into last year? So that was a That was a problem, right?
Yeah, and Trevor Penning's been awful. They didn't even pick up his option, so he has his last year on the team. And then Kelvin Banks may even take his spot at left tackle. So there's definitely, this is what we've been looking at. We said D-line, potentially if the O-line gets drafted higher, which they haven't to this point. Kelvin Banks still available. He's taken at 9. This is one of those things for me. Going into the process, you thought it could be Michael, you thought it could be Walker. Obviously, both are still available, but if Banks was there, it seemed like they would take him. It's just no one, I guess, in the past 24 hours, 48 hours thought Banks would be there. So I'm not really surprised by the pick. I think it's a great one by New Orleans.
Oh, man. Derek Carr's still there. Remember, the report today was that I read no chance the Saints pass on Jackson Dart if he's there at 9.
Womp, womp, womp.
When you're doing these mocks, probably the last couple of days, you should just do this. just close your ears. Scott, go back to the soapbox, because it's not a soapbox, but I do want you to finish up the point that you were making about, going through that process and just what you noticed, because I think you paid a little more attention to the NFL draft space too. I mean, kind of had no choice. More people are talking about it. So finish up on that point. That was a good point. Bears pick is in too.
Yeah, I mean, the chat actually had some good comments about it too. There's the NFL in general and covering things the way that it's covered today with the draft, and there's a lot more content out there, podcasts out there talking about team building and talking about cap impact and positional value and things like that. But a lot of it we hear is just opinion. And when it comes to the draft, like, yeah, there are people that are plugged in, people like Daniel Jeremiah, who is a commentator for a team, you know what I mean? So when he says something about that team, you kind of have to think, okay, he's probably talked to people pretty close to the situation. But even them, are they really going to leak one of the biggest draft names out there? Anything that's actually happening? Or is some of it going to be true, but not fully true because we know there's something else we want to keep in our back pocket? So just remember it's entertainment. I mean, real quick to Ted McMillan, Ray, to your point, like this from the get-go was the best receiver in the class. He has the best profile in this class, and he just went in the top 10. And it's very interesting how there's still people in the chat going, man, it's still Hunter over Ted. And that might be fine, but like this is, and I want to ask Mitch about this. We can talk about it more on the post show. Like, this is the dream, right? The best profile receiver goes in the top 10, and people are going, man, people watch that Hunter tape and just said he's better. You know what I mean? And it's not even a comparison between the two. It's just, that it's a dream to have Tet go here. He has everything going for him other than like Jay Rich that obviously doesn't feel he can play better than Adam Thielen. So,
look, the landing spot's great. You really couldn't ask for anything more than where he went, where he's going. But if you're asking me to compare him to what I believe the ceiling of Travis Hunter is, I think Travis Hunter has a higher ceiling. That's just my personal opinion, because I don't think Tet is going to be Justin Jefferson. I don't think people comp him to Mike Evans. I don't think he's close to Mike Evans. That's just not what I see with him. He's a 6'4" guy who isn't very physical. He has a great wingspan, catches good in traffic. Don't watch him. Everyone's going to laugh about the run blocking thing, but don't watch him do it because he just gets out of the way. But when you see a 6'4" wide receiver who is supposed to be this big physical presence on the football field, I want to see that physicality on there. And so if you're asking me between the two, I'm taking Travis Hunter, thinking that, yeah, while he's not refined as the wide receiver, his ceiling is a lot higher, and I like that offense a little bit more. But does that mean that I'm not going to draft Ted McMillan? No, he's just probably my 106 instead of my 104 where I have Hunter right now, which could, of course, change the next 10 minutes with these picks.
Scott, we just talked about this in the pre-show over on DDFFB, where Mitch said, hey, where the wide receivers go, it's probably not going to shift things too much in rookie drafts. And I said, people have those preconceived notions. They have their bias. They have the player they were in on, and it is not going to matter where or when any of these guys go for them to change their mind.
And you think that's what it is, JB? You think people are? I do 100%. think the Hunter landing spot makes people more excited. I think especially once people sit down, go to sleep, some articles come out about how fruitful that number 2 role could be. I think there will be more enthusiasm, even more enthusiasm around Hunter. I really do agree with that, but it is. I mean, Carolina took
Right,
my
from a
wide
fantasy
receiver one
perspective,
at 8.
if you'd have told me Ted McMillan goes in the top 10, but we're debating whether he's the wide receiver 1, you're feeling good about your rookie picks at the top right now because what we've seen, there's 2 options that you can go either way. People are going to debate back and forth how much risk they want to take with Hunter and his role versus another receiver in the top 10, but you're feeling good, through the first 9 picks tonight that those picks are a little more valuable in that top 5 range.
And Bryce was good, right? Wasn't Bryce good towards the end of last season?
Yes, he was.
No worse than Trevor Lawrence. So you're looking at kind of an equal situation.
Up until an hour ago, we were talking about Tet possibly slipping out of the second round. We being the collective NFL draft dynasty community. And for him to land, forget about Carolina itself, but to land with a top 10 pick, like you said, Scott, dynasty managers with those first round picks, whether it's mid or late, have to be ecstatic.
Oh, that's a big pick. That's
what
a big
is it?
pick for the challenge.
I'm just going to say this, right before you say the pick.
Tight end, Colston Loveland, baby.
Now the
Colston
draft
Loveland over Tyler Warren.
Now the draft is moving.
Now what?
There we go.
10.
Let's go, Matt Miller, my guy.
Wait, Shane and Mitch, we just did a mock over a couple days ago.
Yeah, I picked Loveland first.
Shane took
and
Loveland
everyone
first.
Came at my throat. So
there was a comment in the chat. Loveland over Warren is a joke.
Ooh.
Well, where are we now? Where are we now? Especially if Warren lands.
Caleb! Hey.
Shane, take that victory lap.
I'm just saying, I might know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
I might know a little something.
You
little
talk
something.
Give us the rundown on
Take that
Colston
lap
Loveland.
too, Mitch.
Give us saying all you. Give us the rundown, baby.
Look, so it's as simple as he's the best receiving tight end in this class, right? Mm-hmm. He has been produced compared to Warren. Warren needed a senior season, a fifth-year senior season before he could even produce in college. And I like Warren, but between the two, it was clear that the league preferred Loveland. It was. Now again, I'm saying the
fucking
league.
wasn't.
Meanwhile, they've been lying to me. For everything else. No, dude, I moved Loveland up over Warren a while ago. And by a while, I mean at least a week. So last week I picked him. I had no problem with it. I love it for Caleb. Absolutely love it for Caleb, right? He goes with Ben Johnson. He's got his Laporta. It's a perfect marriage. I
Dallas is taking Tyler Warren, y'all. They're going to take Tyler Warren.
The Giants?
I think Dallas is going to do it. I've talked about it before. I think Dallas is going to do it. We're almost at 9,000 watching, man. We're not even halfway through the draft.
Jeez.
Real talk. Screw everything else, man. Round of applause for the people in the chat, man. They could be anywhere else. Like, honestly, y'all could be anywhere else watching anything else. And you're right here with us. No fancy graphics, just talking ball, talking fantasy. So, like, round of applause to you. Thank y'all for giving us some of your time. I really do appreciate it because I promise you we ain't doing this for ourselves to listen to later on because we want to provide entertainment and actionable content for y'all. That's what our whole crew is about. Actionable and entertaining. So thank y'all. Almost 10,000 in the building. We were pushing hard to get 10K last year, and it's just we're cruising, man. We're on the highway. I got cruise control on, and we're rolling, baby. We're rolling. So Colston Loveland at 10. The weapons that Caleb Williams has at his disposal now is an improved offensive front. They spent all free agency upgrading their offensive line. Jay Rich, we talked about that so much on Wake Up, the moves that Poles did to improve the offensive front. You've got Rome Odunze, a second-year player who people think are going to ascend in year 2. You've got DJ Moore on the roster. They've got Cole Kmet. You add a Colston Loveland. Is Keenan Allen there or no? Is Allen back or Keenan Allen?
Nope.
Keenan Allen is not there.
Unsigned.
So this is
it's a good offense.
Caleb Williams.
Yeah,
we're talking about the Mitch, we've been talking about how good this is for T-Law. How good can a second tight end be for Caleb Williams, Mitch?
Caleb Williams has the talent, and we always talk about the top 6 to 7 quarterbacks in Dynasty, and it's how hard it is for someone to break into that. Caleb has the talent to do it. He has the playmakers around him to do it. We should believe Ben Johnson is good enough to make this happen. They did what they could to rebuild the offensive line as much as they could. I mean, we could see one of these top 7 guys drop out. We could see him move in. I know there's a lot of people who don't like Caleb because he paints his fingernails, and for whatever reason, right? It's just what people choose to hate on him for. But even as a rookie, he put up really good stats for what was out there in that offensive line that he was dealing with and that coaching staff he was dealing with. Now there's no excuses. Now he has literally everything you could possibly want. I don't know how many quarterbacks in the league are walking in with that much talent around him week 1. Sky's the limit. I mean, good for him, man.
I'm just moving Cole Kmet down my tiers a little bit here.
A little
JB,
bit.
Okay.
I was gonna say,
Cole
I had
Kmet.
I had a couple trade offers earlier, and I was debating between who's gonna get sunk because I literally put a tight end in this spot in a couple of the mocks.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it was between, do I want to buy a little Cole Kmet or do I want to buy a little DeAndre Swift? I accepted the Swift trade right after Genty went. You know what I mean? Because I feel like the Bears are probably going to take a running back, but taking Genty was a death knell for Swift. Whereas if they take one in round 2 or round 3, like it's not over with. But it's just interesting how from a fantasy perspective, like, I mean, Cole Kmet is what? What do you do? He's just stuck on your roster. Is there even anything you can do, Shane? JB, is there anything you moved him down, but like you moved him down into like, what do I do with the roster spot?
Can I get a
now?
4th?
And we can talk about the theory behind how to play it.
Give me Fab, a 4th.
In a heavier tight end premium league, you could.
Hey,
still
is there any crazy world where Dallas entertains Shador?
Oh God,
no, but that would be fun.
Jay Rick.
Yes.
For the purposes
Ray.
of this stream,
Ray, why?
yes.
Why?
That would be
The money,
amazing.
baby. The money.
Dak's got a no trade clause. He's got a
Dak's
no trade
going
clause.
to Dak to Pittsburgh.
He's got a no trade. He's got a no trade clause.
Or Dallas.
If the Cowboys did that, Dak would say, "I'm going to my grave with that no trade clause. I'm just sitting on it forever."
Colston Loveland went 10th overall ahead of Tyler Warren. I mean, I know
It
Shane
sets
is
up
saying
Warren
like
to the
he's known
Colts.
It,
It sets it up.
It's setting up for Warren
And
to the
Warren's
Colts.
been going to the Colts.
No,
For how long?
No.
He's
Please
where's
don't.
number 44? Dallas Clark.
No, please don't. Please
All
don't.
right, San Francisco picks in. I don't know who I had. I know in one of the mocks I put
Michael
Jalen
for me.
Walker here. I think I had Mason.
I mean, he's
Graham.
available, right?
Jalen Walker's
I had Walker
available.
in
You
two
got
of them.
Michael.
Michael's available.
I don't think there's a lineman for Purdy here that you take. Zabel Booker.
Unless it's Zabel.
If they snipe Dallas,
Jeremiah had him taking Zabel at 11, which that's the highest I've seen him. That's crazy high.
Honestly, Ray, the way this mock's gone, it's probably Will Johnson.
I had that as my pick for a long time.
As like the high-end corner,
Will Johnson.
right?
Will Johnson was my pick for Frisco for a long time. And then all the stuff, the injuries and fall out of the
and he
goddamn
dropped
first
him.
round. Here we go. The
Yep.
pick is in. I'm very curious because San Francisco feels like a team that shouldn't be picking at 11. So this kind of feels like a luxury pick for them. Let's see what they do. Let's see what they do. I'm going to say Jalen Walker. I don't know. I'm going to say Jalen Walker.
I want to say Walter Nolan.
You're going to go Walter Nolan? Any other final guesses? JB already knows the next 5 picks.
I'm sending a message in the Discord. I'm sending a message in the Discord. I'm not lost.
All right.
Okay.
Michael.
Williams.
Okay.
That's a good pick.
Good pick.
Ooh, Michael.
Michael.
We're cooking in the draft challenge now.
I am not cooking at all, dude. Not at all. Michael Williams, edge rusher out of Georgia. Out of Georgia. So San Francisco.
Michael before Walker, Ray. So back to, the early days when he was a top potential draft pick. Now all of a sudden he's the top edge out of Georgia. But
you know who's
Can we get Walker dropping to Cincy? Please, that would be
Scott. Look at all these edge rushers
man.
dropping. You may get your choice of whoever you want.
Dude, that was the Williams
could
and
even
Walker
trade
were
up.
the two that I'm sitting here thinking are never going to happen. But
It's a great pick. This is such a good pick.
This is such a good pick.
Next to Nick Bosa and San Francisco, they got a litany of picks like round 3, 4, 5. They'll probably get some other big defensive tackle, Tim Smith from Alabama, J.J. Pegues from Ole Miss to plug up the middle. You know they lost Hargrave and Kinlaw. This is Robert Saleh right now with Bosa on one side, Michael, you've got Fred Warner, defensive back. This is I had him going 10th to Chicago. The Cowboys pick is in already. Lord have mercy.
What are they doing, Ray?
This
is your
Golden,
time to
come on
shine.
down.
You have the floor. What are they doing? Gut feel.
Tets
Not
off the
what your
board.
draft head says, but what as a fan and a draft head, is it different or the same?
As a fan, pure beans, hopium pick. Tyler Warren. Just take Tyler Warren. Fan, pure beans, straight hopium. Tyler Warren. Gut and heart. It's Golden or it's a lineman. It's Golden
Grace
or a
Abel?
lineman. Fingers crossed is Jalen Walker. Him and Micah Parsons.
I was thinking the same thing, man. Jalen Walker.
Fingers crossed it's Jalen Walker, but I
That's
don't know,
Jerry's
man.
plan was to leverage against Micah with that pick.
Watch it be fucking Shador, dude. Watch it be. Watch it. Any thoughts here on Dallas? I know Shane doesn't care. Shane couldn't care less about Dallas.
It's been Golden has been the one everyone puts here, but
I
that was
want
also
Golden
factoring
there.
in that Ket was available and he's not. So I mean, does this make it more likely they go Golden?
In theory, it should be. In theory, right?
If they
'Cause in
wanted a
theory, they need
receiver, yeah.
second.
If
Yeah.
they really
Here we
want a
go.
receiver. Here we
I
go.
would love for it to be Golden.
Oh,
Go hat, not helmet.
Whoa.
Ooh, okay, Ray. Okay. You can take the hat off.
Ray does not like this
Alabama
one.
guard
This is the highest
Tyler
I've seen. This is the
Walker.
highest I saw him mocked.
There was the rumors were flying late last night, early today. Could Dallas be in play at guard? Ray, my dear friend, I would like to welcome you to the offensive line in the first round club. The Pats, the Saints, the Jets, and now your Dallas Cowboys, Tyler Booker, guard out of Alabama. How you doing? Oh, he's going to Marcus motion. Marcus is gonna be. He's got to be pissed. He's gonna be so pissed.
Ooh.
Ah, man.
Unathletic
What's up,
guard
Aaron?
in the top 12. Damn.
They just find new ways to hurt Ray every year. New and fun ways. It's not the same way every year. I appreciate that about the Cowboys, man.
No, this is just. I mean, I got nothing, man. I got nothing.
I was thinking, Booker to the Lions at 28, 29. That's a good pick. Yeah, this works too, I guess.
I mean, they hurt Ray last year by taking a Tyler he didn't want on the offensive line in the first, and they just did it again, but with a pick that was twice as valuable.
Yeah.
When I heard Tyler,
at a less leveraged
when I heard
position.
Tyler, I got a little excited, and then I heard Booker, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
I don't know why I do this every. From now on, anytime Dallas picks on day one, I'm going away. Like I'm going off the stream. I'm not looking. I'll say this. I guess the good for Dak Prescott. They lost Zach Martin. He retired. Good for Dak. Good for Dak. And I asked this question earlier with Abdul Carter in New York and what Philadelphia has been able to assemble up front, that there's no way they could have gone into the season and thought that Dak would be successful with Cooper Beebe and Bryce Hoffman and no right. Like they have to address it. So yeah, man, Tyler Booker. All that's happening right now are very good players are getting pushed down the board. Like very good players are getting pushed down the board right now.
I am pumped. Cincy in 5 picks. I'm sitting here going, there's 3 of the players I didn't think would potentially be
Tyler
there.
Warren. You were talking tight end in the Discord earlier today.
Listen, I thought if it was going to be a tight end, it would be Loveland that they
I gotta
would
get
go
a drink.
after,
I'll be right back, man. I gotta get a drink. I'll be back. I gotta get a drink. Well, let's see who the Dolphins. Watch the Dolphins take Tyler.
This
Warren
would be fun if it's
Will
Jackson
Johnson
Dart.
Somebody good. Let's just watch. I don't understand why they have to do this every single season, right? You're picking 12th overall. Make a solid. I don't know why.
It gives you time to go to the bathroom, right? Get a drink of water.
Yeah, you do need
to on that
that's
for a
true.
couple more minutes.
Let me just see Miami's pick, and then I'll be out. I just don't know.
Right.
Sometimes, man, you know.
Right, but yeah, look, like Scott's saying, look at some of us. Our teams keep making good picks, so we can never leave. You know what I mean? We don't get a break because our teams don't make bad picks like yours, and we don't need time to collect ourselves. So it's a good thing for you in the long run.
10,000 people in the building, man. Tyler Booker got us there. Tyler Booker got us to 10,000 in the building. We got 10,000 in the building watching us, man. I am, let me screenshot this for all the good people out there. 10K in the building. We do it again. Another year. Shout out. But that's just the start. I want 15. I want 15,000. We get 15,000. Like, what's the Ashton Hall? We did 10,000. We got to do 20 now. Got to do 20, Jay Rich. Got to do 20. Look at Booker, man. Booker's excited. I like the enthusiasm, right? He's a good player. He's a road grading guard. Jordan Reed talked about him, Jay Rich, early in the process about being just a monster of a man. They have hit lately. Offensive line Guyton needs to work out. And I'll just say this. I know JB, they are the dirtiest of the dirty. But I tweeted out today, what I've been hearing is Dallas is very comfortable with their running back room of Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams with a healthy Dak and with an improved offensive line. They're good enough, right? Not all pros. They're not going to go to a Pro Bowl, but they're good enough. Just like Rico Dowdle was good enough last year. I think there's a real world where we've been hyping up Dallas to get Travion Henderson. They don't take a damn running back to the 5th, 6th round. And then when they do, it's LaQuint Allen. You know what I mean? It's one of the ones that we haven't even discussed. Tyler Booker is good for the offensive front. Tyler Booker is going to help out Dak Prescott. He's going to help open up running lanes for whoever's back there. I do need a drink though. I gotta get a. I'm trying to wait for Miami. This damn Cowboys, man. I'll be back.
And Jay, I don't know how many of your shares you're still sitting on, but this might be is there a little window for old footwork king Jonathan Mingo now? Is there a shot? There has to be
Jonathan
a wide receiver too.
Mingo.
They could still
it's probably still Jalen Tolbert, right?
They could take a receiver in round 2, but if they don't, their second option's on the roster, most likely.
Probably.
Mingo, Tolbert.
Probably. There's no one to sign, right? Even Tyler Lockett's signed.
Monte Turpin, Keenan Allen would be.
Keenan Allen, maybe.
That would be a Cowboys. Let's just bring him in and see
after the draft. Couldn't get our guy. Right?
Elijah Moore's still creeping out there.
Oh, Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen sitting out there.
Yep.
Henry Ruggs gets released soon.
But yeah, someone's going to have to catch passes in Dallas. And I think we're still trying to figure out who that second guy, even third guy is going to be, because we just don't know right
historically, Dak is a weapon elevator.
Yeah.
He just is. I mean, and he's somebody that
Jonathan Mingo, it doesn't count. Neither does
I'm not saying it's Mingo or it's Turpin.
Small the sample, Shane.
It's probably Jake Ferguson unless they take a tight end. You're just back to default of it's Jake Ferguson. He's tight end 10, and you don't like drafting him, but
why not?
I really hope they go wide receiver.
I see the Amari Cooper comment.
Amari Cooper.
Why not bring him back?
I mean,
that's where we're at, Ray. Discussing Dallas's wide receiver 2 and why they need to sign Amari Cooper back and just run it back to 2018.
What do you think?
Ray's gonna go get another drink. He'll be right back.
Yeah,
gotta stop Abdul Carter, man. It's gotta feel good to get like Travis Hunter, to get Ashton Genty, you know. Ah, man, Dallas.
But you do
How is
look.
the
You
chat
went. You
feeling? I don't even want to look at the chat now because I know the next pick is in, so I'll just wait a minute. But who's falling? I mean, I thought Jackson Dart was supposed to go 3 picks ago. That
Yeah.
didn't happen.
Yep.
Any rumors about any trades?
How far down does Matthew Golden go? This was his spot.
Arizona
Golden
is his next spot, right? Yeah, it's Arizona was the other mock spot, and after that, who knows?
JB, I mean, I don't know, man. We're about to see Arizona. I guess Arizona, JB. Let's see what Miami does. Do they protect Tua? Do they go defense? Wow. Shit.
Swear jar.
Oh,
Kenneth Grant.
I know,
Wow.
Jay. Grant.
They
Wow.
could use a defensive lineman.
Kenneth
but-
Grant.
Wow.
Well, they lost
Well,
Christian
they-
Wilkins.
to not address
Not that.
secondary, not address cornerback. That's interesting. Even there was talks of Banks if he fell, offensive line just to help Tua.
I had O-line. I had
Wow.
O-line or DB. Just about
I
every
think I had
Dolphins
DB.
pick. Just about every Dolphins
Wow.
pick.
Jalen
O-line or DB.
Slide is-
Wow.
The Jalen Walker slide continues.
Wow.
Dude, this is the draft, right? This is everyone's just we're all just thinking, right? Just like, wow. Look at
Ray,
this. I
Ray,
don't
how
even wanna-
surprised are you that Grant went ahead of Nolan and Harmon? I mean, they're different types of defensive
Not-
tackles, but
Yeah. For Harmon, I had both of those guys ahead of Harmon, so not shocked there. But for Grant to go this high, I didn't think that he was the disruptive guy next to Mason Graham. He can get active and he's athletic, but I didn't think he was that type of D tackle. So to see him go here shows that Miami really believed a lot in him, and they're probably looking around at their division saying that, yeah, we need somebody that's going to create some chaos up front for us. So this is a position that Miami, they lost Christian Wilkins. They've had issues on the edge, on the outside. So build from the trenches. It's an interesting move. It's a good pick. It's a very good. It's a good player. I'll say that. I don't know if it's going to be a good pick, but Kenneth Grant is a really good player. I'm not shocked to see him to go ahead of Harmon. I'm shocked to see him go 13th. I haven't seen him this high. I haven't seen him this high in any mock, Jay Rich. Now we've looked at a lot and we've done a lot.
I was going to say, Ray, if I remember, it's probably around combine time, maybe late February, when we started to hear, obviously, Mason Graham was already kind of pegged in that 5 spot, but we heard a lot about how Kenneth Grant was a lot closer in the evaluation to Mason Graham. It wasn't going to be this wide gap between the two. And then after a few months, people started to like Walter Nolan more, and he kind of just fell down the board a little bit. But this is kind of where he was initially. There was always the thought that, yeah, Mason Graham is extremely talented, but Kenneth Grant could be potentially even better. And so I'm not entirely shocked, but definitely with where he was pegged recently, we saw him late first round, maybe even falling to the second round in some mocks.
Here we go,
he's
Colts.
Very good pick for him here. Very
Colts
good pick.
with the 14th pick. Now we're picking it up.
there it is.
There it is.
We
There
talked
it
about
is.
we talked about how people felt about these prospects
Tyler Warren.
prior to draft capital and prior to landing spots. Again, the people that were big on Tyler Warren, are they going to stick with him?
Look at the
over
ADV.
Colton Loveland?
Look at the ADV.
What a steal.
I know. Scott, I'm going to give you the floor. I know. A-Rich, not good. I get it. I kind of don't care, man. I kind of don't care. It's Tyler Warren. It's Shane Steichen. I don't know where I will take him. I don't have the conviction yet to say, JB, this is where he's at. But I kind of don't care, man. I listen to a lot of people and I'm not comparing him to Bowers, but I listen to a lot of people tell me how awful it was, and it was great. pick 14th overall to a team that has nothing at tight end. Nothing. They have nobody there. I would argue that he might be I don't know. I still am very much in on Tyler Warren as an option in Indianapolis. I don't think you could sell me right now that Colston Loveland is a much better fantasy fit, and there's way more opportunity for Loveland in Chicago. Might be better. Quality is probably a lot better, but you can't sell me that it's going to be more. There's going to be more. Somebody else. Tyler Warren to Indy. This is a mock, a team, and a player that we've talked about for a long time, and it's happened.
I'll say this.
I mean,
in the positive, right? What do we want for a tight end when they go somewhere? We want them to either be the first or second option. That is completely on board in the realm of possibility in Indianapolis. We would like it.
Pittman and Downs, though.
He's not.
I understand that. Okay. If he is what people say he is, he would be the second target. Downs is a very nice piece. He's not elite in any sense of the word.
I think he could be number
Pittman's
2, too.
nice
That's hopium, but I think he could be 2, too, Shane.
Right. So I will say that this is one of the worst landing spots that one of the things I specifically said I did not want to happen was a tight end going to Indianapolis. But again, if you're holding out hope, he could be the second option there. There's no reason he could not be the second option there. And if Anthony Richardson is as bad as we think he is, that we've seen with our eyeballs and nothing's changed, DJ will be in there. And you might not like Daniel Jones, but Evan Ingram was a top 8 tight end with him in his rookie year. So I'm just saying. I'm trying to give some positive because everyone looks so sad. Think about the positive of what could be.
Okay, little devil's advocate here, okay? I'll just ask you guys, who threw more times last season? The Detroit Lions with Ben Johnson, where Colston Loveland, with the Bears now, or the Indianapolis Colts?
The Ben Johnson.
The Colts.
I mean, I have
threw the exact same percentage of time. So, the passing,
not with Richardson, though.
It's true. That's true. But
it's a bet on Richardson. It's a bet on Richardson. But Anthony Richardson is the worst quarterback in the NFL, and he has been for the last 2 years.
Come on, man.
No. Let me finish. Statistically, he is the worst quarterback we've seen at creating fantasy points for his passing offense, period. So this is a terrible landing spot if Anthony Richardson succeeds. If he doesn't, all bets are off. I agree with Shane. We could be looking up a year from now. They have a new quarterback. One of their receivers has kind of faltered or failed. I mean, Pittman and Downs historically are 20% or more target share guys. Whether they're good or not for fantasy, they have the ability to earn the ball. But a year from now, we could be going, everything is different, and Tyler Warren is better. But that doesn't warrant right now in the Dynasty game of I care about what people are going to do in May and June and July.
Can I just why can't this be good for Anthony Richardson? Can I play?
It is.
Can I play devil's advocate?
If Anthony Richardson succeeds though as a quarterback, gets a second contract with the Colts,
I don't give a shit about
not sustainable for Tyler Warren to be an elite tight end. I'll just say that now. It's just not. There's nothing about Richardson you can say he's even going to be in the top 40% of the league in terms of feeding his fantasy weapons. It's just not.
Who's to say?
But what if it's Daniel Jones? What is his new QB?
I said it's a bet against Anthony Richardson. If you want Tyler Warren to get paid back or pay you back for what you have to spend on him, you want Anthony Richardson to fail.
Warren or Loveland right now. Warren or Loveland right now.
Loveland.
Every time.
Loveland. Yes.
Loveland, but you can talk yourself into Warren. I'm just playing the other side of it because Loveland has a lot of target competition, and there's Cole Kmet there, and they're probably going to play some 12 personnel. There's going to be target competition.
I'm a pivot off of y'all. I don't think it's just this slam dunk Loveland. I don't think
it is either.
I don't.
But
I'm with you, Mitch.
So with Richardson, the bet on him is if he does succeed, it's because he's a rushing quarterback putting his team in more advantageous situations so they could get more red zone opportunities, which should mean more points. So if Richardson is good and he does play, the Colts are going to be better offensively. Now, if he sucks, Daniel Jones is on the field, and that's going to help out Warren as it is. So I love Loveland. He's been my number one tight end from the get-go. That way, a year ago, I said he was my tight end number one in this class. But I'm not just going to be like, hey, I'm not Tyler Warren now is in the middle of the second round for me because the landing spot, he's still in the first round. Do I like as much as Loveland? No. But if people are going to make him fall down the draft board for this, I'm more than happy to buy it.
Good football player, man. He's a good football player that's going to be deployed in a multitude of ways. Wherever you're taking Loveland, how about this? I'll just say I'll trade you that spot, trade back and take Warren and be fine. I'll let you grab Loveland and I'll move back, and wherever Warren is, I'll take him and be fine. 11,000. I want 20. I'll be happy with 15, but I want 20. I'll be happy with 15, but I want 20. Everybody's saying Loveland and not close.
From a rookie draft perspective, I had them tiered together prior to the NFL draft. I have them tiered together now. If you're going to give me, I said this in the mocks, if you were going to give me half to a 9-pick, half round to 9-pick discount on Colston Loveland, that's who I was going to favor at their price. Now, if we're going to flip it and we're going to caught myself crap all over the Indy landing spot, yeah, it's not looking ideal day one. But if you're going to give me maybe 4 to 6 pick discount in tight end premium formats, give me Warren at their respective prices. And I saw a comment in the chat, well, they only threw to their tight end 70 times last year. Would you throw to a combination of Kylan Granson, Mo Alley Cox, and Andrew Ogletree, and Will Mallory?
Come on. Yeah.
70 was generous for that group.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here's the simple math, right? Just look at it. And again, I'm defending the Colts as a landing spot. How many teams third receiving option are top, 15 in anything? How many teams third receiving option? And that's at best what Loveland's going to be. And I love Loveland, but
exactly,
just go look at it. Like it's not rocket science. It's just looking at math. Just look at numbers, right? How many teams is their third option, an elite option in fantasy?
I'll just say I would not let the disdain for Richardson sway you away from opportunity and capital and talent and skill set and a coach that had a tight end. And this is one of the spots that whether you had Loveland or Warren Mock there, everybody knew that this offense was lacking a tight end. Everyone knew this was a chalk position for this team, which tells me they did not have that in the offense last year. It did not exist. Atlanta's on the clock. Jalen Walker's still on the board. It's crazy. Let's see.
Jalen Walker.
Shit.
Defensive end, Georgia.
Jalen Walker.
This is like a perfect scenario for them.
Wow.
Like absolutely perfect. How does Jalen Walker fall out of the top 10 right into Atlanta's lap?
Jay Rich, talk
That's
about
crazy,
it.
man.
That's
crazy.
Falcons fans should be like, rise the F up. Wow.
Yeah.
What a pick for this team, dude. I didn't think he'd be here.
Disruptor who has no business being there right now. No business being there. Doesn't matter.
Wow.
Crazy. This is a crazy pick. They were dreaming to get a player this good in the draft. Dreaming. Like, this is nuts. They've needed a pass rusher of his talent for 3+ years.
Scott.
And they finally got him.
Scott, the
Insane.
Bengals were this close. This close,
Insane.
man.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly didn't think they would have their choice if Nolan's still there. I'll be really bummed if they take Nolan here at 16 and get basically double sniped. But yeah, I was hoping he would fall. I mean, I've never seen him really mocked outside the top 12, 15. So to have him almost get there is kind of a little defeating.
Wow.
But.
And he's going to DC is Raheem Morris, right? Well, he's head coach.
That's the head coach.
Head coach. So, yeah, I mean, they probably know a lot about him. He stays home, stays right there in the state of Georgia to get after the quarterback. The Falcons desperately needed edge rush help. Jay Rich, what is it? Over the past 2 years, they are last in the NFL in sacks. Last 2 seasons.
Oh yeah,
Last
they've been in like the
NFL
bottom 5
sacks,
each
and
last 2 years.
by
They've
far,
been trying to
still
find
need
additions. Yeah, they're
They
terrible.
still need linebacker help. Maybe another cornerback, a receiver later in the draft. But
Yeah.
Jalen Walker, edge rusher out of Georgia. Dane Brugler has him a top 3 overall player, top 5 overall player. I had him going 8th overall in my final mock. He goes 15th to the Falcons. What a get. And think about who will be chasing around. Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield, and whatever the New Orleans Saints are pumping out. Jay, real quick, thoughts on Walker here, man?
I honestly love this pick. It's what they needed. You know, they were like minus 400 coming into the week to take a defensive lineman. We all knew they needed it, but to get a player of his talent, like I said, is just insane. Like for them to get, especially him of all the players, like it could have been Michael because he was potentially going to be mocked there as well. Like Walker is the one who I think profiles the most to Abdul Carter if like everything goes right. And they said he could be the guy that really is a steal of the draft. And the Falcons, for what they needed in the draft, this is an absolute home run pick, slam dunk. You know, they were a potential trade down candidate, and thank God they just stayed pat because this is probably better than they even expected.
And if I'm correct, Kirk Cousins is still on Atlanta, right? He has not been traded.
Currently.
Have we heard anything about Cousins on the move? Anybody?
No.
Not yet.
All right. Who's Arizona take? Is this the golden spot?
This was our
Matthew Golden.
potential golden spot, right?
People would hate that so much. It'd be their
It
would be the nail in the coffin for them to put the receiver they didn't believe in a spot where they don't like.
We don't want it. Do not want O'Marion Hampton.
Nah, Benson and Connor.
Yeah, they don't.
Benson and Connor.
Look, I'm just wish casting for fantasy purposes, right? I'm just wish casting for fantasy purposes because we've
Mason
only
Taylor.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Mason Taylor.
Get out of here, Scott. Get out.
At first, I thought, yeah, that's a good pick. I'm like, no, they got Trey McBride. What?
Highest paid tight end in the NFL
Jay
right
Rich,
now.
who's winning the mock draft challenge?
Not us.
It's pretty close. We have Eli.
I was looking good. I had a 7 for 7, and I think I whiffed on 7 straight picks.
Oh yeah, Mitch. Yeah, Mitch, you're doing well. And then Scott, you're at 8. We have 3 people at 8 right now.
Where am I at?
One
man?
is Mitch. Well, you got a bunch of entries. So yeah, you're not doing so hot actually. Scott's, to be honest, whooping your ass right now. But yeah, Scott's doing the best of all of us. He has 8. I have a 7. We have Jag has a 7. Richie has a 7. But yeah,
Jag
top people
has
have
a
8 right now.
7? What does Jag
That's
have
what I
7
said.
right?
Yeah. Because, you know what it is, right? It's some of the older mocks that people submitted like yesterday. Those ones are coming in clutch because that's when you had Graham, Genty, Membu as like your top 7.
All right.
And so they're crushing early.
Let's go back to this. This is just a random comment I found. I did not hunt this out. I'm just
suspicious.
JB, I'm just the messenger. I just clicked the things that show up. It says Ray is right. Warren will put up more points. Who outscores who? Let's just say it's Loveland's. Loveland is the co-starter with Cole Kmet. He's playing. He's out there. Tyler Warren is the starting tight end. Who outscores each other on the season?
I honestly think it's close, and I don't have the conviction to lean one way or the other.
Okay.
Whereas Scott, Scott, are you Loveland?
All right. I'm going to save this for DDFFB. I'll just say this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. These two were drafted to be top 5 tight ends.
But that's not the thing. We just crap on Warren, but like, it could be close. The scoring could be close.
Great. Loveland is tight end 9 and Warren's tight end 13. In most leagues, it doesn't matter. Zero.
Walter Nolan. Arizona.
Oh no, Scott.
Oh no. Oh no. Do you need to start drinking?
Scott, how is this happening?
There's players there. Those were the 2 I wanted, though.
Yeah.
I wanted Walker and I wanted Nolan. They're probably just going to end up taking the next guy. Mike Green, Ezra Harmon. It's fine. It's just not exciting. That's all. Not exciting.
Walter Nolan goes to Arizona. This is a player, Jay, I have maintained, even when all the experts, what do they talk about? Character concerns, Right? Oh,
Big
man.
character concerns,
Walter
yeah.
Nolan falling to the middle of the second. Walter Nolan, teams are too afraid. I've said from day one, he's a top 20 player. From the rip, top 15 player in this class. He goes 16th overall. This is a Cardinals team that invested in the defensive front in free agency. Edge rusher was a position they needed. They still need to address defensive back, but to get, and we saw him in Mobile, Jay Rich, up close and personal. Scott, were you there when they were doing the D-line drills? And I was just like, watch Walter Nolan and then watch everybody else.
Watch everyone else.
It was obvious that the speed and the juice was just there. This is a great pick for Arizona. This is a great pick for Arizona. I love this pick. Love this pick. Love this player. He's an awesome player.
And it's good for fantasy purposes from the perspective we didn't want Golden to land there.
Yes.
We didn't want the
Correct.
portion of the pie getting smaller for Harrison or McBride and then
Correct.
the player coming in.
Correct. What about this? Ray is right. Oh, that's the same one. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
I just switched the screen.
Take off the back end of that.
yeah,
And just
yeah.
keep putting it up
I
there.
literally just flipped the screen and that was on the thing. I promise that was not a setup, man.
All right, Scott, you're on the clock. What
Yeah,
do you
Scott,
think
it's
they
all
go
you,
from
Sissy.
here?
If I had to choose, I would prefer to go with just a complete home run. I think Mike Green's probably the complete home run. I just don't know if they can sell that. I just don't know if they can sell people on that being a safe pick. After their Jermaine Burton stuff, this is a problem with the Bengals. Like they have so many holes that they're now forced to take. They have no ability to go, you know what? We really like this player and we'll just make it work. Like Will Johnson's still there. They've drafted a Michigan DB 3 straight years. And he's probably the best one out of all of them. But, like, is their team really better if they draft Will Johnson? Like, he's good, but, like, they still have needs in a lot of other places. But he might be BPA if you don't buy into his knee injury stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that because they've literally taken Dax Hill, DJ Turner, and the other guys. Who am I thinking of? There's another Michigan DB. Oh, they took Chris Jenkins. Not a DB, but they like their Michigan guys, clearly. So,
Donnie, I mocked James Pierce Jr. in my final mock that I submitted for Huddle Report. I mocked him to Atlanta, man. I still was in on Pierce until I was still in on Pierce. So, who did you have first, Cincy? Mike Green, Scott?
I had Nolan in 2, Harmon in 1, Green in 1, and Will Johnson in 1. So literally Harmon, Johnson, Green are all sitting here. Those were all like the next off the board if Nolan and
Can I ask y'all a question?
Mm-hmm.
What's going to happen when we get to Pittsburgh and Shador and Dart are still on the board? And let me just pose this question to you, okay? If JB, they are second round picks, top of the second round, how much does that impact where you're going to draft them?
To answer the first part, if Shador and Dart are there for the Steelers at 21, I would be surprised if they didn't go Shador. Honestly, I think Shador's the guy at 21 if he's available. If they go early second, like let's say it's the
Giants. Let's go Giants and Browns. Giants and Browns. They take them early.
Can I get back to you after we see how day 2 plays out?
No, you can't.
No?
The hell with that. Because somebody in the chat said they wanted you to pick between Warren and Loveland and you didn't do it. So I'm not letting you get out of it. Just how you feel right now with the way the first round is gone. Let's just say they are the top 2. They go back to back in the second round. Sanders to the Giants, Dart to the Browns. Right now, and I'm not holding you to this, are you feeling like those are still first round picks in Superflex?
I'd be looking at 201, 202 range, honestly.
Yeah.
I saw Nick's comment in there.
I'm
Stop
just
hedging.
I'm just getting a temperature check right here. Just because I think Seattle's a sneaky spot at 18 for a quarterback. I don't think they do it, but sneaky spot. After that, it's not Denver, it's not Tampa Bay, it's Pittsburgh. Like that's the next spot. And after Pittsburgh,
nothing.
Rams, maybe.
Right. Dart. There's been all that talk
it's
about
a hard
McVay.
sell for me, JB, because they're a win-now team. They're a win-now team who was the only team in the NFC that looked like they can kind of put up points with Philadelphia and got absolutely destroyed to the tune of 200 yards in back-to-back games when they played Philadelphia and Saquon Barkley. That a win-now team that brings in Devontae Adams doesn't feel like a team that's going to take a first-round pick on a player that's not going to help them win, a backup quarterback. Maybe they have the foresight to think ahead, but the way this board is falling right now, no Jahdae Barron, no Will Johnson, right? Still got Donovan Ezeraku, James Pierce, Mike Green still all on the board. I'm hard-pressed to believe they're going to take a damn Jackson Dart to sit on the bench for another year. Maybe, but if not, we're looking at second-round quarterbacks, fellas.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're going to get our answer here in the next 30 minutes if there's any movement on, especially Pittsburgh with one of those guys.
Yep, and we're still waiting on Hampton, right? Got to see if Hampton's going to end up in Denver.
I had a hard time putting both Hampton and Henderson in the first. It's almost like you had to pick between the two. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You couldn't put both in and squeeze multiple quarterbacks in.
We might be in a position where we get none of the above. We got
Shane, I got to talk to you about that WrestleMania too at some point, man. Saw you weren't quite happy with that. 17th pick, Scott. Okay.
Jamar Stewart. Okay.
Jamar Stewart.
I said Mike Green was the risky pick. This is a really risky pick.
This is the riskiest one.
But you know what? I'm not shocked that the old Bengals went with the SEC edge rusher over the G5 edge rusher.
Jamar Stewart is the pick. Jamar Stewart. He is athletically correct, not productionally. Athletically comparable. Productionally. He's athletically.
That's a Shaneism right there. Productionally.
Myles Garrett. Is that not what he did at the combine? Athletically.
Didn't he have a perfect 10?
Yeah,
I think he was on a perfect 10.
I believe.
Yeah, perfect 10 Raz.
This is a team, Scott. I'm not certain where they are with Trey Hendrickson and his contract situation, and I'm also not sure what they have on the defensive front behind Trey Hendrickson as far as players to get after the quarterback. If he develops into what he can be, he could be a really good player. He could be a special player here. Cincinnati, this was a need. Talk about your Bengals pick of Jamar Stewart, DN out of Texas A&M.
I mean, here's who they have. The Jamar Stewart from 3 years ago in Joseph Asai, and then 2 years ago with Miles Murphy. They have a type where they're just they're hoping one of these guys hits. You know what I mean?
Man,
like I like the positional pick, but I like the positional pick, but I mean, this kind of scream like they just had to take the next guy on their board at this position because of where they've put himself in terms of the Hendrickson situation. I don't even think Hendrickson has anything to do with this pick. They needed pass rushers regardless of whether he comes back, but we'll see. There really wasn't an obvious pick on the board, honestly. Like this is
how do you feel? I told you how I felt about Booker. It hurt a little bit, man. I mean, it was not exciting. I'm not rushing out to buy that 52 jersey. How are you feeling about Stewart?
I think a lot of times we get, I mean, how long of the last 30 minutes have I said, man, I would have loved for Jalen Walker or Michael Williams to fall, you know what I mean? And then they don't. And then we go, I'm heartbroken because they didn't get the guy you wanted. Then you look back in 3 years and you go, okay, he was the best defensive end of the group. It's fine. It's fine. It's not exciting, but it's not disappointing. They just put themselves in a bad spot by needing pretty much everything on defense. So
Seattle's on the clock next. Mitch, they keep talking about interior O-line for Seattle. I've seen some Matthew Golden there. Matthew Golden actually makes some sense in Seattle to me. He's a field stretching option. I know they got Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Jay Rich, but Gray Zabel. There are a lot. How many offensive linemen have we had picked? I feel like Banks, Campbell, Mimbu.
We're just waiting on Connerly, right? Is probably the next tackle to come up?
Connerly and Gray Zabel.
The Ohio State guys could go.
Yeah, Donovan and Simmons. Yeah, still some linemen out there.
And Tyler Booker at 12.
Yeah, and Booker at 12.
Booker at 12.
Well, I had Mike Green falling in my mock.
You did.
I did not have him at 15. I did not have him at 17. I had him falling all the way down to 29 in my mock. I didn't see them taking a Marshall edge rusher that early. So we'll see. Right now, I'm not doing good.
Ray and I can relate. We are fans of teams that just seemingly cannot get out of their own way on almost anything that they do. which makes it more heartbreaking when they actually look like they can compete or contend, because you just don't have that gut feel confidence that your team's going to close the deal, do you, Ray? Ever?
Oh, no. There was nothing about me felt like they were gonna go like make me happy and smile and me to chant. I'm cheering for other picks more than I'm cheering for Dallas. They're talking about you, JB. Stiley said you're the worst fence sitter. I mean,
it's not comfortable, man. It's not comfortable.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't. Sitting on that fence don't feel good, man. Seattle slapping hands, man. They're slapping hands. We got 12,000 people in the building, man. Almost 13,000. Y'all, come on, man. Come on, man. 13,000 people listening to Crazy J Rich and me and Mitch and Shane and Scott and JB, Dynasty Theory, Manic and Chill, the Wake Up Crew. This is our little family, man. We talk fantasy football. We do ball. Come hang out. Come hang out. We ain't selling you nothing. We ain't trying to get you to do that. Just subscribe, show love immediately following this show.
All right,
and, we may actually kick the fantasy guys out a little early so they can get ready to go. But we got a Seattle pick. Seahawks on the clock. All right. A chalk pick. We got one. We got one, Jay.
Yes.
Seattle takes interior offensive lineman Gray.
Now, did I bank him? Now, did I mock him there? That's the real question.
Dude, I'm hurt right now. Gray Zabel.
Two of my 5. Gray Zabel.
Oh, there's a big one.
Seattle.
Yeah, there's a big one. Okay.
Gray Zabel. Gray Zabel's the pick. North Dakota State. We got to see him in Mobile. I think he's listed as a tackle, but probably
nasty.
He's nasty. Going to kick inside the guard, and I think interior offensive line help is what at least Seahawks fans have told me. Every single time I've done a mock, they're like, Ray, we need. I love you thinking outside the box, but it's a problem. We need interior guys, and they go Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State, round 1 pick. Good for the NDSU Bisons, man. They just keep getting it done. That drink is starting to lightweight.
It's hitting,
man.
right?
I don't drink. You know, I'm not. I've really cut back on my alcohol consumption, man. I'm not a cut back.
But yeah, no, the Gray Zabel pick is a good one. I mean, when you're losing your offensive guard to Houston, then your offensive line is probably pretty terrible. So it's a big upgrade for them. Let's see what Tampa does here. They were one of my wild cards in the draft, just a team that didn't know
100%
where they were going to go, what position they look at. We talked about linebacker,
I'm going Will Johnson.
DB. You're going Will Johnson.
I'm going to go Will Johnson.
We did see, man. Was it Jeremiah who had Jahdae Barron here to Tampa?
Barron too. I think I had Barron in Tampa Bay in my final because I had Will Johnson in Arizona. I think I had Jahdae Barron
in Arizona. But yeah,
before the Jahad Campbell injury stuff, this was a spot he was always put, and then I'm like, I'm gonna just bet he falls out of the first, and then I'm like, there's a world where Will Johnson falls not out of the first, but maybe. So I literally just a couple mercenary picks. I put Campbell one here and Johnson another, just because I thought they were gonna slide, but we'll see.
Right now, I am kind of in the bottom. Like a little under. Zerline's got 26, his score. So I'm looking at the mock draft, the huddle report. Zerline has got a score of 26. I've got a score of 25 right now, but the leader has a score of 34. Ryan Wilson from CBS currently leading the way. And you want to know who's tied for third? There's a bunch of players, a bunch of mock drafts here. Let me pull it up. Tied for third in this is somebody that's going to join us tomorrow. I was on a mock with him, but our boy Ron Stewart from YouTube is sitting here at 32. We've got Trevor Sikkema at 30. Krabs has got a score of 30. I'm just calling out people that I know. Scott Adkins. There's Brett White.
Go to the bottom. Who shouldn't we follow next year?
What'd you say?
Go to the bottom. Who shouldn't we follow next year?
The bottom? Oh, man.
That old draft professor.
We got the draft professor right now. No, Thor Nystrom down there. But Thor had a crazy mock. Thor had a bunch of trades in his mock, which it's hard to predict. So that's the huddle report challenge right now. And Gray Zabel. There's the big dog right there. Gray Zabel to Seattle. think Hawks fans are probably happy about this. He's going to be a great lineman. Looks like an OT. A lot of people saying, who is this? It's just so funny to see this. Like, so many people just don't even pay attention until tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We spend months on end talking about this and going through these players, but most folks, man, they ain't got time to do all that shit. I'll show up on draft night, right? You know, let me see who will pick draft night. I'll pay attention the week of the draft. Tampa Bay's on the clock, though. Tampa Bay's on the clock. Gray's able off the board. How we feeling? Just round one thoughts so far. I know without quarterbacks, it's a little
thin.
It doesn't feel complete, does it? Doesn't it feel a little?
There's only one trade, right? On the
One
initial
trade.
Jags
One
trade, right?
trade.
That's it.
One trade. Yeah,
One
that's true.
trade.
One trade.
I-
That
I-
is surprising. I thought it'd be a little more active.
How we feel about
This sucks
Jacksonville
for
giving up
fantasy
all
so
of that
far.
now? Jacksonville gave up again. They moved up 3 spots, gave up their second, gave up. They swapped fourths, and they gave up a future first. Still feel good, Jags fans? I saw a lot of Jags fans said Gladstone's going to get fired.
On NFL Network, they keep showing. It sucks, but they keep on NFL Network. They keep going to Shador. It's showing him. You know what I mean? We're getting
Oh,
to
yeah.
that point. Where
Just-
it's like,
he's
if it
he's
goes
just-
past Pittsburgh and he doesn't go,
Oh.
they're gonna just plant the camera on him for the rest of the night. It's gonna be. I don't want
Listen,
to
man.
see that because they're that, but it is what it is.
It's the draft, right? Well, you kind of knew if he got past New Orleans. And Jay Rich, we've been saying, I didn't think it was New Orleans. Even after the report, like they're not going to be bullied into taking a quarterback. It wasn't Shador, nor was it Jackson Dart. And
There he is, Scott.
There he is.
They keep doing it, man.
He damn
Every
sure ain't
3
gonna
minutes,
be
they
pick
just
Tampa Bay. He ain't going to Tampa Bay or
No.
Denver.
nope. No, he's there for Pittsburgh if they want him. He's there for
They're
Pittsburgh if they want him.
Respected, Ray. Remember, he's ready for
Shane,
whatever today, Ray.
Shane,
He's
we
ready for
haven't heard
whatever.
from you in a while, man. What are your
I'm
thoughts
just-
so far, Shane? Think about
I'm depressed.
no running.
I'm
Only
depressed.
one running back, 2 tight ends.
My draft picks are ass right now. I need offensive players to get off the board. Like,
Okay,
from
let me
here
ask
to
you this.
32.
Let me ask y'all fantasy people this, right? I know right now the first round capital is sucked. 1 receiver, 2 tight ends, 1 running back, 1 quarterback. That's all we got, right? Even if we try to do a mock, we're going 105 and stopping because we don't know. I guarantee you the landing spots on day 2 and day 3 will have you all singing a different tune. As soon because now the capital's kind of out. So now you got to now your brain it's going to flip to, oh, this is a great spot. You know, no one went in the first. None of the running backs went in the first round but Genty. This is a great spot. Tomorrow's going to be electric. Pull up. Tomorrow night, what time we're going to be live, Jay Rich? What time we're going to be live?
6:45.
We got almost 14,000 in bill. I want 15,000. Get 15. Tampa
Your
Bay's
point on the
side.
running backs, I can live without the running backs going tonight. I can certainly
What?
live with
Shit.
yeah, that
Wow.
Emeka
Yeah.
Egbuka.
Now I see why
Emeka
Shane was
Egbuka.
depressed. You could see it in his eyes. One of his faves just
Wow.
got buried.
Hey, Ray, remember? Well, what if it's Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Jalen McMillan, and Matthew Golden? Your dream
those
came
Jalen
true.
McMillans
Baker
are not feeling
Mayfield
great right now.
has
It's
Emeka
great for
Baker
Baker.
Mayfield
Great
to
for
the
Baker.
room.
Wheels up for Baker. Wheels up for Baker, man. You love it for Baker.
Yeah.
Like, who can he? Look, he's got a hell of a wide receiver room.
Wow. Mekik Buka,
Talk about a
wide
crowded room.
receiver from the Ohio State, reigning national champion, goes in the first round, second wide receiver off the board. Not no Matthew Golden, no Luther Burden. Emeka Egbuka goes to a team that currently has Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, and third round sensation Jalen McMillan. Chris Godwin coming off of the injury. You've got Baker Mayfield at quarterback, and they prioritize not Will Johnson, not Jahdae Barron, not James Pierce. Everybody is mocked Donovan Ezeraku to Tampa Bay. They go get another damn wide receiver for Baker Mayfield. And I've been talking about Baker since January. My buy. In fantasy football, I want Baker Mayfield. JB, talk to me.
Love it for Baker. And I hate to say, like, I'm not shifting things too much, but I had Ibuka in the back end of the first in, again, 12-team super flex in fairly heavy tight end premium leagues. Does this tell us a little bit more about Chris Godwin? But also, like, he's an aging wide receiver. Mike Evans, an aging wide receiver. If Emeka Egbuka is in fact the top player on their board, why not start to reload while you have the luxury of having those veterans there? I know it might seem like overkill, but if there's an injury popping up, in any wide receiver core across the NFL, and you kind of see what they're left with whenever their star receiver is gone, I think it's a fun pick. I think it's a good pick for the Buccaneers, especially from a real football perspective. And
Yes.
Shane, I don't think it's as gloom and doom.
No. As you're talking through this, right? I'm thinking about this.
With JB.
Thinking it through. Look at Seattle 2 years ago, right? JSN goes there with DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, and we're like, damn, that horrible spot. And then his rookie season, he doesn't smash like we want him to. 2 years later, he's the wide receiver one on that team. They're both gone. Like, situations do change quickly, right? And you do have an injured old wide receiver coming back from injury, and then you have Mike Evans, who, I mean, honestly, wasn't all that good last year, except when Godwin was out and he's injured. And they had to give him 47 targets to get him over 1,000 yards in the last game. So the situations can change quickly. If I can get Ibuka in the back of the first round in my rookie drafts, I'll love it. I'll do that all day. I will do that all day. So I probably will have a lot of Emeka Ibuka. So we do have to remember that situations do change quickly, right? We think they're static, but they're not. Like, it's very dynamic. The thing that's probably most static is a quarterback position, right? But wide receivers, running backs, those rooms change frequently, even if we don't want to admit it to ourselves.
Here's my wide receiver too. I think in my final grades, he graded out as the second best wide receiver behind Tet for me, Jay Rich. I'm almost positive that's the case. Dynasty Daddy said new JSN Romo Dunze. Where's he at? Like, what other receiver got drafted? Tet went to Carolina. Who else got went? So he's the second receiver off the board?
Third.
Yep.
We're counting Hunter, right?
Hunter.
We're counting Hunter, but yeah.
Yes, the third receiver off the board.
6, 7. So we're up to 7 offensive players, right? We really, really need Shador to go to Pittsburgh. We need that. We need that in our life badly.
Don't you need Hampton right here at 20?
Hampton would be nice here. Yes, or Hendo. I don't. One of them.
Can I just say this, man? Mike Evans missed a couple of games last year, right? He was banged up for a little bit. I know Chris Godwin was hurt.
Right, yeah.
When those two were down and they had to throw in Raheem Jarrett and Baker just kept firing the ball. Like, he just kept firing the ball. And I will also say, schematically, from a football standpoint, you deploy an offense where you've got interchangeable pieces between 4 viable wide receivers. You know who else this is good for? You know who else this is good for besides
Bucky
Baker?
Irving.
Very good for Bucky. I think this is, you open this offense up and Bucky Irving is still allowed to be efficient. Bucky Irving can still go out there and do the type of things that he was doing last season. This is just good for Tampa Bay overall. And Baker has been my biggest buy. He's at that weird age where, like, nobody really wants him, but he can absolutely be a starter for the next 5 years in the NFL and not even, like, he's a QB. Like, he's a real QB. As long as Baker wants to play football, he's going to be a starting quarterback. And I see no reason why things are going to change in Tampa Bay. You add a player like Egbuka to this offense. Good for Tampa Bay, man. Good for Tampa Bay. Denver's pick is in. Any other thoughts here? Mitch, we ain't heard from you in a minute, man.
I was just going to say it's a good offense, and that's what I want. I want players on good offenses. I like it. If you give me an offense that I think is going to score a lot of points, I like it. So I'm it's not changing. I had him like at the 110, and I'm still probably going to have him right about there, but I'm not going to drop him.
And it's funny, the discrepancy in the range and the variance that we talk about. I said 109, Mitch said 110. There's people in the chat, 104, 105. That might have been about 100. There were some comments going back and forth. So I would like some clarification there. But that's what we talked about in the pre-show too, Scott, with the variance, draft to draft, league to league. Some people, their 104 might be somebody else's 112, and we might see people be a little bit more opportunistic. And as the Cowboys are, sorry, Ray, selectively aggressive, but maybe, moving up at certain points if a player drops in their respective draft.
Yeah, I got a lot to say, but we'll save it for the DDFF.
Give us a little. Well, Denver's gonna pick, and then give us a little taste.
Yeah, we'll wait for
big
Denver
pick, man. It's a big pick.
Denver picked.
Dude, I'm crushing these fruit strips too. Just absolutely crushing it. I'm gonna show y'all these fruit strips. We got to get a sponsorship from this company, man. Best damn fruit strips I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, I think Ray, myself, and Shane are the only ones that eat them, and then anybody that lives down south.
Assuming I ever get mine. Yes. Assuming mine ever make it to Philadelphia. Yes, that is true.
Yo, I've had at least 11 of them.
What are they? Are they like fruit roll-ups or what?
They're healthy fruit snacks.
Oh, okay.
Like they're actually made with real fruit.
Dude,
They're not
these fruit
flavored
strips.
snacks.
You get them from Publix, man. They're just delicious. Only 45 calories too. Just crush them. I feel like I'm eating, it's efficiency here, JB.
And there's only 4 flavors, so what you do is you stack 4 of them at a time and eat them like a little sandwich.
Oh, yes.
All
Oh,
right,
yes.
Denver. Broncos with a great pick. The Denver Broncos have
Okay,
selected
Jahdae Barron.
Jahdae Barron, the defensive back out of the University of Texas, is now a Denver Bronco.
Hey,
Jay Rich,
Joker.
you always talk about how good this defense was. They were what kind of defense were they last year?
They were very disruptive. They created havoc out there. Defensive player of the year, led the NFL in sacks, top 3 in pressures. Quietly, because I feel like fantasy people don't talk about it enough, how good the offensive line was for Bo Nix and how good the defense was, creating turnovers, short fields. The return game was good with Marvin Mims. Like, this is a good team. And getting Jahdae Barron's interesting, Ray, because you always talked about how you don't think he's a line-em-up, man-to-man corner.
No, I don't.
He's got Pat Surtain out there doing that job for him, so he can kind of operate all over the field, play inside, outside. That Joker on defense,
Jalen Petrie
on defense.
Jalen
And
Petrie.
you love Jalen Petrie. Yeah, this is a really interesting fit because we know that Peyton likes guys like this where he can put them all over the field defensively, and having Surtain makes it that much easier. The pass rush is going to be phenomenal this year. This defense could be really, really good. Really,
I'm
good.
doing this right now because I say things and then you kind of hope they happen. I didn't think it would happen, and I definitely didn't think it would happen before this pick, but we are at 14,310 viewers across all platforms. We hit 15,000 viewers tonight. We're going to give away membership to our Discord, and we can do that live. I don't got to send that shit out. We can do it right now. Get in our cord, our highest tier, our Heisman tier. I'm going to give that away. You join in our tier, and you'll be there until the start of the football season. You'll get a 5-month membership. You can hang out with us, rookie process, but I promise you, it is worth it because the thing's like $50 a month, but you get to talk to me, Scott, JB, Mitch, Shane, Jay Rich all the time when we're in the chat. It's a beautiful community of people that love ball, that love fantasy. We get to 15,000 on the stream. We'll do that, do the giveaway, and get you in hopefully before the end of the night because it's a great community. I would rather give that away and have y'all talk about it, but it's dope. All right, Pittsburgh's on the clock. Damn, they had 5 minutes. Okay. They have 5 minutes left, and maybe this is every team. Pick is in. Jahdae Barron to Denver.
They're showing
Jay
Shador on
Rich.
NFL Network. He's dancing.
All right.
Jay Rich, talk about what the pick is, man.
I don't know, man. It
Jackson
seems like it's
smiling
Shador.
too.
Everyone's smiling.
All we
Everybody's
heard
looking
today
forward to
is
the
that
second
Jackson
round.
Dart's the second QB off the board in this draft.
Man, I see a lot of fear of God in that room.
If they don't go quarterback or running back here,
Yeah.
your rookie
Yeah.
drafts are severely pounded because Igbuka's
Completely
landing
agree.
spot. We'll talk about that. I mean, that debate of where's the break of picks you want. I mean, they've just been slayed pick after pick after pick.
We do still have the second round for the running
The
back.
second,
I
hear
Their
you,
running
Scott.
back's great. Great for the running backs. Awesome. Yeah.
But that's what it is,
But that's
right?
what this class was. We said it was running backs and tight ends. No one at any point was
You got
like, I love the
three-round
quarterbacks and wide
Exactly,
receivers.
Shane. Exactly, Shane.
No,
Say-
we're-
At no
Scott,
we're
point. I know
talking
you
about
hate running backs. I know you do,
depth-
right? But I'm
depth of
reformed,
profile
right?
and
Learn
capital.
to
Whether I
love
like
running
the
back.
player or
Got it.
not, I want 3 first-round quarterbacks for the value of my picks. If
I
I'm
hear
sitting
you.
at that 111
Yeah.
spot right now, I am absolutely cooked. It's already over. Because any running back that goes anywhere good in round 2, it's going to go before that. You're going to go, I guess I'll just take Igbuka at 111 because there isn't anything better.
We still got 12 picks left, man.
I know.
11 picks left. Okay, here we go.
Ooh, Ray, remember? I told you this morning. I
Great
had
for
Walter
fantasy.
Nolan in the mock. They did go DT. So I have to ask you, Ray, defend your boy. Defend your boy. Even Mike Tomlin said, I'm good. Give me Mason Rudolph.
Derek Harmon, pick 21 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wow.
Dang. The next spot is Minnesota.
Why does everybody look depressed? Why does everybody? Why does
We
everybody?
needed that, man. We needed
Mitch,
that.
Why
We
does
did.
everybody look depressed? Why?
I
does
did-
Because we
everybody
are
look
gonna
depressed?
Yeah.
This
we
is
are gonna be
trash.
stuck.
Reality is setting in for people that this
We are
is
gonna
running
be
back
stuck.
back-to-back spots here. Nada.
I'm looking at this here in Pittsburgh. I did not want Rudolph to lead that sleigh in 2025, and it looks like he in fact is going to. No
you've
second
got
round
Aaron
pick.
Rodgers.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
No
you can
second-
still get Rodgers, though. You're good.
no
He's
second
in your
round
back
pick.
pocket.
Ah.
Kirk Cousins. You might get Kirk Chains. You got him. You got Kirk or Aaron Rodgers, bro. Lots of options.
Let's see
Lots
what-
of options.
Let's see what Steelers fans are saying.
There's Will Levis.
I don't know him.
Wow.
Ravens, we lit.
But to Scott's point, it doesn't even matter if like you wanted Shador Sanders or if you like Shador Sanders. It's that if he's picked in the first round, someone else will. If Jackson Dart is picked in the first round, someone else will want him.
What? No one.
And
Dart.
that's what it is.
Dart wasn't supposed to fall past 9.
We are
Yeah.
pacing for the worst Dynasty fantasy first round that we've had in a long time. I'm just saying, whether you like the players or
Scott,
not,
get out of here, Scott. We don't need this negativity right now.
This is the
It's-
worst
it's
NFL
reality.
draft we've
We
ever
are-
had.
Even the 2022 class that we didn't like had 7 first round receivers? Whether you liked them or not,
Yeah.
at least there was something in that class. We might be walking away from tonight. Let's see if the Chargers take a running back like everybody would like them to. I mean, I'm just saying, I know I'm coming off as
But
negative.
Scott,
The reality is non-first round capital when you only get 7 skill players or
There's
8
no
skill
lies
players,
told. You're not lying.
It's a shitty class.
You're not
how many
lying.
running backs?
Yeah,
How many?
you're-
It's a heavy running back class. How many running backs typically go in the first round?
Shane,
How many running backs
fact-
typically go in the
I'm
first
not
round?
even talking about whether they're going to be good or not. I'm
Neither am
talking
I.
about-
That's not. I'm saying.
I want-
how many running
I
backs? How many
wanted-
running backs?
You're
How
missing
many
the point.
running backs go in the first round? How many running backs
not
go in the
about-
first round? It's a
it's
running back
not-
heavy class. We
It's
shouldn't
not
be
about the
expecting
running
the
back.
first round to pop.
It's not
Oh my
about
god!
the running
My
back
point
team.
being that the strength is at running back, so we should expect them not to be drafted in the first round because that's not what happens.
Not that.
It's like
We needed
it's like
all-
looking for a unicorn and not being mad that you didn't find it in the first round. That's
You're
what
missing my.
we're doing.
Forget about the running backs. We needed profiles. Matthew Golden, 3 quarterbacks to push the value to where there were choices for people. Period. It's a shitty class unless it changes over the
Can we
next 10
talk?
picks.
Can we talk about the football aspect of
Sure.
of Pittsburgh and JB saying I didn't
second-
want to leave this draft going in with Mason Rudolph. Okay, we could talk about Shador, but let's talk about players who are actually on NFL rosters. Okay, George Pickens, DK Metcalf, Pat Freiermuth, the Pittsburgh Steelers offense. JB, like they have no second round pick, dude. There is.
Well, for now, I don't think George Pickens is going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler at this time
Whoa.
tomorrow night.
Whoa. Whoa. Say that again. You don't think Pickens this time tomorrow night will be a Steeler?
Not sitting on the fence, not hedging, not doing anything here. George Pickens, I don't think he's long for being on the Pittsburgh Steelers roster.
We're talking about what about Jackson Dart? I mean, if both of those,
where's he going to go, Ray? Where's a quarterback going in this draft with the rest of the teams? Is there a team like the Rams? Is the saving grace to take a first-round quarterback? That's one.
You're asked, sure, but I've continued to say, why is that team going to take a backup quarterback at 26?
Here, but Scott, we talk about sentiment, we talk about ADV. Granted, it wouldn't be a first-round NFL pick, but if Jackson Dart and Shedeur Sanders would happen to go at the very beginning of the second, we saw Will Levis get steamed up into first rounds of rookie drafts.
They should.
So
have,
if they have,
he burns people.
If they have the immediate opportunity, I'm not saying they should be going there. I even said I wouldn't take them there, but there are going to be people in your leagues. They see an opportunity for immediate, on-field performance. People are going to steam them up. Whether or not that's the case, that's a completely different conversation.
Can I ask one wild question?
They coined the term hopium. This year's term is going to be copium. That's what's going on right now. We're trying to salvage.
Can I ask you
one
this?
of the receivers people love went to a spot that's awful. So yeah, go ahead, Ray.
Is there a world where the reports about this quarterback class coming in, that all of them weren't good? I saw one today that Ward would have been behind Penix, Nix, all of them last year. Is there a world
like quarterback
where all
7,
of them are pretty bad, and Tennessee was the fool at one that takes Cam Ward and the other teams are the smart one? Is there a world where like Ward in that, like they had no other choice because they could not go into next season with Will Levis? Jay, does that world exist where like, hey, I don't know. I think Cam Ward is still pretty good, man. I think that's why he went number one overall. He's a good fucking quarterback.
It's a different version of the same thing, right? When we all thought, it was a weak quarterback class, Kenny Pickett went 20th overall, and we were like, okay, like that'll do, but it's still not necessarily a good quarterback class. And now, Cam Ward went 1. Maybe it's just a slightly better version of that, but that didn't pan out so well for everyone who was drafted after Kenny Pickett, and Kenny Pickett wasn't even very good, right? So if Cam Ward is a better Kenny Pickett, Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders are just other guys out there, then we're really in tune for a bad class. But I mean, we'll see. Hopefully it works out for Ward, and hopefully we find some good spots for Jackson Dart and Shedeur Sanders.
If I'm the Giants,
has to be Giants in Cleveland,
but
right?
let's talk NFL. If I'm the Giants or Browns, why would I give up any capital to move up? Why? When I'm looking at the teams, like none of them are going to take them unless they control the top of the second. I wouldn't touch them. I'll just let them fall.
I think the funny thing is, if the Browns prefer Shedeur Sanders and the Giants prefer Dart, which kind of is how it seems right now, why would any moves need to be made to get one ahead of the other, right? They could just sit pat. Browns have the first pick, Giants have the second pick. You get your quarterbacks right then and there.
Well,
Pickens unfollowed the Steelers.
The Browns have a pick from Jacksonville. They can sit there and go, well, we'll just let the Giants pick if we don't care. You know what I mean? Like the Browns have all the ammo. If they wanted to
the wild card is the Saints. The Saints are now your wild card team. If they want to trade up for Jackson Dart and the Giants,
but they still got to trade with the Giants in Cleveland because they picked before. The Saints would have to trade up into the first. We're talking about the Giants and Browns just staying where they're at right now, taking their QBs. But the Saints could be the wild card that trades back into the first to draft Jackson Dart. People in here, 15.
Crazy.
Do y'all understand what's going on? Like that's air horn news, man. 15,219 across all streaming platforms. That's love, man. That's love. Appreciate all 15,119 of y'all. I'm taking a screenshot of this. This is dope. This is cool. And we're gonna give away a membership to the Heisman tier in the Discord. So is Brandon still on the stream? Where's B at? We gotta get B on the screen. Is Brandon here? He's still here. We're getting him.
I think he's back there.
Brandon,
he's back there.
Is that audio working, Brandon? We're gonna get you on here. Brandon, is that audio working? Let me hear your back screen.
It should be.
All right, you can come on now. It's working. There's Brandon down there.
There he is.
Brandon. Brandon's been here working on the back end. Brandon, can we get a comment thing? A comment.
Sure.
selector for the comments? It has to be in the comments in YouTube, right? Or the chat. What is it? How does it work?
Comments in YouTube, because it's not going to pick up anything from X.
Okay.
So,
like in the YouTube chat or like in the underneath the video? Or they just
YouTube
need
chat.
In the chat? Okay. 15K. 15K. That's what you have to put, okay? 15K to enter the giveaway to join our highest tier in our Discord, and I will strategically kick you out right before the NFL season starts, so you have to pay and subscribe, but you get to hang out with us the entire time, and by then you'll be like, I'm part of the family, I'm going to stay in. So 15K in the chat. We will announce the winner on DDFFB. We'll announce the winner on DDFFB. Brandon, go ahead and get it set up and run it. Brandon, how you feel about your Giants pick, man?
I love it. They didn't mess it up. It's boring, but they didn't mess it up.
There it is.
So
Boring,
I'm pretty happy with it.
Astute analysis right there. Appreciate it, B. We'll see you in a little bit. Appreciate it, B.
Later.
Brandon does a lot of betting stuff for us at DD, so let's get in there. 15K.
Pick is in.
Chat. All right. Chargers are on the clock. They're gonna go Colston Loveland. I mean, damn, he's already picked.
Again?
Okie dokie.
Omarion Hampton.
There we
Okay.
go, Shane.
Go.
There we go.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Okay.
Scott,
You're
does Clay
rallying,
still
Shane.
suck?
You're rallying. You're
Does Clay
rallying.
still suck?
This is the start. It's going to happen.
Hey, before we signed off I was going to say, let's try to get some vibes where maybe it can rebound. Trust me, I want it to rebound.
Eight.
It's
All
not
right,
like
we're up
I'm
to
sitting
eight.
here
Well,
wanting
I
to
don't
flash
know if
the
you
ball.
I don't know.
We're up to 8. Look, we are up to 8, and there is this world where hopefully the Giants and the Browns feel pressured by the Saints, possibly sneaking into the first. So they're like, no, let me do it and let me move up for one of these quarterbacks. It's probably not likely, but it could happen, right? There's a world where who needs a wide receiver? Packers, no. Viking, no. Texans have who's their wide receiver 2 in Houston?
Christian
Kirk.
Okay, so they need a wide receiver. Matthew Golden could land there. Like there's room for at least 2 more offensive players, right? If we could get the 10, I'm feeling okay, considering we have the whole entire second round.
Man, the Chargers fans don't like this pick, man. I'm seeing a lot of what are we doing? Chargers fans are interesting.
Really?
I
Just
know
gave
fans,
Najee Harris $9 million. Ray.
let's talk
What are we
the
doing?
NFL side. Jay Rich, Chargers take on Omarion Hampton. Thoughts?
I think it's interesting, right? Because what are they just pairing Thunder with Thunder? Where's the Lightning going to come from? Is that still my Cavani Vidal shares
Cavani
alive? Are they alive still?
Scissoring.
But, like,
Exactly
what would you
like
expect for
scissoring.
Hampton? Just a split role, maybe some receiving work?
I think no.
I don't know. Najee's pretty good
I think
receiver
Najee's
too.
there to bang the ball for a year, and it will be Omarion
1
Hampton.
year.
Yeah.
But are we looking
That's
at Blake
what I
Corum?
think.
Is that what we're
That's
looking
what I
at?
think.
Are we,
I think not.
are we
and
looking
I
at
don't
Blake
even
Corum
think.
in the first
And
round?
JB, I don't even think it's like Najee's there for the whole year and there's no Hampton. I think Najee's there to play with Omarion Hampton for the year, and after the year, Najee Harris will take his talents elsewhere, and Omarion Hampton is the starting running back, and he's valued as a top 6 option in fantasy football.
Shane, Scott is so upset that a fantasy relevant player went.
Oh, he's pissed.
Frozen over there.
Fuming.
We broke Scott because a fantasy relevant player went.
Fuming.
I love Scott's pessimism, because it forces me to be optimistic, which is not my natural state. But like, I feel like I need to counterbalance it and go over the top. You know what I mean? Yeah. So look, we're up to 8. We're up to 8. That's great. We're going to get multiple wide receivers that go in the second round, right? We're going to get Noel. We're going to get Trey Harris, maybe. We'll get Higgins. I'm not saying that they're going to be good fantasy players, Scott. I'm saying if they get second round draft capital, it's just you specifically, Scott. I'm trying to cheer you up. I've been through a lot of therapy, so I'm just trying to do positive reinforcement with you like my therapist does with me. And sometimes it works. We're going to get a lot of things that we like in the second round that are going to help this draft a lot, and you're going to be a lot happier. You just got to have that positive outlook. It's going to be okay.
We can still rally if a couple teams trade into the first, take a quarterback. Matthew Golden here. Maybe the Packers go Matthew Golden, right? They haven't taken a receiver in forever.
They need a
That would be
receiver.
the true Packer. I'll just say we can still rally. It's just I'll just stay quiet. We have 10 more picks.
I would hope. I
We
would.
could still
I would
rally.
hope.
I want
the
us to
Packers-
rally, but I have to be
I-
realistic.
Yeah, I
It's
do
not
not
looking.
want the
It's not
Packers
feeling
taking
good,
wide
Scott.
receiver.
You're not feeling good about that rally, that towel. The Reds, the Cincinnati
There we
Reds
go.
do that. The Reds, that rally towel.
Everyone does that. Yeah,
Okay.
everyone does that.
All right.
Yeah. They all stole
It
it
would
from
it would
what,
require
Pittsburgh?
fans at the Reds games first, Ray. There's about
Okay.
And money.
10,000.
Someone has to buy the towels too.
Mitch, I want to ask you because you said several weeks ago on
Oh.
Dynasty Theory that Najee Harris is good enough to keep pretty much any rookie off the field, with the exception of Ashton Genty. You stand by that?
Yeah. Well, no, it's hard. So I have had Hampton as my 102 forever. Every
You
mock
have.
draft we've done, I've had the second spot. I've taken a Marion Hampton. As of right now, am I taking a Marion Hampton at 102? I'm willing to leave it up, to see how the rest of the draft goes. But you asked me earlier this morning, Hampton was locked in, and I'm the first one that says landing spots do affect things for me. Hampton's going to be good. I'm not saying he's going to be bad for 1 second, but if we get a Henderson going to Denver, I'm not going to be like, no, Hampton is still my 102, because Ray, you brought up a couple weeks ago, I think it was on Dynasty Destination Chill. That's what you brought up, to where Hampton's good. Like, he's great, but is he that much better than the other backs that are right next to him? And maybe he is, maybe he isn't. So if we get another back to a good landing spot in the second round, I'm willing now to be like, well, you know what? Maybe Hampton isn't my 102. Maybe he's my 105, and then Henderson moves up for me.
I'll just say Chicago's got 2 early picks in the second. New England's got an early pick in the second. Cleveland's got 2 early picks in the second. Multiple teams. And there's a bunch of... I'll just say this. The fact that there are a lot of running backs that are going to be available in round 2, there are some fruitful spots where there can be some juice. I just think that this disdain about round 1 tonight isn't so much of an indictment on that position, but a reflection of it is deep. And if we don't think that they are worthy enough to take in the first round, doesn't mean they're good. They're not good enough. We'll take them in the second and third. I guarantee you could mark this down, bookmark it. This time tomorrow night, we'll be singing a completely different tune, because this running back's going to be with Ben Johnson, and Dallas got this one, and this one went to Denver in round 2, and that I just, maybe for the receivers, but we got 3 in round 1. You got 2 inside the top 10. You got 1 inside on a fantastic option in a top 20 pick. You got 2 tight ends inside the top 15. Like, you might not like the positions, but the capital that was invested in some of them, and the teams and the situations that they landed on, you can't tell me they're not good. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me that Jacksonville and Travis Hunter's not a good fit, that Ted and Carolina's not a good fit, that Hampton and LAC, that both of those tight ends have opportunity to succeed, that Cam Ward's not in a spot to succeed. You can't tell me that, right? There might not have been the bevy. We're really just missing a few QBs. Other than that, what's the difference than when Addison, Quentin Johnston, and JSN were picks 20 through 25, right? Look how people reacted to that. Green Bay's on the clock. Where are they going? It's not quarterback, so it ain't Shador or Jackson.
I saw John is really happy, so I'm guessing he saw it, but I'm thinking he's going to be happy, and I don't know who it is, but I'm guessing I'm not going to like it.
Is it Golden? Do you think it's Golden, Mitch?
I think it's going to be a wide receiver, and I don't want any wide receiver that plays for the Packers. Just how they use them.
Me either.
Even if it was a
either.
wide receiver that doesn't duplicate some of the skill sets that are already there.
The 15 wide receivers they have every skill set already.
And some of them aren't very good, though, and some of them are redundant.
That's fair.
Wow, we
No,
almost
I'm
had
excited to see who it is.
16,000
With you,
people
Mitch.
in here. We actually
It's a terrible landing spot.
we might get 20. I mean, it's going to be. I don't think we'll get 20 this year, but I'm very proud of what we've been able to do. We've got 15,959 people watching Shane and Jay Rich and Mitch and Scott and JB. 16,000 eyeballs. Thank y'all. Pick us in. Green Bay. Stand up. Everybody say it's nothing to do in that Green Bay, Wisconsin, man. I've never been there. I've nothing to say about the city, but a lot of people, a lot of the draft prospects, Jay Rich, say Ain't
Yeah,
nothing to do
Genty
out
said
there.
that. He's like, there's not much to do
Cam
here.
Ward said ain't nothing to do here but get drafted. That's what Cam Ward said. Ain't nothing to do but get drafted. So that's what I'm gonna do.
That's pretty
I
funny.
imagine it's a lot like Canton, Ohio.
Oh,
Is my impression of it.
woof. Like that Mobile, Alabama. I shit on Canton, Ohio.
Hey, I
but
like
Mobile. Ain't no
Mobile.
better. That Mobile,
I liked
Alabama ain't no
Mobile.
better. No shade, man. No shade to anybody in that great state of Wisconsin or Alabama. Are they in a parking lot? Oh. Fucking make the pick.
I'm saying the same thing, Ray. Make the pick.
They gotta build it up, you know.
Oh man, talking about his
was all
community.
excited,
Come
so
on and
better
make
be
the
good.
pick, dude.
The pick has been made.
I mean, geez, I just want to look it up at this point.
Mitch already did, so I know the pick's been made.
JB saw it 10 minutes ago.
I didn't see anything yet.
And
I
I'm
just
sorry.
saw JB's reaction.
Me either.
I've seen it.
I promise
see
I
it.
will not do it tomorrow. I promise.
I'm just
Liar.
trying to figure out who it is.
Oh.
Make
Yeah.
the
What'd he
pick,
say?
buddy.
Oh.
Look, everybody gets excited.
Matthew
That's cool.
Golden.
That's cool, man. The
But
crowd
it's a
went
first
wild.
round wide receiver. It's going to pique interest
Scott
of
is
people.
fuming right
it
now over
is.
there.
It is. I'm not
And,
fuming.
and you have
Whether
the
you
film
like him or not,
people-
other people will put him in a cohort now where he occupies a first round pick and it makes it
Yes.
more valuable. It has nothing to do with who it is, where they go. Will other people put him in a range where maybe you have a little more value with your picks? Yes. The answer is yes.
Can I ask though? So the analytic people, John, he didn't hit a lot of stuff at Texas, right? Aren't those the same people who are like, oh, hey, it's a first round wide receiver, so we have to like him because he went in the first round? Aren't they the same kind of people to where anyone who is kind of not liking Matthew Golden is probably still not going to like him because of where he went?
there is that drop off as you get out of the early first, and there is a difference in hit rate, whether you want to look at it from a top 24 performance, average points per game over the first 3 seasons, whatever way you want to look at it. But you're still just going to have fantasy managers, dynasty managers that look at it and say, here's a first round wide receiver that they're losing Christian Watson. He's probably going to be out for quite some time if he ever comes back. You have Jaden Reed, who is very good, but doesn't see the field all that often in the way Green Bay runs their offense. I just think it's going to elevate.
Like his vibe,
I
man. I like his vibe. He come out there hyping the crowd up. Y'all don't like him with Jordan Love?
No,
I have him at 201, so I'm not taking Gold in the first, but that has nothing to do with the landing spot.
But this goes
16,000.
back to our conversation we had before the draft, right? Those 110, 111, 112, like there's going to be the reason you want another quarterback to go and you want another receiver to go is just because I'm not a Matthew Golden fan necessarily, and I don't like the landing spot. But JB, you would agree there's going to be some leagues where you're sitting there at the 111, 112, you'll go, you know what, I'll take a first round receiver, right? There's been a lot of those guys that is where it's smart to take the bet. And I'm okay with taking the bet when you're taking that. 30 minutes ago, we were sitting here going, okay, we're not even going to have enough players to have good, educated bets with those picks, but we're starting to get there. You know, if we can get a couple more, we're starting to get there, whether you like the player or not. It is a round one receiver. So he occupies a spot that makes all of your picks a little more valuable behind it.
The Packers just selected a wide receiver in round 1 for the first time since 2002. Golden wasn't even born the last time they took a round 1 wide receiver. And and he's already hyping up the crowd. Let's go. Hey, listen.
Christian
Watson's
he ethered
hurt.
that wide receiver. He
Christian
ethered
Watson
that wide
hurt.
receiver room.
Christian Watson's hurt. Dontavian Wicks is not next up. Romeo Doubs does his thing, and Jaden Reed plays in the slot. I mean, that's
It's going to be real interesting, right, to look at the Trinity for this team too, because what is probably going to be the start for the Packers? What are they going to have? What did we call them last year? A bunch of those leeches. You know what I mean? They're going to have some leeches in there where you're going, man, Golden is already doing the stuff that you wanted the best receiver on the Packers to do. You're like, can we just get that Wicks out of the way a little bit? You know what I mean? Can we get that Dobbs out of the way? Can they stop throwing to 2 tight ends? That's the only pushback on the landing spot. I covered this in that quarterbacks to sell series. Last year, the Packers were the lowest neutral pass rate team in the league. Not the Colts, not the Eagles, not the Ravens, the Packers. Now, Jordan Love was injured, but like this is a team that was built on they do not want to throw. Maybe it changes.
Well,
I don't think we anticipate.
You can't throw when you don't have
the
the options, man. Like when you don't have consistent, I'm just saying when you don't have a consistent rotation of guys, you're not going to go out there and throw the ball all over the field. And you've got a quarterback that has a propensity to put the ball in harm's way. It's not a shock. Like it's not a shock that a good coach like Matt LaFleur is going to lean on a former rushing champion, Josh Jacobs, and say, Watson's hurt. Wicks can't, like, I hear you, and I'm not disputing that data, but the real element of it is why would they? Why would they when you've got a hurt quarterback, you've got a running back that has led the league, and you're not going to throw the ball a lot. You're just not.
And why would they? And again, I'm speaking at this, and people can disagree with me in the chat. You guys can disagree with me in here. Why would they do anything different this year?
Because that's not the plan, right? And they just told you that by picking a wide receiver.
What they win last year?
They just told you why they're not going to. They would prefer not to do that again. They would prefer to throw the ball downfield and have options that they can get the ball to, but they didn't. They did not.
The only pushback is if you're drafting this guy in the range where it's higher than that spot we were just talking about, 111, 112, which I think he's probably going to end up slotting a little higher than that based on the landing spot, because I think people see this landing spot as more favorable than I personally do. I'm looking at it's probably more of a long game. I wouldn't expect to pull up that Trinity in the first 8 weeks of this year.
How much more of a long game is it for this than Emeka Egbuka?
Not as long, but I think they're similar. They're similar bets. You have to wait it out. Someone put in the chat earlier, rewind a year and a half ago. Ain't anybody in here
told everybody he was a top 20 player. I told you.
What are we talking
Take your
about?
lap.
Donovan Jackson goes to Minnesota at 24. Great pick. Great freaking pick.
Breaking
Donovan
news: we have
Jackson
a trade.
Goes to Minnesota.
Ooh, trade.
What's
Eagles.
the trade?
We have a trade. The Giants are coming up here. Pick.
Okay.
Here it is.
Whoa.
Come
Jackson,
on, Shane.
baby.
Let's get another,
Let's get the
Bring Brandon on for the Giants pick.
Oh,
If it's the Giants,
let me get Brandon in here. Let's get Brandon in here. Where's he at? Beat Ash. Talk about it, Matt. What's going on?
So the Giants are trading 34, 99, and a third rounder in 2026 for this pick.
That's cheap for a quarterback.
Who is it?
So it's got to be Jackson Dart, right?
It's Jackson, baby.
You tell me.
That was the buzz, right? Dart was their
buzz
QB on the board, right?
So they're giving up their second.
Scott, you want to walk back
They're
those
giving up
comments on how awful this draft has been?
And no,
Jackson Dart goes here.
I said it at the time. We need to rally and get a bunch of skill players, and it's happening. So let's keep it going.
We're rallying.
We
are rallying, man. 1, 2,
Here's what's
3.
important. Giants did not give up 65, so they still have a top 65 pick.
What did they trade?
34,
99 and a
next
third?
year, and a next year third rounder, which
That's
they'll
not
probably
That tells you
get something back.
these
bad at
teams,
all.
the
Ain't
next
gonna compare
10 to
34.
15 picks, see no difference in the value of who
Yeah,
they're going to get.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
This is Dart.
This is
Brandon,
beautiful.
is it Jackson Dart?
It's been leaning towards Dart. They did not like Shadur's conversation.
Jay Rich,
between him and
what do the
Daboll.
odds say? Jay, you got any odds up? Or is it too late for that?
I mean, it's
Dart-
too late for that now, but it's probably Dart because Daboll likes Dart. So are you going to decide with Daboll or Sean? Basically,
I'm looking at the vibes of the rooms. I'm seeing hugs. I'm seeing Jackson Dart hugs. I'm seeing Jackson Dart hugs.
yeah.
What if it's Tyler Shock?
Oh,
Dude,
Shane
oh,
would just.
I will be
Shane would lose it.
insufferable.
Brandon would
I will
cry.
be
Brandon was just saying 10 minutes ago, well, they didn't screw it up.
They didn't screw it up yet, right? They didn't screw it up yet. But
Quickly, I just want to say this about Donovan Jackson. Great for JJ McCarthy. Great for Aaron Jones. This is a player who, what's interesting is he was selected over his Ohio State teammate that most analysts said would have been the OT1 in this class had not been for his knee injury. Donovan Jackson selected ahead of Josh Simmons. This is an upgrade for the Minnesota Vikings offensive front. This is good for a team that they brought in center from the Colts.
Will Fries.
Fries. They brought in Will Fries, who graded out like top 5 before being injured. You bring in another interior offensive lineman that can swing and play tackle. Good for McCarthy. Kevin O'Connell's a sharp coach. This is a good trenches pick for the Vikings. This is a good trenches pick for the Minnesota Vikings. Good job. Donovan Jackson, Jay Rich. How long have I been talking about him? Like I've loved Donovan
Forever,
Jackson.
man.
Love Donovan Jackson.
Forever.
Good player. Good player.
Really,
But,
I mean, this offensive line for Minnesota should be disgusting, right? So if you have anyone in Minnesota right now, you should be pretty happy because JJ McCarthy's going to have a good offensive line, good scheme, good running game that they upgraded. Pass catchers are there. Healthy TJ Hawkinson. Like Minnesota could be pretty good if JJ can get it together quickly.
All right, Brandon's back on the screen. Are we? Don't tell me if you've seen it, but Jackson Dart is what we're feeling like. I saw Coach Prime in the. So if Dart goes here, does that scare any of the other teams? New Orleans. Mitch is saying yes. New Orleans, Cleveland to say we got to just jump back up. We got to jump back up right now and get Shador. Like
Yes.
Jackson
I
Dart's
don't
off the
think
board. The
so.
Giants made the move, right? Giants made the
There's
move.
some fired. They didn't have to before, but now there's what if they don't get their guy? I mean, Aaron Rodgers is like the only kind of quarterback left, even if you want that on your team. And so if you do want your quarterback now, and there is the 5th-year option also added into that. Although if you have a quarterback and you're not sure if you're going to give him the 5th-year option, that's a very big issue. If he's good after 4 years, you're just going to sign him to a contract extension anyways. But I mean, there's a little bit more hope now.
Yes.
We'll see.
And
if
the
it fits in.
Texans-
Does it stick in?
I think
Texas
the good
got-
news is, Ray, is that it's cheap to move up now.
Texas
Unless
got
the next
$34.99
quarterback is more
in the
expensive.
third.
Why would Cleveland move up? Why would Cleveland have any incentive? Who's going to trade
they're
up for
afraid
Shador
that
Sanders?
somebody else-
Though?
Well, they're
The Saints don't like Shador Sanders. They don't.
Maybe.
They like this is why this pick has to be
here's
Dart
why I
because
don't wanna go
everyone
there,
wants to
Jay.
move up for Dart.
You say they don't like him. I was told that they love Jackson Dart.
Yeah, but maybe the Giants paid more. But this is where when you ask who are they going up
maybe
for?
that. You can't say that
Why
and then be
not?
like maybe. Like I
All
don't
Because
think
we've
they'll-
love
heard-
Jackson Dart and then
All
passed
we've
on him.
heard is
Yeah.
that
Right, you would have
more
drafted him
teams
at
have
9.
liked Jackson Dart.
Yeah,
That's
I,
what
I
we've
don't, I
heard.
don't think that's. I don't think that's the
Have,
winning
have you,
argument.
but have you not heard that? That teams like Jackson Dart more than Shador Sanders. We've heard about the Bills. We've heard about the Saints. We've heard about countless teams. They are targeting Jackson Dart. So when someone comes up and trades up, you expect it to be for Dart because Dart was a player who was in this range. And now we have a team trading up, presumably, for Jackson Dart. And Shador Sanders continues to slide. So I don't know. Like outside of Cleveland, I haven't heard too many teams that are super interested or looking to trade up, make a move for Shador Sanders. Cleveland is pretty much the only one.
Scott's got 1K on his channel, man. Shout out to Scott. 1K on his channel, 13.5 on X. Appreciate everybody. So many people watching, man. I don't know where we're at on the tube of you, but I think we're over 2,000 concurring on YouTube, man. That's love. That's love. Pick
Hey,
is
Ray.
in. Where we at, Brandon?
Question:
What up?
what does this do for Milrow?
Dude, what if it's fucking Milrow?
Could be Milrow.
Excuse my language.
We did
They like Milrow.
even talk about that. That's
And
Could
what
be.
if it's
Could be.
That would make it fun.
I'm just curious that
would
we've
be
seen
fun.
what the price is. If you wanted to move up, it's basically a comp third and a future pick. You know what I mean?
Not
It's
bad.
not that costly if you really want a quarterback.
Yep.
there it is. There it is.
Let's go.
There it is.
Yeah.
There we go. QB2 off of the board. Ole Miss signal caller Jackson Dart. Brandon, before we get you out of here, your thoughts? You are a Giants fan. You guys walk away from round one with Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart. How you feeling?
I mean, the Giants didn't mess it up. They, for once, Joe Shane read the market correctly. He didn't reach to take the quarterback at 3. He took the premier talent and then waited his time. So I actually really do like what they've done. This will be interesting to see now with the quarterbacks. How long is the leash with Russ? How long is the leash with Jameis if he gets in there before Dart? So,
all right.
They get the 5th-year option. So we'll see.
All right, Brandon. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, B. B will be in the background watching this. Let's pull it up on the thing and let's see what people are saying about this pick. Paid a big price for him. This draft has been insane. Oh man, Jay Rich. Who did that? Who made that? Who made that? I'm telling you
Ray,
now,
we do have
Dart's
another
going to be
trade.
good. Damn, no Shador. Giants got aggressive. Welcome to New York. Shador is better. They drafted the wrong QB. Should have went for Sanders. Good luck with that. Shador in shambles. Dart to neighbors. Bust. Great pick. Fleeced. Kind of
Trade.
I mean, they didn't really pay up though. They waited and they took a shot on a quarterback, and if it doesn't work, then they didn't sacrifice a first-round pick where they picked him over multiple guys that are potentially difference makers. Like they did it what we always talk about, right? Like get the quarterback. I mean, this clearly doesn't say, Jay Rich, they preferred Jackson Dart over everybody in the draft. You know what I mean? This was an opportunistic pick that had Dart gone 5 picks ago to the Steelers.
Another trade.
Like, well,
Yep.
yeah.
Another trade. Atlanta's now on the clock. So the Rams were on the clock here at 26. The Falcons are back on the clock. Jay, is this Will Johnson?
Well, this should, man, it could be. But what if it's another edge rusher?
I was gonna say,
Mike
is it
Green
Mike Green?
Ezra available.
Dude,
right?
They went
imagine
into it and
double tap
they get Jalen Walker and Mike Green.
How crazy is that? 2
I-
players that were mocked to that spot. 2, not
I'm
just
trying to
one.
see
They
the
got both of them.
Trying to see
Like-
the compensation here.
It was
It's
a
big,
nice haul.
Ray.
Right there.
It's a nice haul.
No, that was the first one for the Giants.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
the Giants. That's
99
Houston.
and a third.
That's Houston.
That's a cheap move for a first-round quarterback. I really think
Yeah.
the Giants did it right. They did not swing a huge swing on Dart. I think they did it right.
They moved 46, 242, and a 26 first for the pick 26.
first?
A 26
Wait,
first.
what? Wait, what?
26, 46, 242, and a 26 first
Wow.
for pick 26 and pick 101.
That's
So they traded a
terrible.
second and a future first?
Wow.
That's a home run.
See why the Rams
For the
That-
Rams?
That's a home run for the Rams. That's a deal. That's the deal that the old
What?
Rams would have made. The Rams are getting an extra first out
Wow.
of it. That is wow.
They got a third back? That's kind of crazy.
Man, I had Mike Green falling in the mock. That looks good. Sanders still on the board. 2 quarterbacks, 2 running backs, 2 tight ends, and 4 wide receivers. Scott, we feeling better about those rookie picks?
Ever since I went on my tirade, it's saved it a little bit. And again, it's just
I just
to
said you-
save the
I just said,
it's
are you feeling
saved the
better?
options. It's just to save the options that you have. It's not. I mean, we can debate. We're gonna debate whether you like Hampton's spot
Oh,
or
damn.
you like Matthew Golden's spot.
Oh,
Oh,
I
right.
nailed
Look at
it.
that. Spoiling picks.
Damn.
Leaking
Oh.
Jay,
picks. Jeez.
I didn't mean to. I had JPJ going to Atlanta at 15, but I had JPJ to Atlanta. They double tapped
you
edge, dude.
Didn't have
and,
them.
and I
And look
said,
at the ones they got.
I did not buy all of that crap about the character because you're not this SEC dominant pressure guy and you can't be good. Like it's just impossible. Not in the SEC. James Pierce
Is he
Jr.
worth a future
and-
first?
Dude, they got Jalen Walker and JPJ.
And James Pierce. That's big. And they actually got him at a decent price too, which is crazy. Like this is
I had
solid
him at
price.
15.
JPJ.
Giving up a
You
first,
had him
Jay
high.
Rich? A team
I
that's
think giving
picked
him
in
a
the
first is
top 10
crazy.
like 3 of the last 4
I
years.
know. Their drafts have not been so hot, but I mean, this is like, Scott, this would be like literally if you got Walter Nolan and Derek Harmon in this draft. Like that's what it would be like, because that's how badly they need edge rushers. Like they needed edge rushers so bad, and they got 2 that could be, for all we know, top 5 edge rushers in this class. Like it's ridiculous.
And it's a GM and a coach that are not feeling not uncomfortable, if that makes sense. Like it's interesting that the owner allowed them to use their next year's first for a GM and a coach that they were one more season from Gonzo, you know what I mean? And you let them use a first. I have to give the Falcons credit. They had a big one, and they said, you know what, we're just shotgunning it with 2 of the best edge rushers. And just,
I love it, man.
Ray, if one of these guys
great value, right?
If one of these guys becomes Brian Burns, you know what I mean? You're like that. It doesn't matter what happened with the other one. You know what I mean? Like if one of these guys becomes a home run, you're happy with it.
I really like it. I'll just say
it's a
that.
lot to pay though.
I really like it.
Maybe they feel like enough of a value with Walker, right? Like you start balancing it out. They got such a good value with Walker. They can afford to pay up a little bit to get Pierce, and they probably got 2 guys in the top 5 on their board.
I had him taking Pierce at 15. So yeah. See what Falcons fans are saying about it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Lions are in shambles. Falcons, this is the right move. Pass rush menace. This is awesome. A steal at 26. Good for Atlanta. Steal the draft.
I saw the Marcus Davenport comment in there. That one resonates a little bit. That's probably a Saints fan.
All of the rest are great moves. So sure, there'll be somebody in there, but everything else is
Ray, fans don't care
positive.
about that 26 first until 364 days from now, and they're going, wait a second, we don't have a pick.
Yeah, we
what
don't
happened?
have a pick. Fantastic.
Pick,
this was a
pick
great
6
pick
from the Rams
Great
picking pick 6 next year from the Falcons, and the fans are going to go, where did our first go?
This was a crazy pick. This was 17,000 people, y'all. 17,000 people watching us on the channel, talk ball, NFL draft. Let's go, man. Thank y'all.
All right, Ray. I need your thoughts here. Number 27. Your Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. We want them to take Malachi Starks here.
I do want him to take Malachi.
Josh Simmons is sitting there. That is a Raven pick.
Simmons is available.
I'm just saying that's a Raven pick, right?
And Will Johnson still available.
Yeah.
Ravens are in a good spot here.
Ravens are just
now you know what, the Mike Green to the Ravens would be one of those where I'm just like, oh man.
I need him to go to the
Lions, man.
I need him to last 2
one
more
more
picks. Here's the thing. I need him to last 2 more picks. I need this for the mock draft contest. I need him to last 2 more picks. Jackson Dart to Malik Neighbors. Can we just talk about that for a second? No one's talked about that. What are y'all's feelings around Dart? I had him as my QB3 in the class. He played at USC, so I'm a little bit of a biased homer. I like Jackson Dart. We'll see. I feel like he's kind of like, I think he's fine. I think he'll be okay. I don't think he's great, but I don't think he's bad. I like him. What are y'all thoughts about him and Neighbors and the offense and his outlook?
So Jackson Dart grew up like 10 minutes away from me. Like where he played is where my kids play youth football, which is really cool especially because my oldest is trying to be a quarterback, which is really fun, right? But let me take Jackson Dart's name off this. If I say, hey, we had a Pac-12 quarterback transfer to the SEC, started there for 3 years, but has 45 starts, started as a freshman at USC, but he's a quarterback who loves throwing deep, doesn't always go through his progressions, bails out of the pocket a little bit earlier than you like, and puts his body on the line. If you just said that last year, I'm not saying this is who he is. If you said that last year for Jaden Daniels, it was pretty much the exact same thing. Transferred to the SEC, looks great. I'm just saying it's close. Does he need time? I don't know. The dude had 45 starts in college. Everyone's like, hey, he needs to sit for a year. I don't know if he actually does, but good news is they do have quarterbacks there. He doesn't have to rush on the field, but I think Jackson Dart went to a great spot. him and Malik Neighbors. I mean, this help. I mean, how much more help does Malik Neighbors actually need? But it doesn't hurt him at all.
Any other thoughts there? I mean, he laid out a good case. If you just remove the name, starts, SEC, and let's not forget, I can't blame him for the transfer. It wasn't like he transferred because he was bad. He transferred because Caleb freaking Williams and Lincoln Riley came from Oklahoma to USC. And he brought his quarterback. And playing with Lane Kiffin, you could say the offense is gimmicky all you want. Starts, he's got more than enough functional mobility. The arm strength is there. He's got good size. We saw him in person in Mobile. He's put together very well.
Yeah.
And he lands in a spot where you got Theo Johnson, right? You're hoping he takes a step forward. You've got Wan'Dale Robinson. You've got a deep threat in Jalen Hyatt, and they still have capital to upgrade and address some positions. And defensively, we talked about how good this team could be defensively, a la Bo Nix, where the Broncos are putting him in good scoring position, creating turnovers.
He's got some Michael Penix to him in terms
Yes,
of he's
he
probably
does.
going to sit for a little while, and there's going to be that thought of, you know, maybe if they say the plan is to sit him for most of this year, that always is what they say, and then it doesn't end up coming to fruition. But I think there's some intrigue with, you know, this is if you can't trade out of that spot, he's not a bad pick to kind of just suspend the result on a player, right? If he goes out and started day one and sucks, people are going to go, I knew he always was bad. You know what I mean? I think there's some stash value by having him. You can kind of suspend having to make that pick.
Bang!
Gosh, man. Ravens
Let's
always
go, Ray.
always make the Ravens always.
Let's
make
go.
Bang!
We've been on this one for a while now. Malachi Starks.
Talk about SEC freshman. From the time he stepped foot on the field at Georgia, he started as a true freshman, the most versatile safety in this class. This is I've been talking about it on Wake Up for weeks that the Ravens were going to do this. Steal of the draft right here. You pair him up with Kyle Hamilton in the second level. You've got Roquan Smith on the third level. Roquan Smith on your second level. You've got Matabuke and oh man, this pick in this player, I'm not going to say silly things, okay? But the versatility that he's going to be able to provide on the back end with Kyle Hamilton, I'm not saying this is number 20-ish, Ed Reed. Not saying that because that is a Hall of Fame for no doubt, right? Like Ed Reed is that dude. But Malachi Stark's ability on this defense, I love it. Like, love this pick for Baltimore. Love this freaking player, man.
Yeah, this defense without a ball hawking free safety was pretty damn good once they benched Marcus Williams, and now they have that ball hawking free safety. It's really scary to think how good this defense could be, because just in the second half alone, once Kyle Hamilton really was unleashed, it was an unstoppable defense, and they looked so good. But now you're actually bringing in a guy who can be the top on that defense, communicate to all the different options. Like, this is going to be a really, really good defense, I think. A really, really good defense.
Man.
Yeah, Starks is a crazy pick here.
Right,
I just sat pat and just took him.
Put up Devin's comment in the chat. Happy for Ray and his new team, the Ravens.
Come on, man. See how y'all do, man. Who said that?
Happy for Ray and his Ravens.
I'm not,
Lions ran that pick in.
why does I'm
good.
not a Ravens fan. I am a
Well,
we got
don't tell the chat
almost
that.
got
They won't believe you.
18,000 people in the chat, man. We almost got 18,000 people in the eyes. How are Baltimore Ravens fans feeling?
should be
Real-
pumped, man.
Real
pumped.
Ravens fans. Man,
What do you mean, real Ravens fans? Ecstatic. You just saw the reaction.
they make so many good moves, and they just got to sit back and Lions pick is in. All right.
Mitch is a Lions fan. Mitch, what do you want? I mean, Green and
Mike Green.
Ezeraku are still sitting there.
Okay, yeah.
I want Green. I mean, whoever Brad Holmes picks, I'm all about it. I mean, dude does not miss. So as long as it's not a running back, I don't care.
Yeah, I think you'll be good there. No running backs, right? You'll be good there.
Mitch, I can't get over the fact you said Jackson Dart is Jaden Daniels. I just can't believe that.
Wait, did he?
Yeah,
didn't
that's
say
what the
that.
chat's saying.
He
That's the
did.
chat saying that. I'm just saying,
I
if
gotcha.
you take the names out and look at it, it's really not far off. And I remember what everyone was saying about Jaden Daniels in March of last year. Oh, hey,
Thank you.
If
Thank
he's
you.
not going to make it through
Call him
10
out.
weeks because he's going to get
He's too
injured.
small. He's
That's
gonna get
literally what
murdered.
happened before and after the draft. Everyone he can't last the full season.
Except me.
So just, you loved him without a doubt.
But you're right. I mean, people did. Let's not forget that there was a large contingency of people who was like, oh, it's easily Drake May ahead of Jaden Daniels. Give me Drake May. Give me Caleb Williams. He's not big enough. Cliff Kingsbury sucks. Look at what he did with Kyler Murray. People weren't in until they saw, like, oh, man, like he's real, real good. And then the script flipped. But revision is history, right? Malachi, I'm still just wow, what a pick. Malachi Starks to the Ravens. What a pick. What a good
Draft
pick.
challenge going to come down to the wire.
Where are we at? Draft
We got
challenge?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people with 9 correct picks.
Oh, what about but you got the bonuses. What about the bonuses? Probably gotta wait.
Most of them are filled out.
Well, we
Well,
gotta
one
wait
of
on
them
one.
was, where did Shador Sanders go? So
I'm
that doesn't
struggling.
help.
Yeah, may have to wait for that one.
Yeah, my next 3 picks are already gone in terms of they were already picked. So I'm not.
I got Mike Green to Washington could save me. Like if he
I don't
doesn't
think
go
I have too
here,
many options left.
if he doesn't go here, Mike Green to Washington was a bold call that I had that could save the hell out of me for my real mock challenge. But doesn't look like I'm winning. Blew 5 entries this year. 18,000 people, y'all.
Let's go.
18,000 people watching the stream right now. Unreal. Support, love. I'm just going to say it. We appreciate y'all. We appreciate y'all for real. Real. Oh.
The line's going to pick tonight or what? What are they doing?
It says picks in
for like 10 minutes.
The picks in?
And we're seeing
Are they-
hugs.
Are we at
We're
the
seeing
commercial?
hugs.
Josh
Is it a-
Simmons.
No,
Simmons?
it's in on NFL Network. That's where I'm watching.
Oh, okay, I see.
I know it's getting to the point now where I kind of want to wait for the pick and I kind of want to go look at who it is. I'm just getting to that point. It's
After this,
here
we
we
can
go.
look at who it is because it's Mitch's team. Let's see what we got here.
oh well. Here we
we
go.
go.
Here we go. Just calm down, folks. Have some patience.
All right, people.
Wow.
Ooh.
All right.
What do you think, Mitch?
I don't know a lot about him, to be honest. I wasn't expecting defensive tackle.
Mitch, multiple mocks. I had him going to Buffalo in round 1.
Oh, perfect.
His college football playoff run was insane. He's really good. I don't know why he fell. I think they were reports that he kind of tweaked up during his pro day, but I had him mocked to Buffalo multiple times in round 1. So I think he's going to be a good player for y'all.
Awesome. I'll take it. Like I said, whatever Brad Holmes does, I agree with it.
Yeah, he's nasty. He had a nasty college football playoff run too. So, Mike Green still on the board here. Mike Green on the board. Josh Simmons on the board. Shador Sanders on the board. Josh Connerly, Jahad Campbell, Will Johnson. I guess the medicals were for real. Like the biggest faller so far has been. I know we're talking about Shador, but I think Will Johnson has been the biggest. One, at least up there as one of the biggest fallers as well.
It's Green, Johnson, and Shador,
And
the
Shador.
3 that there was a lot of off the field chatter about, one reason or the other. Fair or not.
Oof. Starks. What another good pick. What a good pick. Still on that. Talik Williams goes to the Detroit Lions. Talik Williams, DT out of the Ohio State. Man, Ohio State's had what? Him, Egbuka. You still got Sawyer. You got JTT still available. Will Howard, the 2 running backs. And so far, NFL has told us only 2 backs. We'll see what the Commanders do. I think this one could be here. They need defensive back help. They need pass rush help. But they also said they want an explosive running back.
Hendo.
We'll see.
I want to give a shout out to Mark in the chat.
Mark?
Watching in the UK, 4:16 a.m.
Yeah, that's
Hanging
5
out
hours
with us.
ahead of us. Wow.
Hanging out
Appreciate
all hours
that.
of the night there. That's awesome, Mark.
Dude,
Appreciate
you
it, Mark.
are a grinder, man.
Mark,
H.
Since you're 4 hours ahead of us, can you get and DM me what the rest of the picks for this first round are? Because I would like to know.
Dude, what do you?
I'd
We're
be
just
excited about
we're
that.
just getting started, man. Are you tired?
No, absolutely
Okay.
not.
Okay.
I was mainlining Dunkin' Donuts getting ready for the night, baby. Yeah, the Eagles are going to get green. They just are. It's going to happen.
They're gonna get Mike Green, aren't they? They're
Yep.
just gonna
Yeah.
get. They're just gonna get Mike. They're just gonna get him.
Yeah.
Shador to the Lions. Somebody said Shador to the Lions.
Green and Ezeraku are sitting right there for the Eagles if they wanted them.
I mean, is Emanwari still out there too?
Yep. Nicky Manwari is still available.
Yeah,
Nicky
yeah,
Manwari is
okay.
still available.
Yeah, they win no
As
matter
is
what.
Will Johnson. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
dude. So many players still available. Commanders, Chiefs, Bills, Chiefs, and then the Eagles, and then we're on to round 2. Thoughts so far, y'all? A little bit of a rebound, right? A little bit of a fantasy rebound. Got some good landing spots. I think NFL-wise, the steals came off the board. Malachi Starks at 27. Incredible value right there. There haven't been a lot of shocking picks. I think Talik Williams might be the biggest round 1 surprise. Maybe you could say James Pierce, but the talent was there. Jay, probably Talik Williams being here in round 1. But on every single mock draft video, what did I tell people? The D-line, the D-tackle class is just loaded.
Strong.
It's
Very
just
strong.
strong. It's true. We still have Omar Norman Lott, Joshua Farmer. You've got Alfred Collins, J.J. Pegues. In the interior of the defensive front, Nick Scorton. I know he's more of an edge, but it's just a loaded position. Cornerback still looking good. You've got Johnson. You've got Trey Amos. No Maxwell Harrison, Scott.
And Harrison too.
I had Harrison going to Buffalo in my final mock. Maxwell out of Kentucky. So you still have some solid corners still on the board as well.
I mean, Tampa, Green Bay, the Rams, the Bills, those are places where I kept putting corners, and a couple of those have gone by, and they're not gone yet. So, I mean, Will and Maxwell are still there.
Whoa. Y'all.
Yeah.
We're almost at 19K. We really might
by the time we finish this.
We
gotta hit
might
20.
Ashton Hall this thing and do 20. We might get to 20K. So if we get to 20K, we're gonna give away another one of those memberships. We're gonna give away another membership once we get to 20K. We're already giving away a lifetime membership in the Discord right now. That's a contest going on for current Discord members, giving away a lifetime membership to the highest tier. When we get to 20K, we'll give away another membership that'll be announced tomorrow on the Friday night draft stream. But man, unreal that you know who's in shambles right now, Jay Rich? Dark Side Dev. Wake Up Crew. Remember, he just y'all are gonna look stupid when Shador's inside the top 10. Dark Side was giving us hell all week, but it's
not looking good for old Shador
I
Sanders.
tweeted it out today. Here it is. I'm gonna pull this up, right? I'm gonna pull this up.
When he said he's prepared for anything.
Listen, when he put that out, I knew shit was about to hit the fan. It was this one right here.
Damn it, Shane.
This tweet from old Shador came out 8 hours ago. I'm built for whatever today may bring. Here's me. Well, sounds like it's Pittsburgh, or we'll see you on Friday. I mean, once he said that, I'm prepared for whatever today may bring. And I'm not here. I hope he does ball out, but
I love how the first comment down there is from Dan. No way am I letting Sanders get out of round 1.
That's just random, but yeah, that's funny that he's literally not on here to defend it, but he's got.
I didn't do that. See, JB, I didn't do that to get on Dan. Man, leave your co-host alone. We got to pick. Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right.
Okay.
The Commanders
on
select
one side, Connerly.
Damn, that kills 2 of my picks because I had Connerly going to Kansas City, so I'm cooked. I'm
splitting that draft challenge. What, 9 ways?
I wasted that money. Wasted $125. No. Josh,
Ray, you're gonna get 1/9 of the you're gonna get 1/9 of the pot.
Oh,
I have
tied?
a couple
I'm
guys still in play.
Do you have?
I don't think you're in there.
Okay.
Oh, Ray's not in there. Never mind. Ray just blew his money. Okay,
No,
I thought he was in it.
Come on, bro.
Jay stole his money.
Get the hell out of here. Josh Connerly goes to the Commanders. Protection for Jaden Daniels. Rushing lanes for whoever's running the ball.
Yep.
Not a lot of fantasy football takeaway, but football-wise, very good player. They also brought in Laramie Tunsil trade with the Houston Texans. So they've done multiple moves to fortify their offensive front. And again, Shane, thinking about the damn Philadelphia Eagles and now this new NASCAR package that the New York Giants are going to deploy up front, isn't it interesting that these NFC East teams are going offensive line? Oh, you want to go Abdul Carter? You want to have Micah Parsons? You want to have freaking Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis and Nolan Smith? We're just going to make sure we're protected up front. This definitely feels like a counter to what's been working well inside the NFC East, Shane.
Yeah, look, the successful teams build through the trenches. I mean, the Eagles, not to toot their horn, they've been literally doing it for, I don't know, 25 years, right? And they've had a lot of success in that time. You make your running backs look a lot better. Look at Saquon on the Eagles versus Saquon on the Giants, right? But yeah, it's that black and white. It just is, Saquon's okay with the Giants. He comes to Philly and he's running for 2K. Yeah, you better beef up because the defensive lines in the NFC East are just absolute monsters. Every one of them is just, they're just really, really good. You have to counteract that or you're going to get your quarterbacks murdered. I was disappointed they didn't take Henderson for fantasy purposes, right? But I'd be more disappointed if Jaden Daniels gets knocked out, next year because Jalen Carter cracks his rib or something. From real world perspective, they'd be like, hey, great for the Eagles, but that would suck from a fantasy perspective. So I do like them building up the lines.
And we're getting to 20K. I'm sorry, we're getting to all I'm give a damn about the Commanders right now. We're getting to 20K. I want 20,000, Shane. I want to do 20K. We're getting to 20K tonight. I feel it. I feel it in my spirit. We're about 1,000 away. Hasn't updated yet for y'all on the stream, but we're about 1,000 away from 20,000 eyeballs on little old DD Fantasy Football, man. Oh, Ray Garvin. Oh, Ray Garvin NFL. Ball talk. Just, you know why? It's because we good peoples, man. And the people that are in the chat, they're good peoples. And it's just the vibes. It's the energy. It's just fucking regular people, right? That just love football, that love this crazy game, that love fantasy football, that just enjoy talking about players. So, again, I can't thank y'all enough. I truly cannot. You're in the UK. It's 5 a.m. We all got work tomorrow, kids, significant others. Just love, man. Absolute love. I mean that sincerely. Dope thing we got going on. Bills pick is in. Bills fans tell me they need cornerback help. They need D-line help. Why not take an edge rusher? I mean, Ezraku. Just Josh Simmons. Just what do you want, Josh Allen? What luxuries can we take right here? This is Philly and Kansas City are going to be in good spots. Philly and Kansas City are going to be in good spots. And I just wonder, man, Sanders is going to fall to round 2, y'all. Yes. At this point, can I just ask you, at this point, even if he's the first pick to Cleveland, he's the second pick to the Raiders, whatever it is, at this point, from a rookie draft perspective, he is the clear cut at best QB3, and potentially on where Jalen Milroe lands, do you think he could potentially even fall to QB4?
You can't talk about Sanders had no upside, but then he was a first-round pick, and then if Milroe goes 20 picks after him, say that you'd prefer Shador over Milroe. You know
that's what I'm asking.
If he falls to the second and Milroe goes in the late second, early third or whatever, it's hard to say there's any difference between the two. I mean, really, it just comes down to what team do they land on and what are you doing with the asset?
No, Scott, there still is a big difference. The big difference is that Milroe can run. That is
I mean that. Yeah, the difference is only what team they land on, but from a fantasy perspective, there is no insulation with Shador if he goes 35 and Milroe goes pick 50. You know what I mean? There's no difference from like an insulation or commitment standpoint.
Yeah, people will still talk themselves into Shador. People will definitely because he's going to have his chance at a starting role immediately. And just
depends on where he goes, Shane.
I get that. I'm just looking on Twitter now, right? And I'm just reading through the comments about Shador, and people are ready to fight for that dude. Like they're like, "Oh, it's a campaign. It's a smear campaign. I can't believe they did him like this." Like people want
big
to
voices
be behind
too.
Shador.
Skip Bayless,
right?
Mel Kiper. They're fighting with people in the comments about this is ridiculous.
So y'all are saying he's got strong ADV because I thought it was anti.
Yeah.
I guess being in the draft space, it feels like it's negative ADV.
It feels like it's going the other way, right? Where like someone gets yelled at so long, like, and you were yelling at them too, and then you're like, oh, hold up, like I don't want to be part of that mob. Let me go on the other side of it and start defending them now. So it seems like a lot of people have swung the other way on him. Some of us have just been like, look, I don't know what's wrong with the kid, why you don't like him for the entirety of it, and I still don't. Right?
Yep.
I don't think the NFL conspired to push him down because of, personality stuff. I'm sure that could have had a little bit to do with it, or at least the perception of it and who his dad is and all that nonsense. It's probably as simple as they just don't believe he's that great of a quarterback.
The Eagles moved up one spot with the Chiefs.
Did they really?
The Chiefs going to give us.
There we go, Buffalo.
Super Bowl.
There we go, Buffalo. Maxwell Harrison.
Damn.
Maxwell, let's go.
Nice.
No, I had him going to the Chiefs.
Maxwell to Buffalo.
Okay.
Great
I love
pick,
it.
man.
They
Great
needed DB help
Great
in the worst
pick.
way.
So
What a
badly.
Will Johnson is really about to fall out of the first, man.
Ray,
Maxwell
it's all the
Harrison is
injury.
great,
It's
man.
all the injury or character guys. Jihad Campbell, Will Johnson, Shador, Mike Green. All these ones where people are like, "There's red flags." Like this has felt like, especially if we don't get any of those guys here, it's felt like a lot of those red flag reports were real, and a lot of times they're
He's not
you know?
going. Cleveland picks at the top of the third for second. I would just risk it. If some team wants to jump up to get him here for the 5th-year option, go ahead. But he's gonna be a second-round pick, baby. He's gonna be a second-round pick. Still gonna get his opportunity to start. He'll still get his chance to play, but he's gonna be a second-round pick.
Ray, 2 months ago, if I would have said Will Johnson's not going in the first, would you have been shocked?
Yes, I would have said that's what do you don't know ball, bro, right? That's what people would have said. You don't know ball, bro. We're 500 away from 20K.
Let's go.
500 away from 20,000. Again, Jay, I know you. I know I say a lot of things, Jay Rich, but when I told you I want to do 20, you were probably like, that's a lot, Ray. I don't know if we'll.
Ray, you say a lot of things. You say a lot of things. But here we are. We're just getting started too. Just got a whole after show.
We're gonna be up till 4 or 5 in the morning.
I stood up the whole time too. If y'all noticed, y'all lazy ass, I've stood the entire draft.
How's that Achilles feeling, Ray?
They're numb.
You can't feel it.
Foot fell asleep. Let me tell you, I learned how to focus so intently that when my feet fall asleep, I can still walk. I can walk with my foot asleep. Hurts. I know y'all are weak cowards that when that happens, you just cower over and wait. I walk right on it, man.
I'm lucky I can just stand up out of my chair on a good day. Like
I'm thinking back to all the times where like my foot or my arm is falling asleep. You can't do anything. So I'm shocked. Ray is superhuman. If he's walking on legs, you cannot feel.
Dude, it's all mind over matter, man. You think that fucking your leg can't work because it feels a little funny? Nothing wrong with your foot. It's your mind telling you, oh my God, son, there's nothing wrong. Just walk on it, man. And it goes away. Gotta be mentally tough out here, man. You know?
All right.
Shane, what are the Eagles doing?
We're at 20.
We need Josh Simmons here. What we
Celebrate.
20K. Smile for the camera. Jeez. 20K, baby. Let's
go. Let's
My
go.
kids are
Let's
right next
go.
door. We did this with limited cursing. There might have been 10 curse words the whole stream. I'm very proud because I know a lot of people listen around kids. I don't want anybody turning us off, but 20,000 eyeballs. Boys, round of applause for yourselves, man. Round of applause for yourselves, man. Round of applause. Good stuff. And Maxwell. Who's Philly taking right here? Freaking Mike Green. Again, Mike Green, Ezeraku.
Dude, they're
Demon
celebrating
Lori,
hard. Howie is celebrating hard.
Jihad
I
Campbell.
forgot. Yeah, I completely forgot about Jihad Campbell too.
Jihad Campbell.
Yep.
Is that
Yep.
the
Eagles? Yeah, the Eagles are completely different. Like they're paying running backs, they're drafting linebackers, they're paying linebackers damn near highest salary in the league. Howie's feeling himself. Howie's doing whatever he feels like at this point.
I don't even care right now. I need to see who. I'm not gonna do integrity to the process. So Buffalo gets what's going on? Buffalo gets Maxwell. Or no, there's Maxwell trade. Philly goes up to KC. I wonder what that conversation was like. Hey man, we the best 2 teams in the league. We just want to move up here to get a pick. What's up? What can you throw us back, Kansas City? What they get?
It goes. I'm calling Ray to see if I can move up. You ask me who I'm taking, and then it's a game of chess as to whether I'm going to tell you. And if it's the guy that you don't want, you're like, well, I kind of like him a little bit. We were considering it. How about you throw that 4th round pick, and I'll let you come get your guy. But meanwhile, I'm cheering inside because the guy you told me you're taking is someone I'm not even going to consider.
Yeah, it's like, who are you taking? Well, why don't you tell me first? No, you tell me first.
And as a 5th rounder, Eagles get those 5th rounders like candy. Yeah.
Oh,
get 4th round pick.
Every time they lose a coach, right?
A 5th rounder. Every time. What do you mean? Every time they lose a coach?
No,
Like
you only get that.
Compensatory.
No, only San Francisco gets that because they actually that you get.
You gotta hire a minority.
You have to if you lose one. Yeah, that John. The Eagles, they're very pale. They're very pale at the level where you would get a compensatory pick for that, but. They do. They make a lot of trades where, in like Dynasty, we're always like, "Hey, just get a 3rd thrown in, get a 4th thrown in."
Trade away the minority coaches for comp picks. That's a wild game, man. That's a wild game. Roseman's out there playing.
The funny thing is they even spent one of those picks on like Jahan Dotson, and you don't even remember. You know what I mean? Cowboys get clowned for years for paying for Mingo. And it's like you don't even remember that Howie blew the pick on Jahan Dotson because it doesn't matter.
Maxwell,
because they win.
Harrison to Buffalo. So players that are not going to be picked. No Sanders, no Will Johnson, and Mike Green is. We'll see. Let's see if KC. Any chance KC just goes rogue? Because most people have Derek Harmon or Josh Simmons going to Kansas City, right, Jay Rich? That most people have had that mocked. Any chance they go rogue and just Travion Henderson, Mason Taylor,
32?
Just one more for the Scott Connor on the way out. Just on the way out.
Mason Taylor,
baby. Give you that tap.
I love how Scott has just become the villain, and he's embraced it.
This is his role.
This is where they shocked us with the running back, and it's not Judkins, Henderson, or Caleb Johnson. It's Cam Scattaboo.
Oh God.
No.
Please no.
I can't.
Please no.
It should be Simmons, shouldn't it? If they've gotten by with tackle for the last 3 years, if they're really shooting to fix tackle, doesn't that pick make a ton of sense?
Should be.
Absolutely.
Should be.
It won't be because it makes too much sense.
Well, but Philly's good at tackle, right? Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, they're good at tackle, correct?
Oh, I thought we were talking about Kansas City.
Oh,
Shane already spoiled the Philly pick. He already spoiled it.
Oh, it's Jahai Campbell?
I assume we've talking. Yeah.
Sorry, it's Campbell. Yes.
Oh, he doesn't.
I thought we.
Shane's like, it's my team. We're at the end of the draft. I'm spoiling whatever.
I changed my hat in time for this pick, bro.
And you asked about KC.
I do want to say this.
I was just thinking,
real quick. Kansas City is the first team ever to pick at 32 3 years in a row. Not because they won 3 Super Bowls in a row, mind you, but still the first team ever to pick 32 3 years in a row. I've also made that stat up. I have no idea if that's actually true, but if no one checked me on it, it is. Absolutely no idea. It seems like
it sounded good to me.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it sounded good to me too. All right, pick
because didn't they trade up last year to get Worthy? They didn't pick at 32.
Yeah.
Shane made it up and only went back less than.
Great job, Shane.
Come on, beat Trev.
Yeah, that's a great pick, man. And Nakobe Dean is out, right? Nakobe Dean is going to be out for an extended period of time. He got hurt in the playoffs. They just add another SEC defender to their all SEC defense that they currently have. Another SEC defender to an SEC team. Just, of course, they get Jahad Campbell. Of course they do. Another player who has fallen that a lot of mock drafts, especially late, had this player as the number one player at his position. Nicky Manwari has fallen. Nicky Manwari.
Yeah.
Not being a round one guy, and Malachi Starks being the only safety taken inside of round one. Nick Emanwari has fallen. We're here at the last pick. Kansas City's on the clock. I don't know what they do. I had Connerly in my mock. Trey Amos is still on the board. I don't know if they need corner.
Yeah.
They got Trent McDuffie. Emanwari is there. Didn't they lose one of their safeties, Jay Rich? Didn't
Must have
lose a
read. They
safety?
lost him to New Orleans. So if they want to go safety, it's not a bad pick. Like, it seems like a decent value.
You got to go Simmons, man. Like, this just feels
They need to. They need
tailor-made
to.
for Kansas City to land an impact tackle here at 32 that most people think Mitch could have been the tackle one in this class.
I'm just hoping that we get a little bit of offensive firework here. Like, give me a tight end, give me a
The
running
pick is
back.
in. I'm about
Give
to
me
go look.
Luther Burden.
The
This
pick
is
in.
Mason
I was
Taylor.
just gonna say, don't
Mason
give me a
Taylor,
wide
Mitch.
receiver. I know, and that would make that pick I made during the mock draft all worth it. Almost.
I
man.
want to see the pick. I'm searching for it now. Pick
You
is
might as well
in.
spoil it. The last pick. Spoil it. Why not? I haven't seen it yet.
You haven't seen it? I'm not going to
I have
spoil
not
it, but
seen
I'm
it,
looking
no.
for it.
I haven't seen
I
it
haven't
yet either. I'm trying to tip the pick on this one, but I can't
Jordan
find
Schultz will give it to me once it's in. He's tipping them all.
Mm-hmm.
He's tipping them all.
it. Savion Williams.
Savion.
Who
Mitch,
said
you would
Sa-
go nuts if it was Savion.
That'd be great.
Where did Tyquan Thornton get drafted? Was that the second round?
Second
round,
round,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, it wasn't the
51,
first.
I think.
Okay. Either way, it was wrong. but
Dan's in
yeah.
the building. Dan Lamagna, the third host of Dynasty Theory. He says, I hate the Eagles. Shaking my head. I hate the Eagles. Yes, Daniel, the Eagles never miss. Stiley, the Eagles defense just gets better. Yep.
They do need a safety, though. I mean, they did trade their safety for well, not a lot.
He said the richer just got rich. I think he meant the rich just got richer, but it's okay. It's
Little late, Ray. It's a little
an
late.
exciting moment. It's an exciting moment. I get it.
Josh
was
Simmons.
Did Milroe go to the draft?
Yeah.
I think he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
They haven't shown him back there.
He's
They've
hiding.
not shown him back there.
They've shown
Nice.
Shador
Showing
48 times. They've never shown
have to.
Milroe.
I mean, when you're legendary, when your jersey gets retired, you get shown.
Mm.
I mean, you get
Yeah.
shown. I don't feel
Jersey retiree. Not even a first rounder. Damn.
not good.
So
I guess it's
10
fine a
fantasy
little bit,
relevant players in the first. I said 11. We got 10. That's all right.
That's look. That's really good. There
I
was
saw
doom
the
and
pick.
gloom.
I saw the
I
pick.
just saw it too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all want it
Nailed
tipped? Y'all want it tipped, chat?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, I know it is.
I'm asking the chat. I don't want to spoil it. Do y'all want it tipped?
No, let it ride. Let it ride.
Yeah, let it ride.
We've done it all night. No reason to fix it after one. I did see, Ray, there's a prop where you could bet how many draft room players were still not picked after the first round. There was an over-under prop on that.
How many were
Very
there?
interesting.
How many
It
were
was
there?
set at 1.5. I mean, you have Milroe, you have Shador right there.
Yeah.
The over hit. So
Well, I'll just say this. Shador will be a second-round pick. Milroe will be a second-round pick. Will Johnson will be a second-round pick, as will Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku. What other players?
Trey
Nick
Henderson.
Emanwari.
Trey Henderson, Luther Burden,
Yep.
Mason Taylor.
They will all be second round.
Caleb Johnson.
He was kind of
I
already
hope.
on that day
I
two
hope.
on that day two spectrum. He was already there. But we're talking about the players who were
Dudes
kind of
that fell.
projected to be inside of round one. They will be second round picks. So
miss.
we are going to go live on DDFFB. What time are we going live over there?
Midnight.
Midnight.
So in like 15
17
minutes?
minutes from now. 17
15
minutes.
minutes.
Yep.
Okay, so
Yes, sir.
this is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to give after this pick. Here it is right here. Chiefs are gonna round us out. Great pick. Josh Simmons, tackle from the Ohio State, goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. We know they needed O-line help. I didn't think that Josh Simmons would fall to Kansas City, but here they go. They get Josh Simmons out of the Ohio State, and that rounds out round one, night one of the 2025 NFL Draft. We cap out with over 20,000 eyeballs on the channel. So to get into the contest, 20K. You got to type in 20K into the comments, and we will announce this tomorrow and get you guys the link to the Discord to get in, join our community. You're hanging out with us, everybody on the screen and the Heisman crew. I am going to let Mitch, John, Scott, and Shane deuces. You guys can get the hell up out of here, get some water, use the restroom, get ready for the stream on DDFFB. So everybody who is here, we are going live right after this is over at 11 p.m. Central Time, midnight on DD Fantasy Football. Conversation will shift. No Mike Green, no Josh Simmons. We're talking straight value, straight fantasy football. Shane, Scott, Mitch, JB, appreciate y'all tonight. You'll be back tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
Hell yes.
Chat was fantastic. Chat was fantastic. Can't wait to see you again tomorrow.
All right, get out of here. We'll see y'all in a few.
Peace.
All right, those guys are out. Me and Jay Rich are going to close it out, Jay. Night one of the draft, big dog. Night one of the draft, Jay. How we feeling?
It was good. It was good. I think in a lot of ways it started off maybe a little chalky and we weren't really sure when it's going to get crazy, but I mean, Ray, every week we talk mock drafts, we talk where players are valued, and this one surprised. Like, it really did. It was exciting. There was a lot of trades that were intriguing, some spots that we didn't really expect, but like maybe the Tampa fit for Ibuka doesn't make sense for fantasy, but like it's going to be such an exciting offense they're going to have in Tampa Bay. Like, even Pittsburgh passing on quarterback, but still taking defensive tackle that we know they really needed to make their team good. It's just interesting because this draft had a lot of intrigue because of what we thought might happen. Some of that stuff did happen, but when it didn't happen, it was still so exciting because it was just, we had the wrong players in the wrong spots, but what we identified as far as team fits really did hold true for a large portion of the draft. It just didn't fall exactly how we thought it would fall overall.
Yeah, man. Will Johnson, Shedeur Sanders, Donovan Ezeraku, Mike Green, Nick Eamon-Wari. Not first rounders, man. Those were players, right? And I'm checking the mock draft, the mock draft pick, the scores. I didn't win it, Jay Rich. I did not.
You didn't win it.
I did not win, my friend. I did not win. The winning person was Nick Jacobs from KSHB TV. 52. He matched 12 picks and players. 12 is what won it. That's how.
Wow.
And inside of this mock, you got Trevor Sikkema. You've got Daniel Jeremiah had 7. Daniel Jeremiah had 7 matches. Like, that's what you're working with when you do these freaking drafts, dude.
Crazy.
Yeah. Chris Collinsworth at PFF had 5.
Is this team and player fits or just kind of player fits?
Well, you can get players, but then teams. Yeah, it's
teams as well.
It's tough, man. Very hard.
It's tough.
Very hard.
Yeah. I mean, our leader only has 9, and that's just putting a player in a draft slot, not including team.
Crazy, man. Crazy. All right, Jay. Appreciate all 20,000 eyeballs.
Yes, sir.
Building. Jay Rich, hit the music, man. Hit the music.
How long have we been going for?
I got to smoke. I got to get ready for the fantasy side. I'm about to sit down. I've been standing. Them feet, man. These feet are made of iron, Jay Rich. Doesn't matter if they go to sleep. Doesn't matter, man. I can still stand, Jay Rich. I still stand, yeah. Appreciate everybody, man. Let's see who's still in the building, man. Let's see. We have some super chats, man. God, dog. We got super
big
chats.
Diaz. Let's go. I can actually look at the chat now.
So here's this. We got a bunch of super chats, but it's unfair to ask these right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to screenshot Cody P. I'm going to screenshot Almost, Robert Mitchcom, Zach Whalen. We're going to show these at the top of the show tomorrow. We're going to show these at the top of the show. So you guys will be recognized tomorrow. Cody, Almost, Robert, Zach, Chris Hop, Alan Davis, sending some super chat stuff. We're going to get y'all on the screen. Tomorrow, 20,000 people in the building. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Love you. Jay Rich, anything you want to say? Head over to DDFFB, right?
Yeah, links in the description right now if you guys want to get set. We'll probably be, 15 minutes or so, I think? Then we'll be back in talking some fantasy football. So midnight, Ray. And don't forget, wake up, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are not delaying.
Tomorrow morning.
We are not pushing it back. 9 a.m. You will get the full reaction, full breakdown, winners, losers, some draft grade stuff. It'll be a lot of fun. It'll take some time to digest it, but it'll be a good show. I'm excited for it.
9 a.m. tomorrow. Wake up with us. We'll do this all again tomorrow night, Friday night, rounds 2, rounds 3. We gave away 2 memberships tonight. We hit 20K, and love y'all. Like, seriously, I appreciate the love, the support you show this channel, the support you show us. Now to go do that over at DDFFB. We'll see y'all in a few. And damn, Cowboys took Tyler Booker, man.
Tyler Booker and Will Campbell Club right here.
All right. We'll see y'all in a few. We out. Thank y'all. Peace.